outbid. They said, well, it was competitive. So they changed all the bidding rules, made it secret 2 days ago. I had a bad feeling. I told you that. And just like they tried to shut us down back in late May without a court order, they're supposed to have a court order. There's going to be injunctions filed. I'm about to go live out of Harrison's American Journal studio. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm going to be here until they come in here and turn the lights off.
Joining us now, CNN Chief Media Analyst Brian Stelter. Brian, how did this go down? This is a pretty stunning development.
It's both hilarious and also very serious, Jim. For those who don't know, The Onion, this is the print newspaper of The Onion. The Onion's a longtime comedy brand, a satire brand, making fun of real news. The Onion was fake news before that slogan ever erupted in our politics. Here's an example from The Onion paper, Jim. Trump launches his own brand of voting machines. Like, that's the kind of humor The Onion is known for, but they're doing something very serious here. They were able to bid for the InfoWars media empire. InfoWars, of course, a very different kind of fake news. InfoWars and Alex Jones, he's all about fear of immigrants, fear of Democrats, fear of government. He is a disinformation artist, and it was his defaming of the Sandy Hook families that caused all of this to happen. It was that lawsuit. It was that $1.5 billion judgment against Jones that sent this to auction. And as of today, a judge has ruled that The Onion, a satirical news website, gets to own all of the InfoWars assets. So as we speak, Jim, Infowars.com, the website's already been taken down. And now the new owners, whether they use it for comedy or they use it for advocacy, we're going to find out in the months to come.
Fascinating, especially after Alex Jones caused so much pain for the families of the Sandy Hook victims, defaming them, just putting them through hell. A lot of people are seeing...
And that's why...
Yeah, some justice here.
This is another example of the courts bringing real punishment for defamation. Jim, you and I have been covering this for a few years now. We've seen how it's really only the courts that are able to bring justice to the big liars out there promoting big lies. And Alex Jones, in some ways, was the biggest one of them all. Look, he's going to set up shop somewhere else. He's vowing to fight on. He has allies like Steve Bannon. They're going to help him do it. But The Onion was able to partner with the Sandy Hook families, and they've actually struck an advertising deal with the gun control group, Every Town for Gun Safety. So they're trying to do some good, taking out of all the damage that Alex Jones caused, Jim.
Well, hats off to them all. Brian Stelter, thank you very much.
The satirical news website, The Onion, has won the bankruptcy.
Is this real?
Site. It manages to persuade people to believe itself as the, quote, world's leading news publication, offering highly acclaimed, universally revered coverage of breaking international and local news events. It has 4.3 trillion daily readers. Jones has been saying on his show that if his detractors bought InfoWars, he would move his daily broadcast and product sales to a new studio, websites, and social media accounts.
You have to read the Onion's fake parent company CEO's message. Yeah. Global Tetrahedron CEO, chairman, media proprietor, entrepreneur, human trafficker, thought leader, and venture capitalist. This is, once again, for those of you who don't know, because there's, plenty of neurodivergence in this community, satire. Okay? Like they're saying that they're going to continue the brand of InfoWars, but in a satirical fashion. Having said that, however, people literally thought this was real and got mad at them. But yes, I am very excited at this, and I look forward to the work that they put out. And not only do I look forward to the work that they put out, I hope I can work with them as well.
Auction to buy conspiracy theorist Alex Jones's InfoWars. Now, the bid was backed by families of the victims of the Sandy Hook massacre. The group won a huge $1 billion lawsuit against Alex Jones and his company in 2018. This was over him spreading baseless, horrible conspiracy theories about the Sandy Hook massacre, even saying that the shooting never happened and that it was made up. According to reports coming in now, The Onion plans to turn InfoWars potentially into a parody itself. But there's a whole lot of questions of what this means now with this news coming in. So let me bring in right now CNN media analyst and Axios senior media correspondent Sarah Fisher on this.
Now that I think about it, I wonder if there's a way I can use this as precedent to go after a media personality that has impacted my real life experiences and has actively tried to, defame me deliberately by not only engaging in slander routinely, but also beyond the slander, has actively targeted by way of his Discord and by way of his subreddit an interest to harass me and my family members and people that are around me. Interesting. I know just the lawyer for the job. Brother, I know the lawyer that successfully sued Alex Jones at the behest of the Sandy Hook victim families. You guys are talking about Lolo, but like, I also know the lawyer who personally successfully sued Alex Jones. Just something to think about. Yeah, maybe others should think about that as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is 7:50 right now. I'm about to upload this to X. I just got word 15 minutes ago that my lawyers and folks met with the U.S. trustee over our bankruptcy this morning, and they said they're shutting us down even without a court order. This morning, the Connecticut Democrats with the Onion newspaper bought us. They asked, did they outbid? They said, well, it was competitive. So they changed all the bidding rules, made it secret 2 days ago. I had a bad feeling. I told you that. And just like they tried to shut us down back in late May without a court order, they're supposed to have a court order. There's going to be injunctions filed. I'm about to go live out of Harrison's American Journal studio. I don't know.
Did you see that Midwestern Mark say that you smeared him? Wait, why? What did I say? Is it because I was making fun of him for saying that Jackson Hinkledink is a well-respected in the MAGA world? How's that slander? Isn't that what he said?
I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm going to be here until they come in here and turn the lights off. I'm going to say, where's your court order? So this is all going down right now. They want to silence the American people, but we're not going to be silenced. Be sure and follow me at the Alex Jones Network at AJN Live on X right now. They're filed in court to take real Alex Jones away. That's totally unconstitutional. The judge already said no, so they filed in other courts. So the live feed going up by the time you see this at AJN Live and at Real Alex Jones right now. Share this everywhere. This is a total attack on free speech. The deep state is completely out of control. The private security hasn't even been told.
They cut him out. They cut this part out on CNN because they were too afraid of the truth about the deep state pedophiles coming after him. I've thought about it, and I've gone back and forth on this. I wonder if it would be good for Alex Jones to be the press secretary. Because, like, on the one hand, obviously, it's really damaging for American public consciousness. But also, I think some in the White House press pool deserve that fate. You know what I mean? Like, having to deal with Alex Jones, I mean, that's unimaginable. I would watch that every day. I would watch that press briefing every day. I would sit there tuned in every single damn day. I would never miss a second of it.
All this yet. They tried to tell them last time, the other U.S. trustee, to shut us down on that court order. These folks said no. So this is all happening right now. This is the tyranny of the New World Order, desperate to silence the American people. The mandate of Trump against all the lawfare, they don't care. So the system still thinks it's in charge. I'm going live right now from what probably will be the last transmission from this building. God bless you all for your support. Please support our sponsors so we get funds to stay on the air at the Alex Jones Network, thealexjonestore.com. Take action. I need your support. InfoWars is really the detonator for this whole global movement that's happening. Your support did that. You're the reason it's happening. You are the resistance. God bless and good luck.
For the chatter to say he criticized Israel, no, he did not. He used to. He used to go above and beyond. He used to not just criticize Israel. He used to criticize, past Israel, if you know what I mean. But what's really interesting, I think, about Alex Jones's transition was the worst thing that possibly could have happened to him, that made him like objectively more popular too, was when he like hugged and kissed the not the Obama administration. I can't believe I said that. I slandered him. Sorry. When he hugged and kissed the Trump administration. Like, he used to be a massive critic of Bush. Massive. He was like, Bush did 9/11. Bush did 9/11 for Israel. Bush and the Jews did 9/11, that type of shit, right? Like all the craziest and some not so crazy conspiracy theories. Like for every insane shit that he would say, there would be like one truthful thing, like the surveillance state. Like in the 90s, he kept talking about the surveillance state and it was just completely correct. And that's part of the reason why I've always found him to be like potentially a federal agent until recently when this stuff happened to him, because he seemingly was untouchable, right? Because if you're the feds and you want to discredit like a lot of the crazy shit that you're doing that people would look at and go, what the f-? That's crazy. You want a guy like Alex Jones to be saying some of the truthful things and then simultaneously say like insane stuff as though there are interdimensional space vampires who are pedophiles who are, existing amongst us. So like, I think that was in order to discredit like the real things he talks about, right? So I've always been this Alex Jones fan, as you guys know, who maintained the position that he might be a federal agent. But the worst possible thing that, in my mind, ruined Alex Jones, which simultaneously made him like so much more popular, was when he became a government stooge. Like when Trump went to his show before he got elected in 2016, he realized like, oh, it's happening. Like I am a part of the government now. And basically, most of his commentary after that point was no longer about having almost this like bipartisan anger towards the globalist elite that are pedophiles, right? But instead it was like just purposely directed in the direction of the Democratic Party. I guess my point is my goat was washed, and my goat was made docile. The TYT 2016 fight was funny, yeah. That's the last good thing that Jimmy Dore did was spit on Alex Jones.
Sarah, tell me more about what you're hearing as we're learning The Onion won this bidding war for InfoWars.
For those of you who don't know, I've been a massive fan of Alex Jones for many years. I've actually openly stated that I think we don't deserve him as a society, that like he is in many respects, like me and Linklater had the exact same bead on Alex Jones, where I think that he was like, if you could experience him in the way that I experience him and many in this community have, then he's one of the greatest. He's one of the greatest performance artists of all time, right? But the issue is, especially with like our level of educational attainment in America, people were not entertained by him. They believed him. Like the point is that you're supposed to be entertained by him. You're not supposed to believe him, right? And as a broadcaster, I am agnostic in my analysis when I talk about like the content that media personalities provide. And there is not really anyone else like Alex Jones out there. Like he was fantastic. He was endlessly entertaining, all the way back from the days of public broadcasting, all the way to the very end. And I think a lot of people might say, Hassan, when did your career peak? Was it at the DNC? When did your career peak? Was it when you played Among Us with AOC? And it was none of those things. My career peaked when Alex Jones noticed me and did a segment on me. This is from July 25th, my birthday, 2020, where Alex Jones did an entire story on, I believe this was after the 9/11 comments. Husuni.
His name is Hassan. He's funded by Gulf dictators, hundreds of millions. George Soros and Google. He wears jackets that say bash fascist.
Wait, is this real? What the f***? When is this from, dude? How did you find this, dude?
And has a club in his hand. He's a young Turk. They tasted the blood of 1.5 million Christian Armenians, and they'll taste man flesh again. If they have their way. Bow, submit, turn your weapons in. To the nephew of Turd Breath, Sink Turd Breath, Hassan.
Oh my God. This is so cool. Oh my God. Oh, this is the best birthday gift ever, dude. Alex Jones.
Hassan Pecker. You can't make up that name. That's his name, Hassan Picker. And if you're a radio listener, you can't see it. He's got his red stars, his Antifa flags, his communist flags, and he's got his baseball bat, and he's going to call you a fascist, even though he's funded by the Nazi collaborator George Soros, and he's going to attack your daughter like they did out in Oregon.
Oh, I'm dying. This is literally this is the dream. He's talking about how I'm going to have sex with your daughter, dude. Oh, that's so cool. He even said that.
He's going to...
Like, this is like a cameo, okay? This is like if you paid Alex Jones $1,000 to do a cameo, this is the best cameo that he could ever make.
Chase women down. That's what he's pushing. And uninterrupted for the Young Turks members. And this is the sexy death porn. The sexy terror porn.
Destroy the child. Corrupt them all.
And their desperation as America's pulse comes back and as we stand up against the Chi-Coms and defend the Second Amendment and rediscover God and family. Hassan Pecker of the Young Turks declares that America deserved 9/11, close quote, praises brave soldiers who took Representative Crenshaw's eye. Isn't that just darling? Oh, when you go to a Young Turds event, they always go where there's a big crowd because they don't have any viewers, but it's the Google set. It'll be the Google event. So let's hear from Mr. Picker.
This is so insane.
Oh, hit pause, back it up. I forgot, he's real jealous that Joe Rogan, who, by the way, is a super libertarian right-winger, he just knows how to, survive in L.A., I guess. Really smart guy. That's why I get mad at Joe, because he's as smart as I am or smarter. He knows all this stuff, obsessed with it. He knows more than I do in some cases. And he plays dumb, and I've told him to his face. But anyways, he has the congressman on, and Pecker is mad that he has this tiny audience, so he thinks, well, I'll attack him and say something really scandalous.
Wait. Oh, that's so sad, dude. That's so sad in comparison to what my audience looks like now in comparison to Alex Jones's audience. Oh, no. Oh, Alex, I wish. What could have been.
And then all the meth heads and child molesters that watch my show, literally, they'll think I'm powerful. Oh, you're such a big man, Hassan.
You guys are all meth heads and child molesters. Alex Jones called you guys meth heads and child molesters. Oh, my God. I'm fangirling super hard right now. Oh, man. That's great. I can't believe you guys found this. I had no idea this existed. This is so good.
Flabby arms. I bet he's got some big old giant bitch tits. I'm sorry, it's a family show. Just go ahead and roll this.
This is awesome.
America deserved 9/11, dude. I'm saying it.
We're there to partner with them. We're not there doing our own thing. We're there partnering and training
In a video
and
game.
equipping and enhancing their capabilities.
We totally brought it on ourselves, dude. Holy we did. We did. In a video game, whatever, hypothetically, politically.
Hit
we
pause again.
Did, man.
Back it up 10 seconds. Oh, like the Armenians deserved, because they were there before the Muslims took over Constantinople, and then you drove them into the mountains. But because they were Christian, they became still super wealthy because they were such good people.
Wait, what? Wait, did he just say that they were good people automatically because they're Christian, and they are wealthy because Christian people are good people and wealthy, and Muslims are bad? Wait, what? That's so weird. Oh, this is awesome.
And so you're named after the group that murdered them. And you've got a club, and you say you're coming for us. Let's continue with this psychopathic worm.
He's saying that, like, I'm going to do the Armenian genocide on white Christian men in this country. Sure, he gains the Alex to mog his losses. It is kind of sad that we're, like, revisiting this right now in the eve of his destruction. But yeah, flabby arms, dude. Are you joking? Flabby arms, dude? Get the out of here, bro. Is this why people always claim you're Armenian genocide denier? Well, it's because I'm Turkish. That's the other reason. Is this why people always claim you're Armenian genocide denier? Well, it's because I'm Turkish. That's the other reason. And people just lie all the time. I wonder if he, like, is he trying to imply that I'm going to kill Armenians or something? Like, what the Also, why the would his audience care? Like, honestly, they're Alex Jones fans. It's so weird.
Holy
He's so intellectual.
look at the way that this dip is running his mouth.
I love that they're bleeping my words because this is a family show, as Alex Jones simultaneously is like making an argument about how Muslims are bad automatically and Christians are good and make a lot of money because they're good Christians. It's very weird, but you got it. It's great.
Justifying genocide right now. Like, how is this? How is anything I'm saying controversial?
This is a deranged pervert. I apologize.
You know what's crazy about that? That literally is about the Saudi genocide in Yemen, which at the time I was very upset about because Bernie Sanders had demanded to stop selling arms to Saudi Arabia. Okay? And Dan Crenshaw was talking about why we have to keep giving Saudi Arabia arms while simultaneously talking about how they hate us because they ain't us. These Muslims, they all just want to destroy the United States of America. Full circle, dude.
For everybody. But that's why I was so.
It is also kind of interesting to think that, like, a lot of the people that became my friend or became my fans after this very moment are now using similar language against me to be like, you know, they're coming across like Alex Jones in the defense of America's imperial ambitions.
So angry this morning.
He had to pull a trigger warning on his audience, dude. He was so flustered and frustrated because his virgin ears had to hear those disgusting words, man. Alex Jones, who combats psychic pedophile vampires. Folks, listen. You already know it's AlexJones.com, Infowars.com. I'm locked away in a FEMA camp right now because President Obama, the Muslim Kenyan, has locked me away, folks. But I will prevail. I am the demon of truth. I came in within earshot of Barack Obama. He smells like sulfur, folks. It's the truth. I got the documents. But then he's like triggered by a guy who says shit like that is triggered by what? Like something I said? That's awesome. Oh, that's so good. He's a deranged pervert. He's got meth heads and pedophiles in his audience. Oh, he said I got bitch tits. Alex Jones saying I got bitch tits is hilarious too. Wait, hold on. Oh, this is the perfect meme. I wish he ripped into me a little bit further. That's look at this. I'll bet he's got bitch tits under there. I'll tell you right now, I'll engage you in a spirited oil wrestling competition. Isn't that what you like? Isn't that what Turkish people like? They like doing Armenian genocide and also oil wrestling. I'll wrestle you, brother. I'm tell you right now, I'll let you do the hook. Little known move in oil wrestling, which I know a lot about suspiciously, is when you put your finger in your opponent's butthole. Psychopathic pervert. I want him to do that to me. I want him to maneuver me. He's got flabby bitch tits. I know it. Unlike me, I got masculine, bodacious body built like an ox. Because I take alpha male supplements, as you all know. Go to AlexJones.com. You can purchase my alpha male supplements. I will eat his ass like my neighbors. This is so good. I can't believe I was able to trigger Alex Jones, dude. I'm gonna send this to Tim Onion as my application for why I have to work with them. That made it worth it. Any number of brand deals in the future that I will not be able to get as a consequence of my words on this platform at some point, I don't care. This video alone, worth it. Okay? Oh, will I not be able to attend the speech circuit alongside the likes of Charlie Kirk and whatnot if coronavirus ever goes away? Fine. This video, worth it.
Come on over here. Come on over here. No, you flipped me off. Come on, coward. No. Come on. You're not an intellectual. You're a fake and a fraud.
On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I got to go because I have to fly out later tonight. Okay? And I have to get ready to do such a thing. I am going to Texas suspiciously right after AlexJonesInfowars.com was stolen by goddamn Antifa, ladies and gentlemen. You're playing with fire. Like, these guys want to tank the platform because they're just straightforwardly filled with hate. Okay, that's it. I'm saying it. You need to see this, LMFAO. We've updated our enforcement guidelines. What is happening? We have updated our enforcement guidelines. I think Twitch needs to stop caving to these goons, okay? These little goobers that are cynically crying about like hateful misconduct happening on a platform that literally has the most rigorous application of its own terms of service. It's crazy that the guys that are yelling from Kick, okay? Like, it's such an overt and cynical, silly ass thing. And it's like people who are banned, by the way, I know people who are banned because they violated the terms of service are now attacking the platform and trying to do anything and everything they possibly can. Train coming for you. Using the term to refer to a political movement, whether it's in a supportive or critical way, does not violate our hateful conduct policy. As a part of our hateful conduct policy, we prohibit the use of terms that may not be harmful or abusive in isolation, but can be used as a slur to denigrate others in certain contexts. In line with that approach, starting today, using the term Zionist to attack or demean another individual or group of people on the basis of their background or religious belief is against our rules. We recognize that Zionists or Zionism also refer to a political movement. Using the term to refer to the political movement, whether in a supportive or critical way, does not violate our hateful conduct policy. Our goal isn't to stifle conversation about criticism of an institution or ideology, but to prevent coded hate directed at individuals or groups of people. We include examples of language we prohibit in our enforcement here. So I think it's like, you can't say like, going forward, okay, like, chat, you do realize like you're all going to get banned, right? I mean, it's fine. If you want to get banned, you can get banned. I know that you disagree with this, and I disagree with it as well, but there's not really anything you can do. It's just, it is what it is. Twitch is caving and capitulating to people that are 100% doing this cynically in an effort to basically hurt the platform that they were banned from. Okay. Move to Kick. No, I'm not going to move to the pedophile Nazi website, dude. Get the out of here. People are so stupid. Yeah, dude, I know. We should move to Kick, a platform that definitely has a rigorous application of terms of service. You just can't use Zionism as an insult. And that's what, or Zionist as an insult is what they're saying. It is what it is. You just got to live with it. Okay. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. There's nothing I can do about it. All of this cynical smear campaign with mass hate emails being sent to every advertiser, like all of this brigading from institutions that normally don't give a shit, are not like actually genuinely offended or anything, but just don't want any drama whatsoever, are going to have repercussions. And this is what I've been talking about over and over again, saying that like these guys literally have tried to forcibly trigger an adpocalypse and are making Twitch like they're forcing Twitch to just, be punished. How do you regulate that? Like, no matter what happens, I'm not one of these people that's like, even if it's something that's stupid, okay? And this is This is a stupid conduct enforcement policy. It's really vague, and it's really difficult to truly figure out like how to use it. But like the reality of the matter is, if you say fascists, okay, no one is gonna get mad at you. So that's what I will continue to do. That's it. I don't think that, is it bannable to call terrorists others terrorists based on their background? No, it's not. You want to know why it's not? Because Islamophobia is institutionally permitted. Hello, welcome. Okay, understand the world that we exist in. Wake up. That's it. There's not really much I can do about it. It is what it is. Read the examples it gives under enforcement notes. It seems fine. Where is it? The language used to call review. We want to make sure that our hateful conduct policy continues to be flexible and cover terms that may be used to cause harm to others. We'll continue to evaluate. Yeah, I just think that like they're caving to like the, well, Zionism, people use it as a catch-all to say all Jews. And what they don't realize is when that happens, right? When that happens, then the same people that have been crying about it are going to turn around and say, look at all the times where they were talking about Zionism. This violates the policy. Why haven't you banned this guy? I'm telling you right now, it's like a two-step program. Okay? That's precisely what they're going to do now. They have all my chats logged, like my community's chats logged. They're going to go back to the advertisers and be like, Twitch is not following through on its own enforcement policies. Look at all the times when like people have talked about Zionism, the political ideology, and Twitch itself now recognizes Zionism as a different way to say, you know, Jewish person, which is not true, right? I have talked over and over and over again under very academic settings about these sorts of values. Like the hilarity of the situation is, this is unironically what conservatives used to complain about when they fantasized about like college campuses not letting free speech exist in an environment. And they're doing that. Like there's never been a moment where I haven't specifically offered context, like historical context or analysis in this sort of stuff when I'm covering these sorts of issues. And yet it's so easy to just like rob it of its context and just be like, no, this guy is anti-Semitic. This guy is hateful. And then basically repeat it over and over and over again and like bully advertisers as well who are afraid of political content regardless. And then Twitch is scared of massive losses of revenue, or even like Amazon, coming down the hammer and striking Twitch in a meaningful way. So they just like cave. It's people very cynically using a lot of these organizations' lack of interest in getting into any controversy or putting themselves out there in any meaningful fashion. It's basically them, caving to this. It's caving to like very clearly cynical losers who are falsely smearing people as like anti-Semitic from a platform that has like literally straightforward Nazi shit, like a platform that houses Nazis. You know what I mean? Like these are kick streamers yelling about Twitch. It's so obvious what's going on. Like, and it's not even hidden. You know what I mean? Look, this is from their own subreddit, right? The guy who's doing this, Dan Can't Stream, he's like the main guy. No bad tactics, only bad targets. They would just as soon use these methods on you. Strategy number one of the CIA when they want to topple a far/left government is to create infighting. You are not MAGA enough. You are not a real freedom fighter. To my knowledge, the CIA doesn't engage in canvassing operations or advocacy. This tactic should have been left to the Autism Squad or whatever the secret DG operatives call themselves. Destiny may lose credibility as an advocate for democracy if he allows or supports his community in sharing information with fascist, democratic media figures. Turning the fascist machinery against itself is a fair game. It's effective warfare, and I completely disagree with your high road take. This is when they were talking about going to libs of TikTok. Libs of TikTok. Chaya Raichik is that transphobic loser that they were collaborating with. And his own community was like, what are you doing? Like, why are you working with these fascists to try to take down Twitch? And he basically was like, I don't care. I just want to take them down. I will work with whoever I can. I've heard they have a Tom Cotton collab in the works as well. And it's like, That's it. You are having one of the most far-right orgs take down far-left content, both of them hating Jews, creating huge stress for the moderates of both parties and forcing both to want a distance from them. The meme of this is a weapon of the enemy. We do not need this for anime. In real life, we pick up the proverbial gun and shoot the... Yeah. Not just yelling, but also engaging in Islamophobia in the process of calling out hate speech. Very weird. They aren't going to stop until Hasanabi is banned. They straight up said it, lol. I know. And, like, they don't care. That's the worst part about it, is that, like, look, in their endless, like, interest of getting Destiny unbanned, which is, like, what Dan openly said he wanted to do, or get me banned, one or the other, right? They're basically destroying this goddamn platform, or trying to destroy this goddamn platform. And it's crazy. And no, Twitch will not die soon. I know everybody always says this dumb shit, but no, I don't think Twitch is going to die soon, guys. I don't think that, like, a bunch of loser brigaders are going to cause the entire platform to collapse. It's just, like I said, it's still very, very frustrating. It's very frustrating to see that, like, these guys are basically botting mass email campaigns talking about how anti-Semitic the platform is over and over again. And it is the least anti-Semitic out of all the platforms out there. And I say this as someone who combats anti-Semitism on a regular fucking basis. And I'm losing my mind because the people that are doing it are literally collaborating with Nazis on the platform with actual Nazis. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, and in the process, they're like, that's the other thing. There's like there are a shit ton of Jewish content creators on Twitch. If you were to ask them personally, and Nandre can attest to this as well as many others, they would say that, like, this is an infinitely safer platform than all these other places. And these guys that have been banned for violating those terms of service are so mad, so butthurt, that they can't stop being edgy, that, like, they want to blow it up and destroy the platform and over a bunch of Jewish content creators in the process as well as everybody else. Creative mischief, you're missing this part. Oh, here. Prohibited example, Zionist, name of animal. Allowed example, Zionist settlers keep encroaching Palestinian borders. Yeah. We prohibit the use of terms that may not be harmful or abusive in isolation, but can be used as a slur to denigrate others in certain contexts. Yeah, that's basically it. Similar to terms that may be used as a proxy for a protected group, we treat Zionists as a proxy for Jews or Israelis if the word is used in a context to promote harm or violence, or when used to make dehumanizing comparisons, or perpetuate anti-Semitic stereotypes. Comments regarding Zionism that are about the political movement, including criticism, do not violate our hateful conduct policy. Comments that call for violence against Zionism as a political movement, or comments that would otherwise violate our policies, are not allowed. Okay? So that's it. You can't use it as a pejorative. You can talk about it as a political movement. And I know a lot of you are going to want to try and use it as a pejorative. And every single person that's, like, saying that right now, every single person that's, like, using that as a pejorative is getting logged. You're most likely going to get banned from the platform. Okay. Not only are you going to get banned from the platform, but before you get banned from the platform, Destiny will use the things that you're saying in the chat. And his community will use the things that you're saying in the chat to try to get me banned from the platform as well. I'm just letting y'all know. Twitch is going against UN resolutions. No, it doesn't matter. They're not, like, as aggro, and they're not doing, they're not going as aggro as, like, the IHRA definition. Okay. Literally, like, saying you can't say Nazis are bad. No, it's not like that. You can say Zionism is a harmful political ideology. I agree it's dumb to capitulate, but it also seems like it's the same as the wheat thins controversy, so at least they're being consistent. Maybe I'm off base. It is no different than the wheat thins controversy, except this time when most people look at, like, anti-white racism as a joke, anti-Semitism is real, unlike anti-white racism or whatever the So obviously, while most brands don't have a problem with the term cracker, okay, when you establish guidelines and rules about Zionism in this way, and you basically say, no, the framing that, like, Zionism can be a catch-all or a substitute for Jewish people, then yeah, a lot of people will also agree with that. Like, there is no institution that is going to uphold anti-white racism, okay, or treat it seriously. But of course, anti-Semitism, unlike anti-white racism, like saying the word cracker, is not is a real thing. Anti-Semitism is a real thing. It's a real historic wrong, right? And I think that's what it is. So yeah, when you say stuff like that, this is a good example of someone who's gonna get banned. Okay, like, and I banned them as well personally, but you can't do that. That's it. Thank you for demonstrating what kind of speech now is not allowed on the website. Imagine being 40 and throwing a publicly broadcast tantrum like you're 4. Yeah. Pig dog is also an anti-Jewish slur, apparently. Jew here, I didn't know this. Yeah, I didn't know that either. The only time I've ever heard that being used is when someone says capitalist pig dog. But apparently, that I've heard this as well. I did not know that, but apparently it is. Do you listen to Glorilla? Yes. Glorilla's llama llama freestyle has been stuck in my head. New update. Terrorist is now a protected term. You can't compare a terrorist to an animal. Yeah, like, holy shit, I just realized they're going to try to get you banned when you say hogs. Maybe. So how does this apply to calling people a Nazi on Twitch when we know they get hurt about anti-white racism and Nazi can be conflated with white people, particularly Germans? I think that it's not going to be. It's not. I researched it. Wait, is it, bro? The other day, Asmongold said, Chaz said, based at a Jewish conspiracy theory. I wonder if any of them got banned. No. Pig dog is a slur against capitalism from China, Vietnam, and previously USSR is well documented. Yeah, I've never heard that. Like, I've never heard that being used in like an anti-Semitic fashion, but people are saying it is. So I don't want to. I don't. And for the record, Nazi is not a protected class. So, and fascist is not a protected class. So that's, just so you understand, like, fear not. You can still shit on Nazis and fascists in general. We haven't gotten to that stage yet. It isn't on the Wikipedia slur list. There's a Wikipedia slur list. I guess there's a Wikipedia for everything, huh? Seeing the stuff about InfoWars not actually being sold or Alex Jones posting, though it seems odd, like I'm guessing it's just more bullshit. I don't know. Anyway, America is done. If you had the means to leave law, what do you mean you don't have Medicare? Surely playing the Twitch or terrorist game is also bannable, surely? No, of course not. Wait until wealthy people or people of means becomes a protected class. Your middle name is a slur? Wait, really? List of slurs? That's crazy. My middle name? Oh my God. 19th century on origin uncertain, perhaps Dugan. Wait, for Irish Catholics, calling them Dogan is a slur? That's crazy. I did not know that. Well, my last name is as well. That's not even a joke. Yeah, see? Irish travelers and Romani people and vagrant lower class poor people. Did you guys know that? Yeah. Isn't that crazy? That's so funny that my middle name and I didn't even know my middle name was a slur technically, but my last name is, I knew that. But yeah, I guess the only thing I can say is this, it's going to go away eventually. You just have to wait it out. It sucks. And I wish that these guys would like spend their time and efforts on something else, but they're not going to stop, especially when when an institution actually caves to this kind of like cynical framing, they get a taste of it. Like there's a reason why it compounded since the A-Rips podcast got banned, right? Because if someone is just constantly going, this is a problem, this is a problem, this is a problem, and the platform doesn't actually offer it any sort of seriousness, right? It's illegitimate. And I know this because like these guys went to the New York Post and like every outlet they possibly could with this story, and no serious outlet took it seriously. They were like, okay, this seems like yet another instance where you are conflating anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. We're not going to cover it, right? So it was always like illegitimate propaganda rags that were, engaging in it. But that's neither here nor there. Like the only people that would like take this kind of shit seriously was the likes of Richie Torres, right? And it would never have been a thing, but then Twitch took action against the Sabra Hummus tier list. And then when Twitch took action against the Sabra Hummus tier list, just like the cracker thing, right? It became a serious situation, right? It became a serious situation after that. It's only real if a like legitimate institution, it's only real if a legitimate institution takes the cynical framework seriously. If everyone goes, you guys are ridiculous, you literally have, you're yelling from the platform that has like straight up neo-Nazis on it, shut the fuck up, how ridiculous of you, then it doesn't go anywhere. They can compound on it over and over again and just like manifest or I mean fester in their own hatred, but it would never go anywhere. But then when institutions do take it seriously out of fear because they are worried, then obviously in that process, like now people are going to write articles about this, right? Yeah. Twitch apocalypse has begun following criticism of the platform for anti-Semitism, with nearly all creators reporting a noticeable drop in their revenue. Interesting. Don't listen to this propaganda. They're not lying. All the phases complaining in the group chat. Yeah. I said this. I talked about this. I said, Asmongold, you're like collaborating with these losers is really dangerous territory. That's what I was referencing. I was like, you're playing with fire. Like these guys want to tank the platform because they're just straightforwardly filled with hate. Okay, that's it. And it's not even necessarily just like Asmongold. Asmongold is just like another party in this process. But it's basically the most straightforward way of someone cynically trying to do cancel culture. And I don't know why people don't understand it. Like this is straightforwardly a Kiwi farm style operation. They used to do this back in the day. Like the Nazis used to do this shit all the time. They would like dox people. They would do like mass email campaigns. Ironically enough, everyone thinks liberals do this kind of shit, but it's usually these guys. It's usually the 4chan guys that would do this kind of shit. Like people who just say every slur known to man would so quickly utilize like liberal institutions and their interest in maintaining like this aesthetic of progress by doing this sort of thing. Asmon's ban was the first thing that started it, man. You have to admit it. What do you mean? Admit what? Asmongold being banned for their inferior cultures that deserve to be genocided would have been a normal application of the terms of service if his entire community, but it's not even him. He's just being used in this process. If Destiny didn't use that as an opportunity to be like, you know, let's bring in as many people to our cause as possible to fuck over Twitch. Like Ethan slandering Twitch over and over again. Bro, Red Bar is coming after you. He's been hearing what you've been saying. Who the fuck is Red Bar? What? Anyway, what is a Red Bar, dude? Yeah, and then you got the Kick co-founder saying the platform will either beat Twitch or buy them out. Dude, if one more person asks me about Blue Sky, I'm going to lose my mind, okay? Please, can you stop? I don't give a shit about Blue Sky, okay? I'm not going on to Blue Sky, at least for the time being. Please stop promoting Blue Sky in my chat or demanding that I do Blue Sky every day. I'm like, hey, man, a lot of content creators are reporting a loss of revenue, a loss of ad revenue, as a matter of fact, from this direct, like, mass... this mass email campaign conducted by people who want to destroy the platform because they're mad that they were banned from the platform, and dumb in the chat are like, well, what about Blue Sky? Yeah, dude, I'm going to stream on Blue Sky. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, I'm going to go on Mastodon. I'm going to go on Blue Sky. I'm going to go on Gab. I'm going to go on every website. Shut up. Shut up. Now I'm in a bad mood. I was in a good ass mood when I first started, and now I'm in a shit ass mood. Okay? Anyway, here, let's watch why people in the Bronx voted for Donald Trump or didn't vote at all. Hello? Look who it is. Chat, look. Look who joined me. Not the first nor the last time there's a dog behind me while I'm streaming. Hello. Hi. Hi. He's old. He's very old. He's an old man. And he just chills all day. He used to be... I think he used to be a lot more aggro. I don't want to block him, but he used to be a lot more aggro back in the day. And now in his like old ass age, he's gotten much nicer, I think. Haas lost the plot. This is Texas. Nick Norakachi is all that matters. I know. I used to teach economics on the college level. It drives me nuts that people think you can lower prices. That's deflation. That's worse than inflation. Only way to get out of a hole of an inflation is higher wage. No, I think there's areas where, deflation is necessary. It's been done before. What's his name? Buddy. Yeah, ADL liked it. They said in the time of dangerously escalating anti-Semitism, we commend Twitch for changing their policy regarding the use of Zionist as a slur and proxy for hate against Jews. We are glad that Twitch acted on our recommendation to make this change. However, policy is only strong as enforcement, and we will be vigilant and appropriately skeptical about Twitch's enforcement of this new policy. When one of the largest streamers on Twitch, Hassan Piker, spends the hours after the Amsterdam pogrom minimizing the harm without consequence, it's still the platform has far to go. It's like, dude, what do you want me to do? Tailor my news coverage to lie? Like, I hate this. I hate this so much. Like they called me out by name too. Like that's insane. Like why are you invested in this, man? You're the freaking ADL. Anti-Semitism is exploding all around the planet and especially in the United States of America. And you're over here talking about a dude who is not anti-Semitic, who fights against anti-Semitism so consistently because you don't like the way that he's covering shit. Like that's insane. It's so gross. Like this is... Oh, yeah, they want me to, what do you want me to do? Be like, Israel is the best? I'm sorry, guys. There it is. You got it. You won. Israel is the best. There's no genocide happening. Israel, and if there was one happening, it's good. Is that what you want me to say? Man, I hate this shit. It is so deliberately like trying to stop real speech, like normal conversations from taking place on this matter. It is so up. It's so insane. Fizz, the ADL praised our team's moderation when we were helping AOC for how little anti-Semitism they saw in the chat, but now all of a sudden you're anti-Semitic? Yeah. This community has been so active in fighting against anti-Semitism, more so than virtually every other community online. And the reason for that is because we are very knowledgeable on this, okay? That's it. Many people don't even understand anti-Semitism. Many people don't even think about it. They might say shit that is anti-Semitic without even realizing it. We don't even let that shit slide. I use that as an educational opportunity all the damn time. It sucks. Yeah, the ADL's doing all this when RFK Jr. just got nominated as an option by Trump. You are the only one given visibility to genocide in Palestine. You are an easy target between all the noise and distractions. Yeah. This is the same kind of shit they did to Jeremy Corbyn, and it sucks. Yeah, and many normal people were like, yeah, I guess he is. I guess he is anti-Semitic. Like, people still think he's anti-Semitic. He's not. Reminder that the ADL still advertises on Elon's Twitter. I know. Oh. Brains hurts. Thank you for the 20-tier gifted subs. 20-tier 1 gifted subs. Yeah. Meanwhile, the UN Special Committee finds Israel's warfare methods in Gaza consistent with genocide, including use of starvation as a weapon of war. This just happened yesterday. Israel's warfare in Gaza is consistent with the characteristics of genocide, with mass civilian casualties and life-threatening conditions intentionally imposed on Palestinians there, the UN Special Committee to investigate Israeli practices said in a new report released today. Since the beginning of the war, Israeli officials have publicly supported policies that strip Palestinians of the very necessities required to sustain life, food, water, and fuel, the committee said. These statements, along with the systematic and unlawful interference of humanitarian aid, made clear Israel's intent to instrumentalize life-saving supplies for political and military gains. They trying to get you banned, buddy? Yeah, no shit. I know that. Is this D and Ethan? Yes. It's mostly Destiny's community. They're just using whoever they can. And Ethan is a willing participant in this. Yeah. Similar shit happening with Ben & Jerry. Yeah, this was really funny.
Bougie.
Ben & Jerry's is going to sue over Palestine, their corporation that they're under. Ben & Jerry's, by the way, owned by Jewish people, for the record. Like, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, both Ben and Jerry are Jewish. They've also been a long supporter of BDS.
Ice cream company Ben & Jerry's is suing its parent company, the British multinational consumer goods giant Unilever. Why? Well, Ben & Jerry's claims that Unilever silenced it from speaking out in support of Palestine. It also claims that Unilever threatened to dismantle its board and sue board members over the issue. Unilever rejects these claims, but in the lawsuit, Ben & Jerry's says it has tried to call for a ceasefire. It has tried to support safe passage for Palestinian refugees to the UK. It's tried to back US student protests on Gaza, and it tried to advocate for the Biden administration to stop sending military aid to Israel. But in each area, it claims to have been effectively muzzled by Unilever. Tensions have been simmering between the ice cream manufacturer and its parent company for years. In 2021, Ben & Jerry's tried to take a stand on illegal Israeli settlements in the occupied West Bank. Ben & Jerry's said it would stop selling its products there, as doing so was inconsistent with its brand values. So Unilever decided to sell its Ben & Jerry's business in Israel and the West Bank to Israeli licensee Avi Zinger, allowing marketing in the West Bank and Israel to continue. Ben & Jerry's responded by suing Unilever in 2022 to try to block the sale. That 2022 lawsuit was settled in the same year, and the terms of the settlement were not made public. But in their new lawsuit, Ben & Jerry's is now accusing Unilever of breaching the terms of the 2022 settlement. The brand says Peter Culver, Unilever's head of ice cream, that is a job, voiced concerns about, quote, the continued perception of anti-Semitism regarding Ben & Jerry's speaking up for Gazan refugees. The 2022 settlement also required Unilever to make a $5 million payment that Ben & Jerry's could donate to human rights groups of its choice. Ben & Jerry's picked Jewish Voice for Peace and the San Francisco Bay Area chapter of the Council on American Islamic Relations, amongst others. According to the lawsuit, Unilever wasn't happy with Ben & Jerry's choosing a Jewish Voice for Peace, saying it was, quote, too critical of the Israeli government. Now, relations, amongst others. According to the lawsuit, Unilever wasn't happy with Ben & Jerry's choosing a Jewish Voice for Peace, saying it was, quote, too critical of the Israeli government. Now, Unilever owns plenty of popular household brand names.
By the way, like they've always been fantastic. They're so sick. Like, look, man, I got so much love for you. I got so much love for you if you have been, keeping up with this cause for years and years. And Ben & Jerry's is like that. You know, they're fantastic. They're incredible. I just wish that their ice cream was like lower calorie, I think. They're sick. Dumbass off, unfollow. What? Why? Damn, dude. My man got so mad that I said Ben & Jerry's. I wish it had like lower calorie options as well. Like real low calorie options. Like I've seen their lower calorie options. They're still pretty high calorie, but it just wouldn't taste good if they did. But their stuff is so good. Yeah, here are the 4 anti-Semitic posts that Ben & Jerry's said its parent company ordered it not to publish, okay? Here are the 4 posts Ben & Jerry's said its parent company ordered for it not to publish. Ben & Jerry's filed a lawsuit against its parent company Unilever on Thursday. It claims that Unilever stopped it from making 4 public statements supporting Palestinians. Unilever rejects the claim, saying it would defend its case very strongly. Ben & Jerry's taken legal action against its parent company. Here are the posts from the lawsuit. December 2023, ceasefire call. Ben & Jerry's claims it told Unilever in December 2023 they planned on issuing a statement calling for peace and a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. At the time, Israel was several weeks into a sprawling invasion of Gaza, retaliation for the October 7th terrorist attack by Hamas. Ben & Jerry's calls for peace and a permanent and immediate ceasefire, the statement read. May 2024, visas for refugees. Ben & Jerry's tried to issue another statement in May 2024 through its social activism managers in Europe. This one called for legal immigration pathway to the UK for Palestinians fleeing the war in Gaza, the lawsuit said. Just like the UK did for Ukrainians, we asked for the government to urgently create a visa scheme allowing Palestinians to reunite safely with their loved ones in the UK. June 2024, supporting campus protests. Ben & Jerry's said it intended to support pro-Palestinian college protesters in the U.S. by posting a public statement in June. It said the post would support their First Amendment rights, but the lawsuit did not include its text. In September, Ben & Jerry's sought to endorse Bernie Sanders' resolution calling for legislation blocking $20 billion in arms sales to Israel. We urge you to join us in calling on the Senate to pass their Sanders resolution and halt an additional $20 billion in military aid to Israel, the statement said. I like that people... My point is this, okay? People talk about how wokeism is dead, cancel culture is dead. We hate these identity politics. But if it's serving the interest of like reactionary goals, reactionary agendas, if it's serving the interest of like defending an apartheid state, defending a genocide, or silencing critics of a genocide and an apartheid state, then everybody loves it, okay? People use it, they love it, they don't even talk about it. It's really f***ed up. Dropsite is reporting that Israel is systematically raping men, women, and children in Gaza. Holocaust history professor Amos Goldberg says, Professor of Holocaust history Goldberg condemns all violence against Jews, but according to him, the riots in Amsterdam have nothing to do with the pogrom. The problem is the genocide in Gaza. You know what's really crazy? Remember the J Street poll that I showed you of American Jews and their opinion on ceasefire in Gaza and even denying arms transfers? American Jews overwhelmingly support that. Okay? Overwhelmingly. And there are Jews in the Netherlands that are protesting against Israel right now, and it still doesn't matter. Okay? It doesn't matter. It's crazy. It's like we are not listening to anybody on this issue. It's like people are of one mind. They're like, nope, doesn't matter. Don't give a. Have you considered that your takes might be wrong? Yes, my takes are wrong, even though they're in line with virtually every Holocaust and genocide scholar. My takes are wrong, even though it's identical to the assessment made by every international instrument of justice. My takes are probably wrong because I'm against the American State Department's position on Israel. That's it. That's all you're saying. Everyone else be damned. American Jews are in alignment with me in overwhelming numbers on this issue. Okay? But it doesn't matter. And this is something that I've said from the first day onward. I said this. I said, if every single American Jew tomorrow turned anti-Zionist overnight, okay, it still would not change America's calculations with Israel because Israel has nothing to do with Judaism, okay? It does not. It is presented as that. It is packaged as that. It is sold as that. And it is defended as the single most important thing for Jews, and that all Jews are monolithic in their understanding and an examination of Israel, but it's not correct, okay? It's simple propaganda, and it's effective propaganda, but it's propaganda nonetheless, and it's incorrect. It is anti-Semitic to claim that Jews are monolithic. It is anti-Semitic to claim that Jews all exclusively care about and defend Israel, okay? It is. And you know, woke people do this as well. Woke people do this all the time. They also do this. And you know who else does it? Even more frequently? Anti-Semites. This is why I never, like, when people try to do, like, 4chan memes where they say, like, Zionist-occupied government or ZOG or whatever the like, I don't let that shit slide in here at all. Because I also understand that there are, and I've said this time and time again, there are plenty of people, there are definitely a non-zero number of anti-Semitic people that have attached themselves to anti-Zionism. This is true, okay? 100%. And if I catch you doing something like that, I ban you. It's that simple. And it's always been that way. I use it as an educational opportunity to explain to people why this is wrong thinking. But if you were to tell me, like, oh, do you feel like you're maybe in the wrong? Do you feel like you're just wrong and the American State Department is right on this? Like, no, I don't. And the question, I guess, remains, which State Department? Because there are other organs of within the American State Department that also are in alignment with me. It's just at the tippy top, they do not care, you know? Yeah. This is one of the most, like, revealing aspects of being pro-Israel. Ben Shapiro, all the way back in 2015, after Ann Coulter said some horrific shit that is deeply anti-Semitic about Jewish people, Ben Shapiro tweeted, Ann Coulter tweets regarding Jews awful, nonsensical. Ann Coulter is also super pro-Israel and has always been so I won't lose sleep. Was State Department align with Hassan? No, it's not that they align with me. It's that, like, U.S. aid, for example, obviously makes proper assessments on how dire the situation is on the ground. And they send those memos all the way up to Anthony Blinken, who then refuses to recognize it. He just refuses to acknowledge it. And it's that simple. You can now report people for terrorism now on Twitch. What does that even mean on an internet platform? I don't know, but I do know what that is going to look like. Any sort of conversation that talks about like militancy, resistance groups, any sort of conversation that you could have under normal academic circumstances, okay, about how terror organizations are designated as terror organizations, what the political application and the practical application of the designation of terror looks like. Okay? All of that stuff is now not allowed to be talked about. That's it. All of that stuff is, nope, can't do it, not allowed. It's crazy. Just don't be unaligned with U.S. foreign policy and you'll be fine. That's the message. Exactly. Oh, but he's leaving. He's like, I'm done. He's like, I'm done with this. Any contingency plan if Twitch starts cracking down on pro-Palestine streamers? I don't know. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. Oh, he's back. These kinds of actions, if kept quiet, like the restrictions, in my opinion, look, a couple things. One, I think that humanity has a slant towards justice, right? No matter what happens. Like, I think people know right from wrong. And even if they are deluded, everyone has a yearning for emancipation and they will always move in that direction. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, that's not copium. That's just how history has always operated. Please, dude, look at the circumstances that we exist under. Like, people talk about how sexist or reactionary like Americans have gotten. And then you compare it to, like, you know, the labor movement of the 60s and their assessment and their opinions back then. It's not like they were woke back then. They were significantly more reactionary back then. So yes, ultimately there is absolutely is a very valid, very real emancipatory concern that people have. And there is a more progressive slant, a more progressive arc to justice, no matter what. The moral arc of history is long, but bends towards justice is exactly what I was paraphrasing poorly here. That's it. Okay? The dog's name is Buddy. Bro, that's super childish. People hardly know right from wrong, and that's even without considering the existence of gray. No. I think when people see stuff like this, okay, they recognize it for what it is. Israeli authorities are responsible for crimes against humanity in Gaza. New Human Rights Watch report examines how Israeli authorities' conduct has led to the displacement of over 90% of Gaza's population and widespread destruction. You think people don't see it? You think people don't understand it? They do. And for the record, if you are familiar, look, I've been doing this for 10 years, okay? I've been doing this for 10 years. I've been pro-Palestinian emancipation for 10 years. So I know, like, I know how much worse things used to be, okay? I'm telling you, overall, a lot more people are aware of the humanity of Palestinians and the plight of Palestinians, okay? That's it. That is the reason why these kinds of reactions are occurring. It used to be so much worse, in my opinion. As the situation becomes more and more indefensible in the eyes of many people, I think I caught Jonathan Greenblatt hanging out with JDL terrorists at UCLA on a live stream from April. Since we're also concerned about the support for terrorists, here's ADL President Jonathan Greenblatt caught hanging out with the recognized terrorist organization Jewish Defense League during a live stream of mine from UCLA on April 28th. Yeah. JDL was founded by fascist extremist Meir Kahan, has committed countless terrorist attacks on U.S. soil and abroad. They were deemed a right-wing terrorist organization by the FBI. Joe Biden actually declassified them as a terrorist organization because they said that they are no longer, that they're no longer, what do you call it? They're no longer, they're dormant. Do you want me to drive in, pick you up for game day? I will be coming in a little bit later. The whole situation has made me completely lose hope in humanity. Guys, there is no, you can't be nihilistic, okay? You cannot be nihilistic in this moment, okay? That's what people want you to do, okay? Asmongold is right now talking shit on you and blaming you for a Twitch adpocalypse that he says is happening now. Oh, buddy. Oh, brother. I wonder why he's saying that. Do not give in to apathy. Do not give in to nihilism. You know right from wrong. You keep fighting for it. You keep advocating for it. Okay? This too shall pass. Okay? This too shall pass. Nevertheless, that's it. You have to maintain optimism. And as someone who, once again, has seen the as someone who has seen the trajectory change, especially in the way that people understand this situation, you can't let go. You can't let go of the truth. You can't let go of your advocacy, because the reality of the matter is there are people in far worse conditions than we are, and they live every single day. Okay? I will always use my position of privilege living in America, okay, as a white guy to speak for those who do not have a voice. Okay? Always. And you are in a similar predicament yourself. Okay? You are also in a similar situation. You're in a far greater position overall than the people that you speak for. Okay? And yes, there's a lot of resistance to it. Yes, people get really annoying about it, but it does not matter. What is this? This metaphor is almost a bit too on the nose. Oh yeah, I saw this video. It's funny.
Sir, do you support that flag, or are you just trying to make some money today?
What you think?
I already know. God bless you. God bless you.
What you think?
He said, "What you think, man?" God damn. Anyway. Do not cave into cynicism. What do you think about some lefties saying Trump will be better for us because he will erode and mismanage the American empire? I don't know who is saying that, but I disagree with them vehemently, because the collapse of the American empire is not going to happen, one, overnight or in a swift way. Okay? I don't think that it's going to be a just process, and from the ashes a pro-labor movement is born anew. That's not going to happen. What's going to end up happening is more fascism, more control, more violence, more devastation. Okay? Ultimately, when I see something that doesn't make sense, I don't immediately go, this doesn't make sense, and that's because alien lizards are controlling the government. I go, I wonder what the reason is. And then I investigate why the government is doing that. I want to give you guys a good example, okay? I want to give you a good example. Here. Doge, coming to a government building near you. Pack your bag. Please no government employees studying the sex life of beetles. Here is the retort to it. A dementia drug based on a chemical discovered in an exotic type of snail was just invented. Studying the reproductive habits of insects has allowed us to increase crop yields. You think you're making a good point, but you don't even have the capacity to realize how dumb you are. People love to look at things that they do not understand and say, why are we studying this? This sounds stupid. Not recognizing all of the many benefits that have come from studying those things that you consider are stupid. Problem is, a lot of people feel this way. Okay? A lot. They look at something and they go, this is dumb. I, at least, unlike many of these other idiots, recognize my stupidity, recognize the limits that I have to my intelligence. These people do not. That's the difference. I recognize I'm an idiot who speaks online every day. That's my job. There are certain things I'm good at, and a whole lot that I'm bad at, okay? But because I know my own limitations, I go, that science stuff, that's not for me, dog. I'm stupid, okay? I'm dumb. I don't get it. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to listen to the nerds, okay? It's that simple. And I feel like we just lost touch with reality at this point. Americans are so hopped up on hyper independence. Like American exceptionalism and American individualism is going to be the death of this nation. Okay? American individualism dictates if I came up with something, it's very important. You got to listen to it. You got to listen to it. Doesn't matter. I will figure this out on my own. Let me do this. Let me tackle this issue. Okay? F the experts. American exceptionalism is like, guess what? I'm an American citizen. I came up with this thought, this stupid ass thought all on my own. I soloed this entire process. And for that reason, you have to listen to me. You have to sit there and take me seriously. And sometimes you're going to be like, no, dog, you're dumb. Okay? You're stupid as I saw you eating gas station egg salad yesterday. I don't care what you have to say about scientific research. And I say this as someone who eats gas station egg salad sandwiches. I'm dumb. I shouldn't be anywhere near this kind of research. Okay? What the f? It just does not make sense. It doesn't make sense that they're like, I came up with this on my own. Okay? I'm an autodidact. No, you're an auto dumbass, dude. You're not. You're not an autodidact. Shut the f up. It pisses me off, dude. Why is there a division of labor? Why is it that we have specialties? Like, why are people going to school at all? Just ask random dumbasses that you see on the street what they think about vaccines and just let that guy dictate policy. It, dude. Years and years of study, years and years of research. Throw it out. Makes me so mad, dude. Perhaps you would consider that RFK Jr. did research and is now an expert? Yeah, exactly.
Hello, I'm trying to do something new here, and I don't know if it's going to work, but bear with me. There's a tweet that I'd like to look at. It's called, it's from the Redheaded Libertarian, and we can see from her bio over here that she works with Tim Pool, so I'm not expecting great faith arguments to start with. There's a partisan start to the conversation, but why do we need a Department of Government Efficiency? And there's 27,000 likes here. In 2020, the U.S. government spent $4.5 million to spray alcoholic rats with bobcat urine. Now, what's going on? Why would they do that? It does seem silly. It seems like a lot of money. We could make the argument this isn't that much money. And in the scheme of things, it isn't. I want the government of the U.S. to be spending money on scientific research. And it doesn't spend very much of its money on scientific research. I mean, like, we could pull up a budget. What's the budget? That's the Hoboken Public Library. Why does Google suck? Government of the U.S., not the Hoboken Public Library. What's this one? Is this federal spending by function?
Las Canarias, thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
What's happening? Let's just do 2020 so we have something slightly more useful. Oh, thanks for the 2015 one.
I will literally put you on the first goddamn spaceship to Mars, you dumb. Don't you ever come in here. Don't you ever come in here and do this dumb shit. Goddamn, I get so mad. Isn't Doge kind of a funny name and efficiency is almost good, right? Neek skit. I swear to God, you are on my last nerve. We're literally tackling the issue head on here, okay? We're looking at why dumbass is going, we're going to cut certain types of spending because it's so stupid. Why is this stupid? Because I decided it sounds stupid. Why? That can lead you astray. That's the whole premise of this video. We are literally answering your goddamn question, okay? That's the reason why I clicked on a Hank Green video. You understand me? That's the point. Shut the f up, buckle in, and learn something, okay? That sometimes when things sound stupid to you, okay, and you go, why don't we make this more efficient? Maybe there's a reason for it.
That's freaking awesome. I love that. Why do we suck? Where did my taxes go?
These people would not have made it out the caves, dude. I swear to God. Modern medicine has gone too far, I think. RFK Jr. is right. I'm anti-medicine. It's keeping the dumbest alive, bro. I swear. It's gone too far. I'm on board with RFK Jr. now. Okay? That's it. We're done. We're done. Too many people are surviving. It's over. Bro, why do you have to consistently demean them, though? Because they're a troll, dumbass. That's why. And sometimes I got to yell at somebody. What am I supposed to do here? We're literally... We not only did I start talking about how it's so dumb for random people to look at a thing that they don't understand and go, I don't understand this. Why does it exist? Instead of like examining why it actually exists and just taking a position that it must be eliminated, okay, and how stupid that could be. Instead of just buckling in, your immediate solution, your immediate thing is like, well, I like efficiency. Yes, dude, everybody likes efficiency, okay? They are never going to present something in a bad way, okay? Do you understand that? They're not going to be like, we are creating a department so that I can, take away veterans' health care, okay? They're not going to be like veterans openly, but that's what they're going to end up doing. Do you understand? But they're not going to sell it as that because even they are not that stupid. That's how it works, man. I don't get it. Why didn't they call it the Department of Melting the Poor? Why don't they? I don't understand. Efficiency is good. Yeah, that's why they're calling it the Department of Government Efficiency. One, because it's haha memes. And two, because they're not going to call it the Department of Cutting Spending for things that people need to survive. Okay? They're not going to call it that.
Property taxes? No! Show me the federal budget! Why does Google suck? Okay, there, I like this better. So one of these things is going to be, so we've got education, we've got veterans benefits, we've got, what was this? Interest on debt, veterans benefits, food and agriculture, housing and community, transportation. Somewhere in here, there's going to be energy and science! There it is! There it is. Look, I don't think that number is as big as it should be. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying the $38 billion doesn't matter. I'm just saying if I'm the Department of Government Efficiency, I have a lot of places to look before I get to the $4.5 million spent on spraying alcohol.
That's right. Medicare. Cut Medicare. Too much. Too much spending on Medicare.
Alcoholic rats with bobcat urine. But that does not mean that this was a good use of money. And I don't know why you would spray an alcoholic rat with bobcat urine, but I bet somebody does, and I bet it's not as weird as it sounds. Let's take ourselves into the world and say, why would you spray any rat with...
Okay, for the record, what he's going through right here is exactly identical to my line of thinking, okay? I am of the mindset that while the government can be wasteful, certainly, or have bad goals in mind, like the endless amount of money that we spend on our defense, which is actually technically for offense, okay? Just remember that. Ultimately, when I see something that doesn't make sense, I don't immediately go, this doesn't make sense, and that's because alien lizards are controlling the government, and they're trying to turn the freaking frogs gay. When I look at a situation like that, and I've described this process to you a lot of times, okay? I've described this process to you many, many instances. I don't immediately go, I am cynical. I think this is bullshit. Let's let it rot. I go, I wonder what the reason is. I wonder why this thing that sounds insane, $4.5 million to spray alcoholic rats with bobcat urine, that sounds insane. We both understand that sounds crazy, okay? I wonder why the government is doing that, okay? And then I investigate why the government is doing that, which is what he's going to be doing right here. I think you're describing critical thinking. I know, but it's better to just walk people through the steps of how this works, okay?
Right. And it's because bobcats are rat predators, and you probably want to induce a stress response. So there's probably a bunch of ways to stress out a rat, and there's probably a bunch of sort of standard ways where you know how much a particular thing is going to stress out a rat. I know that one way is that you electrify the cage and shock their little paws to cause them a little bit of pain. That it's not necessarily that it's inhumane, but that could be a lot sort of harder to pull off than just getting bobcat urine from a place that has bobcats and then spray. How much does bobcat urine cost? Predator urine. Oh, I love that. I love what? Wait a second. Talking with the P-Man. So yeah, you could pick up a 64-ounce growler. Oh, no, I would have used that word, of bobcat urine for $125. Easy. You could do it in a number of different labs. So if you want to repeat the thing, you just go to the P-Man, pick up a little bit more bobcat urine, you spray it with this sprayer. It's the same thing. This is, I almost guarantee you, why they sprayed the alcoholic rats with bobcat urine. It wasn't to see like what happens when you spray an alcoholic rat with bobcat urine. It was to intentionally induce a stress response to see what would happen. And I don't know if these rats are alcoholic, because this is just some tweet from the internet. I don't know if they're alcoholic rats or if they are rats who are drunk. If they got rats drunk and then stressed them out, and then they stressed out non-drunk rats to see like the difference between them.
Hi, I'm a scientific researcher. You can frame all research in this type of way. For example, I've spent 5 years studying how one bacterial protein behaves under pressures 2x greater than the Mariana Trench. Sounds dumb and pointless. Or, in layman's terms, I'm figuring out how to make Parkinson's medication more efficiently. Please don't take away my funding. Marinara Trench. So that is the point, right? Like the example I use always, and this is a technique that Republicans use so frequently when talking about like medicine that they don't like. Okay, I'm going to just categorize this as medicine that Republicans don't like. Republicans don't like HRT. Okay, well, they do like HRT when they're taking it, right? They just don't like HRT when trans people are taking it. So they describe the medical process in the most gruesome ways possible. Okay? Now, you can do that for every single instance of medicine. Okay? I can do that for open heart surgery. If I were to describe to you the process in which you have to cut someone's skin open, okay, and dig deep, break their rib cage piece by piece, pull it apart, okay, and then go in there and cut open their heart, you'd be like, that's gruesome. We should stop that. We should stop that. What do you mean people are using a bone saw? I thought only Mohammed bin Salman's most loyal soldiers use that in an Istanbul embassy against journalists that they don't like. What? Ban heart surgery now. Ban it. I'm scared. Okay? That's barbaric, right? When you think about it, it's barbaric. It's also a necessity, a medical necessity. Okay? We cannot operate on the whims of idiots. Do you understand? We can't do that. We have a long practice of doing just that, and we look back at history and we dunk on those guys. Okay? Like, we love turning around and being like, these idiots, like, they punished my man for saying that the earth revolves around the sun and not vice versa. How stupid were these guys who were controlling the institutions, man? What a bunch of dumbasses. And then without even a shred of irony, we turn around and do the same shit. Oh my Lord.
Those two things, which would be interesting if the rats are actually alcoholic and they've created.
What am I in the new Philip DeFranco for?
A dependency on alcohol in the rats, and then they are seeing if they spray it, if the rats then do something.
What it is?
Sup, you.
All right, let's continue.
That, like, in response to alcohol, like if you stress out an alcohol, like a rat that has previously been conditioned to be dependent on alcohol, if you stress that rat out, will it drink more or less? I can see it. Like, I feel like I've a little bit, like, this is an interesting exercise to be like, why would someone spray an alcoholic rat with bobcat urine? But we probably don't need to figure this out. I can just search bobcat urine rat spray. No, that's just giving me predator pee again. Bobcat urine rat, alcoholic rat. There's a little Google thing here. It says exposure to bobcat urine can increase alcohol self-administration. So if rats are stressed out, they will drink more. And that may also increase sensitivity to alcohol's interoceptive effects.
Ugh, AI overview. Gross. What the fuck, dude? Everything's getting worse. Everything is getting worse. Everything is getting worse. Everything is getting worse. Oh my God, Google is so useless nowadays. Oh my God, I hate everything. Sorry.
Is that just like drunkenness? Interoception is the sense that provides
I
information
like that his Google is pink though. That's cute. I like that.
about the body's internal
Nice
state
and pleasant. That's nice and pleasant.
Okay. We've got an actual study here. This is from 2020, so that is the year. Alcohol use disorder is highly comorbid with traumatic stress disorders in humans, and duly diagnosed individuals cite negative affective symptoms as a primary reason for drinking alcohol. So this is, you guys, is this science that we're doing to help veterans with substance use disorders? Is that what we're mad about? I know people hate this, but if you go to ChatGPT and you ask it to explain an abstract to you of a topic you don't understand, well, it will.
Oh my God, come on, get to the point. When it comes to wasteful scientific research, there are a ton of examples to point fingers at. The government funded research that put shrimp on treadmills. The government funded a study spraying bobcat urine at alcoholic rats. The New York Post compiled a list of suggestions of things Doge ought to keep our tax dollars away from, including cats on treadmills. So many treadmills. The outrage is palpable. How dare scientists do research on an immediate practical application? The entire point of the Slate article is to say that science and scientific experimentation is oftentimes wasteful. The idea that we are going to maximize the efficiency of scientific research is idiotic. Because when you are on a journey to find answers for a particular thing, sometimes you are going to do experiments that are going to come across as dumb, okay, to the average person. And some of them are going to fail, but it doesn't matter. That's the whole process of scientific discovery. Holy fuck! But what these angry pundits truly reveal is how little they understand about how science works. For science to be effective, it simply cannot be efficient. Scientists do things they've already done and do them over and over again, changing one tiny variable at a time. They do a lot of seemingly silly things in an attempt to recreate aspects of a world in a lab where they can be monitored and replicated over and over and over again. These studies might seem like a waste of precious resources, but this inefficiency is, in itself, efficient. It's the simplest, most clear way of coming to a true understanding of reality. Would you rather researchers try to chase shrimp around in their environments? These seemingly silly studies provide proof of a phenomenon and sometimes exercises in serendipity. Here, where's the second mention of Bobcat in the article? Okay, yes, maybe you still have questions about the Bobcat pee thing. People seem very upset about the idea that the government is spending money spraying Bobcat pee on rats, but here's the thing. There are many rodent studies that waft Bobcat pee, cat hair, fox odor, and more at mice. If this sounds silly, it's because you are not thinking like a mouse. Predators stress out cats. Predators stress out mice, cats, bobcats, foxes, mouse predators. Those wasteful studies were studying the effects of stress on rats and how that stress might be increased if those rats had a lot of previous alcohol exposure. It's not about giving rats nightmares. It's something important to study and understand for the many people living with both alcoholism and post-traumatic stress disorder. That kind of research can lead down the line to important medical interventions. Rats have an immune system that is close in similarity, and it's an acceptable victim to Americans and just global scientific experiments. And given the similarities within the rat immune system and the human immune system, a lot of medical research is conducted on rats originally, because it would be insane until we go full Hitler on conducting these sorts of torturous experiments on human beings. Like I said, until we go full Hitler, and then we'll probably do that. But then it'll be allowed. When people pull out these examples of inefficiency, mocking the seemingly silly waste of government funding, what they're really showing is their ignorance. They're showing that they have no real understanding of what research is or how it works. And if basic research is stripped down, streamlined, or tossed entirely in favor of efficiency, it will just not be scientists who suffer. It will be all of us. I also think the government is the ideal mechanism for funding scientific research that does not have immediate material benefits for humans. Yeah, like the internet. There is no profit to be had in zoological research, and it doesn't directly impact humans, but it's still important and good to know to expand our knowledge base of the world around us. It's so short-sighted to be mad at this. I hate that so many people do not examine, do not scratch the surface even a little bit. They don't even care to examine why certain things are happening. They don't. They just go, "Oh, that doesn't make sense to me." Kill it. It sucks. It's very stupid. It's very frustrating. And in an era where narrative is more important than the truth, okay, and critical thinking is not necessarily valued or even taught, we are becoming dumber and dumber as a direct consequence of that, and we are advocating for our own demise every single day. Any kind of technological achievement that you take for granted every single day of the week is at some step in that in the discovery, in the scientific discovery, scientists were doing a whole bunch of shit that you would consider to be stupid. Okay, that's it. Like, you'd be like, oh, why are we doing that? That's stupid. Why are we testing so much on animals? Or why are we wasting so much money on this? And why are we wasting so much money on that? This is dumb. Anyway. It is much harder to re-examine your preconceived notions of how the world works than it is to just go along with it and then say that everyone else that's telling you that's not the case is actually cynically saying that for some other alternative reason. Genocide defenders get even worse. Let's watch this.
So that this video is a sequel to a previous video. I suggest you watch that video first for the full context. Hello everyone. I would like to offer a sincere apology to all of you regarding my previous video, where I denounced the YouTubers Destiny and Lonerbox for their support of the Gaza genocide. I feel like I really let you all down and misled you with that video, because both of them were actually a lot worse than I knew when I made it. Here's a clip that I actually just learned about, where Destiny outright says that he thinks the best solution regarding Israel and Palestine is the complete genocide of Palestinians.
Honestly, I'm pro-genocide. It sounds really shitty, but I think that Israel should just draw up its borders about where it is now, and basically Palestinians can go live in another place. That's really shitty, but that's about where I'm at.
You just think that Palestine should just pack up and Native American the f out of there?
The problem is that it seems like there is a hugely general hostility to Jewish people across really the entire world, but definitely the Middle East. So the problem is that as you weaken Israel's ability for Jewish people to live there, it seems like because there's a lot of different organizations across the Middle East that are highly invested in the destruction of Israel. So that's a really rough thing too. So it seems like if Israel is forced to make concessions to Palestinians, it threatens Jewish people's ability to have a homeland. And so I don't know. It's really shit. Truthfully, the answer is there's no good answer. It's hard. Yeah, it's hard. It's a really, really complicated situation.
Well,
Because it seems like appeasing either end basically means kind of the destruction of the other end. If you give Jewish people what they want, Palestinians are essentially permanently cucked out of what they feel is their rightful homeland. And if you give Palestinians what they want, then probably a lot of Jewish people are going to die. Yeah.
That's true.
Now, you might say that he was just joking there, exaggerating, having a good time. I'm not exactly sure how the genocide of the Palestinian people is a laughing matter. But hey, okay. But Lonerbox actually asked him afterwards if that was his real opinion. And he made it clear to him that it was.
Because I rewatched the VOD before I joined in. And it did sound like you were kind of saying that you were asked what should happen. And I think you described it yourself as having a radicalized position. It felt like when I was speaking to you about it in the moment that you'd kind of moved on to this just seems like the most likely thing. So
I think I was giving that as a counter to you saying it was a ridiculous position, but I do think that's probably what should happen. I haven't heard a good argument for what should happen in contrast to that, short of everybody in the Middle East chills the out.
So Destiny supports the total genocide of the Palestinian people, which was already obvious just from the sorts of things that he argues for, but that's him outright stating it and then reiterating that, he does actually think that when he was specifically given a chance to dial that back afterwards. So Lonerbox has known for quite a while, given that Destiny said it straight up to his face, that Destiny wants to genocide all Palestinians. He nonetheless has still since then been engaging with him more and more and more, and directly collaborating with him to the point that they are literally filming podcast episodes together in person. Now, there was not really any doubt that Destiny was a genocidal POS. Nonetheless, Lonerbox is happy to keep working with him. Lonerbox, someone who makes these moralistic attacks on other people all the time, he especially hates Hassan, and then his best buddy, his BFF, told him straight up that he supports genocide. It's only possible for you to work with someone like this after that if you just straight up don't consider Palestinians human. And speaking of that in-person...
That is what it is. That's almost always what this is. And that's what it comes down to. And I think like other marginalized people understand this reality much better than anybody else here. But it's like, unfortunately, many people don't consider Arabs, Muslims to be like full status human beings and consider them at most collateral damage that they can just turn around and say, that's kind of sad about, or barbaric monsters that deserve to be put down. That's just the unfortunate reality. That's just how systematic racism works. And Islamophobia and anti-Arab racism of this sort is exactly how this operates. Like, you might not. That's why when Asmongold got banned, I said it. Like, Asmongold said nothing different than Bill Maher. The only difference is he said the quiet part out loud in a way that like Bill Maher knows not to say, right? But it comes from the same place. And whenever people talk about the plight of the Palestinians as though they are just, you know, monsters that like even their children are dying as like collateral damage because like some of them are monstrous, that's coming from a place where like a lot of our institutions do not think that that this is a wrong way to operate. Okay? Yeah, Islam is a violent religion types. Exactly. Billions of people on the planet who are Muslim, and they're all just like operating on this very violent agenda all the time.
Podcast thing they've got going on. Here's a clip of them talking very recently, which I think makes it even more clear just how callous and disgusting they are when it comes to the suffering of the Palestinian people.
But they were trying to call you a pedo yesterday.
So some kids are really hot.
They dug in deep.
Oh,
yeah. These are the people that are like working with the ADL. By the way, just so people understand, like the people that are having this back and forth are the people that are working with the ADL to like combat anti-Semitism on Twitch, and that is what is like led to it seems a loss of revenue for a lot of content creators because of their like cynical need. Why do you just lie, lol? There is nothing I just said. This isn't about Islam though, lol. Why do you just lie, lol? I don't think I'll ever see the day when Hassan actually just point to what I'm saying that's a lie, and we can have a more normal conversation about this.
It happened in the same day that I was getting accused of wanting to kill babies, like wanting to snipe them or whatever in Israel.
Some babies are really annoying.
But it's like, how is it that we're both aligned then if like you want to rape the kids and I want to kill them?
I'm a necrophilic pedophile.
That's the holy incentive.
After you kill them, I have my way with them.
Jesus.
We could have had a better response there. We could have said it's incompatible. Like, how can I be killing them?
Okay, or that.
Oh, well, fuck it.
Did you get that?
Now, if I was the same type of person that Destiny is, I would treat that clip not as him being sarcastic, but instead something that he's saying sincerely, especially because he has a track record of defending ethical CP, for example, ethical CP, or he has a track record of, you know, routinely talking about how hot he finds 15-year-olds. Okay, he has said it in the past, and he has said it recently as well, because he's an edgy boy. Okay, he's an edgy boy. He loves to be into dark humor. Okay, that's it. That's the reason why he says stuff like that. I don't believe that he was being sincere in that statement, obviously. I think that he's just saying that to show how edgy he is, right? You claim that every critique is simply because X person hates Arabs. That's just a lie. Yes, you're right. When people say people who are pro-Palestinian, when they are being slaughtered, are actually terrorists, that is a valid critique of people who are anti-genocide and not pure Islamophobia. No, this is a new video.
Very funny, ha 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 ha. So firstly, yeah, Loner Box, we all saw you justifying / supporting / downplaying Israeli soldiers shooting Palestinian kids in the head. Everyone saw it, okay?
There is no tunnel that justifies shooting toddlers in the head. Israeli snipers.
Does this guy not know how sniping jobs work? Like, the problem with sniping isn't like the accuracy is not because obviously you got your scope and like yeah, it's quite easy. You can accurately snipe, but targets and personnel move really, really fast when you're sniping. Like snipers make their decisions in less than a split second in combat situations.
So yeah, if people accuse you,
I mean here.
Snaky debate tactics where he'll get cornered for saying some wild shit like molesting a kid doesn't make you a pedophile.
Like, it's crazy because Sneeko is like an open pedophile as well, for the record. Like, this is a meeting of the minds, you know? The guy who hates anti-Semitism supposedly.
File and then make it about Tate.
If you want to walk through the conversation, we could do it. What do you think a pedophile is?
Somebody who's attracted to kids.
Yes. Somebody who's attracted to prepubescent children. That's what a pedophile is, technically.
That's
right?
what
Wait,
said,
guys.
you said to them your way.
If a 29-year-old is a 16-year-old, that's not technically pedophilia. They're not a child. It's just somebody that's using a minor.
Bro, okay, this is like a gross conversation that like infects a lot of people's mind with garbage. Instead of doing this debate, instead of gaming for
Yeah, actually, it's a phebophilia.
Of that, they are 100% right to. And secondly, it's not normal to make jokes like this about murdered children. It's not normal to sit across from a guy who's saying this stuff and just sit there and like try to cover for him at best at the end by being like, well, I would have hoped you wouldn't have said that, rather than getting up, leaving the room and disassociating from him forever. This can only happen if you either do not consider Palestinian people human, which I think at this point there is an argument that Lonabox does not, or you are just such a pathetic grifter, so devoid of any of your own merits, that you are tying yourself to this personality to try and leech off their audience to make some more money. Anyway, so let's move on to Lonabox's attempted response to me. Firstly, Lonabox actually caught wind of the fact that I was planning to respond to him, and he privated the VOD. Definitely the behavior of someone who is willing to stand behind what they say, willing to stand behind their beliefs, and who's not desperately trying to hide them because they know how bad it's going to make them look if someone actually goes over them. Unfortunately, I didn't think that he would do this, so I lacked the foresight to download the VOD, so I don't have a copy of it on hand. Nonetheless, I did take a bunch of notes regarding the things that he said that I wanted to respond to, and I'm still going to respond to them. I'll be summarizing his arguments, and if Lonabox has any problem with the way that I'm summarizing these, I suggest that he unprivates his VOD so that people can go there and verify it. Firstly, Lonabox only responded to my video because Hassan Piker covered it on his stream. I'm sure he was planning to ignore it if that hadn't happened, but Hassan is such a big platform that he couldn't really afford to ignore it. So thank you, Hassan Piker. You're being thanked by tanky, disgusting tanky, bad empanada. So he was responding to Hassan's reaction.
I guess he has no problems anymore with me reacting to his videos, bitch. No, I'm just kidding. Get thank Bozo? Yeah. Listen, I've already let my opinion on bad empanada be known. He is the most unhinged tweeter, but also an entirely different person when he's doing these very well-sourced, very reasonable YouTube essay arguments. Okay?
To my video on him. Nonetheless, he did at least try to respond to some of the points that I made, though he avoided most of the video. He only responded to the first clip in which he tried to justify the IDF's mass shooting in the head of Palestinian kids, and then he skipped to the end to try and make a gotcha against Hassan, where he tried to cover for himself, laughing when Mehdi Hassan mentioned tortured and raped Palestinian prisoners from Gaza by claiming that Hassan had done the same thing, which is not true, and I will be explaining how. He skipped everything in between that, I'm sure because he knew that he didn't have a way to defend it. He especially did not have a way to defend his association with Destiny from the disgusting genocide propaganda that Destiny did in that video, which was a couple of levels above what Lonabox does, to be fair to Lonabox, though I would have loved to see his excuse for those. So here is my summary of the arguments that he made responding to me, and these are what I will be responding to in this video. Again, Lonabox, just unprivate the VOD if you want people to be able to verify this. 1. His first problem with my response was that I said that doctors in Gaza had seen hundreds of children shot in the head. He claims there is no evidence for there being hundreds of children shot in the head, rather only dozens. 2. He claims that he continued his argument and that I cut him off. He then goes on to reiterate this extra part of his argument in his response, seemingly thinking that it was impossible for me to respond to or something. We will be going over it here and I will be responding to it. 3. He then skips to near the end of the video, where he responded to Mehdi Hassan denouncing the kidnapping, mass torture, and rape of Palestinian prisoners from Gaza in Israeli concentration camps, claiming that his response was actually in regards to Palestinian prisoners from the West Bank. He then attempts to defend him laughing at that by dishonestly claiming that Hassan laughed at what he called raped Jewish women. 5. Lonabox complained that he did not deny that there were systemic issues in Israel's conduct in the war in Gaza. He used those words exactly. He said that I am misrepresenting his position by making it look like he does deny that. So I'll be explaining here how all of that is a load of kablooey and how his response only dug the hole deeper. Okay, so now let's respond to Lonabox's points. 1. He claimed there is no evidence of hundreds of children being killed. So let me explain how I came to the conclusion that there were minimum at least 100 children who were killed. It's quite simple. One doctor said that he had encountered 13 separate cases of children shot in the head. The article then goes on to state that 44 different doctors who were interviewed by the New York Times saw cases of children shot either in the head or in the body. Now, so if one doctor saw 13 cases, do you think it's fair to assume that these other 44 doctors saw, say, at least 2 cases each? Because I think it is. If each of those 44 doctors saw 2 cases each, that's 88. Add 13 to that, that's 101. Hundreds right away there. That is a completely fair assumption to make. In fact, if anything, that's going to be a vast underestimate because this is only a limited selection of people who were interviewed by the New York Times. Not every healthcare professional was investigated, and surely not every child shot in the head has even been accounted for. So I'm absolutely justified in saying that there was at least 100, though the real number is likely far higher. And my grounds for saying that are completely 100% solid. This is something that these people do a lot when it comes to atrocities against Palestinians, is they demand absolutely picture-perfect proof of everything, when they are willing to accept practically nothing regarding what the Israelis say about supposed atrocities against them. For example, and as we'll be going into further detail later in this video, Lonabox is someone who still spreads this idea that on October 7th, Hamas mass raped tons of Israeli women. He has never seen any evidence for that, even remotely as strong as this evidence for there being hundreds of children shot in the head by IDF soldiers presented in the New York Times, because such evidence simply does not exist. Yet he's happy to believe that.
At the end of the day, I don't think the evidence of the rapes is as weak as you're making them out to be. It seems to be the evidence for it is about as good as we can get for any conflict in the past, and ones that we've happily accepted.
Yet, in this case, he's like, where'd you get hundreds from? There's no evidence of that. I need picture-perfect proof. Actually, I need to see the corpse myself. I need to examine it myself. I need to get up close and personal with it myself. Otherwise, it never happened. But hey, let's throw him a bone here. Let's say that we can only use actual specific cases specifically mentioned in the New York Times article. That's still dozens. How many children shot in the head do you think we need before we can establish a pattern? Dozens? I'd say that's sufficient, right? The desperation in his arguments is very, very clear. Okay, so after that, he then moved on to claiming that I did not watch his follow-up, that I deliberately excluded it from the video. What actually happened is I let him talk, I let him finish everything that he was saying. These people often like to claim they're being clip-chimped dishonestly, even when you just let them speak for like 2 or 3 minutes at a time. And yeah, I'm going to show it to you guys right now so that you can see precisely what I mean.
But when Israel shoots children in the head, 3 American doctors went to Gaza. Dr. Fayaz Sidwa, Dr. Irfan Galaria, and a Jewish American doctor called Dr. Mark Perlmutter. All of them came back at separate times, said children were brought into hospitals we were in with gunshot to the head, sniper shots. Perfect. Exact targets. There is no tunnel that justifies shooting toddlers in the head. Israeli snipers.
Does this guy not know how sniping jobs work? Like, the problem with sniping isn't like the accuracy is not because obviously you got your scope and like yeah, it's quite easy. You can accurately snipe, but targets and personnel move really, really fast when you're sniping. Like snipers make their decisions in less than a split second in combat situations. Unless he's suggesting there were just a couple of kids sitting on the hill and a guy opposite in a building just went, got him, take him out. Maybe someone committed a war crime. But I don't think that's Israeli policy, is to snipe kids for no reason, to snipe toddlers, but okay.
You can tell us why. You can defend them.
So this is where I cut Lonabox off in my original response, because he had finished speaking and started playing the video again. But these people love to claim that they are being dishonestly clipped so much that you can let them speak and clearly finish their sentence, and they'll still claim that there's some sort of extra context that absolves them even when...
By the way, what's really interesting about this kind of thing, like this kind of like attitude that they demonstrate regularly, oh, I'm being clipped out of context, is that the context never actually makes it look better at all. But in the circumstance where they will, you know, put a suspiciously clipped 17-second video of me in front of a congressperson like Richie Torres, it's very obvious I'm actually saying the opposite thing that they're claiming I'm saying. And that's what's so hilarious about it. It's like always projection. Very famously, Congressperson Richie Torres got this 17-second clip of me where he was claiming that I was saying like, oh no, there's nothing like acting like I was claiming that there's nothing wrong with like the mass rapes that Hamas had committed, and they clipped it in a way where to make it seem like that was my position. That was not my position at all. My position was that the violence that may have happened on October 7, and certainly there was plenty of it, okay, real or exaggerated does not matter, does not justify genocide of Palestinians. Okay, he tried to make it seem like I was pro-sexual violence or that I was denying Hamas rapes happening or something like that. Whereas I never said that rapes had not happened on October 7. As a matter of fact, that conversation was me talking to a random person and explaining to them why I do think that there are most likely sexual assaults that took place on October 7. So that's what's so crazy about the situation, is that they will literally clip it out of context to make it seem like I am saying the exact opposite thing that I'm actually saying in that circumstance.
And there clearly isn't. So let's continue listening to the argument that he makes following this one.
Mehdi, Mehdi, forgive me for going abstract, but I do want to go to some principles here. So you are listing a number of specific incidents that you feel cumulatively add up to a very, very much an overreaction.
Yeah, did you think? Yeah, IDF soldiers shoot each other as well. Yeah, like IDF snipers kill their own soldiers. Do they do that intentionally? Is that just like, is that because Zionists are so anti-Semitic that they? I don't even know what the argument is there.
Okay, so I think a fair summary of his argument here is that if you think that Israeli soldiers are systemically, intentionally shooting Palestinian kids in the head, as the evidence indicates, you must necessarily then think that because there is also evidence that IDF soldiers are killing other IDF soldiers in friendly fire accidents, that they are doing that intentionally. And he uses this like he thinks it's like a great logic lord, gotcha, and I'm totally destroyed, and that's why I had to avoid it in my initial response. Okay, so here's the thing here. Here's the thing, Lonerbox. If you believe that the IDF is systematically shooting Palestinian kids in the head, you do not also need to believe that IDF soldiers are intentionally killing each other in anti-Semitic hate crime incidents. That is the simple answer there. I do not understand how you possibly came to that leap of logic, that believing one of these means you must necessarily believe the other. I don't understand how you consider yourself like a logical genius debate lord. I don't understand how you could not only...
Starts the argument with their context never matters, and is the argument with they don't care about my context, cry emoji. I think that applying a blanket statement like this and refusing to recognize refusing to recognize what I was saying is basically an admission of defeat. Like, you've lost it, you've lost the argument, and now you are trying to tackle a straw man, a straw argument that you have cultivated. I said in this video that that Bad Empanada is engaging in, that the additional context almost always makes it look worse. He's doing that right now. He's showing the additional context. He's walking you through the extra context in this very moment, okay? He's doing it right now. I can give you many different examples as well. Like when Destiny famously got, I believe, departnered for saying, I don't care what the happens. These right-wing militias need to mow down Black Lives Matter protesters. If you were to clip it there, okay, which many people did, you would not get the full context. The full context of it was that the Black Lives Matter protesters were, in his words, rioting and doing the worst offense of all, which is harming Joe Biden's chances of being elected in 2020. That was the reason why he was in support of right-wing terrorists like neo-Nazis driving into crowds of Black Lives Matter protesters. Do you now feel like the context makes it more permissible, more appropriate? Or do you feel like the context itself is also pretty regardless? Now, that's just a lie. That clip doesn't even mention Joe Biden. Wait, what? That is the defense that he is. What? Okay, what's your contextually appropriate understanding of Destiny's very famous statement? I was being nice. I was being as charitable as I physically, humanly, possibly can be. And one of a member of his own fan base is in here being like, No, actually, no. He just wanted to kill BLM protesters. Okay.
Make that point in your first video, but then go over it later in a response to my response and think that it was such a great point that you reiterated it as if it was something that I had intentionally avoided reckoning with because it was so strong. Like, literally, it can be dealt with by saying, those aren't the same thing, as I just did there. But let me explain more to you about why those very clearly aren't the same thing, okay? Are you aware that there are friendly fire deaths in every single situation involving armed conflict? Are you aware that there are not systemic, minimum dozens, more than likely hundreds of cases of children being shot in the head in every single armed conflict? Are you also aware that the logical assumption to make when a soldier kills an allied soldier is that it was an accident, whereas the logical assumption to make regarding a civilian of the enemy population being shot in the head, not once, but in dozens, hundreds of different instances, is that it is being done intentionally. I'd like to just apply a logic to World War II, my friend. German soldiers couldn't have shot those Jewish civilians intentionally. After all, sometimes they accidentally kill each other. You should watch out for this strategy in general, but particularly you should from right-wingers like this, because it is one of their favorite ways of blurring the line between reality and fiction. When they find themselves backed into a corner and unable to actually argue on the facts alone, they draw a comparison between two clearly incomparable things that are vastly different and just confidently act as if they're actually the same, and insist that if you believe one, then you must also necessarily believe the other, when that is not the case at all, and you can just respond to that by saying, those are not the same thing. Now do you understand how it makes no sense that you insist that if you believe that the IDF is systematically shooting children in the head, that you must also believe that IDF soldiers are anti-Semitic when they accidentally kill each other? Learnerbox's fans, if you're watching this, honestly, I want to appeal to you here. I won't delete your comment, I won't argue with you, I won't insult you or anything. Leave a comment below here and explain to us how the hell any of you heard that argument and thought that it was a good one. How any of you thought that was possibly a...
Motivated reasoning, cognitive dissonance, that's it. People are already primed to adopt this position, either because of their parasocial relationship with their debate daddy, or because they already feel that that was the truth. And it is much harder to re-examine your preconceived notions of how the world works than it is to just go along with it and then say that everyone else that's telling you that's not the case is actually cynically saying that for some other alternative reason. In the case of Israel, Israel is the most moral nation on the planet. It's the only democracy on the planet. It's the only democracy in the Middle East. These are very common lies that have been told over and over again, right? And if you grew up with that kind of assessment, or that Jews would be defenseless if it were not for Israel. And there is obviously historical truth for why Jewish people would want to have a nation state of their own, for the record, something that I also very readily recognize. When you pair that up with like the real historic violence that Jewish people were subjected to, whether it be pogroms or whether it be the Holocaust, you arrive at this unshakable conclusion, right? That Israel is good and the naysayers are bad. Now, when you look at why the naysayers are bad, you have to figure out why they would be bad. Are they simply attacking Israel because they see that it is unconscionable to operate an apartheid state? It's simply unconscionable to kickstart the development of a nation state by doing the Nakba, which is the ethnic displacement, forcibly ethnically displacing 750,000 indigenous Palestinians from their ancestral homelands? Or is it because of some other secret reason? And that other reason is almost always anti-Semitism. It's always anti-Semitism. That's the defense that defenders of Israel apply to the project. It is always people who are being anti-Semitic. Why do you care about Israel so much? Why do you care about Israel so much? Is it because you're secretly anti-Semitic, or is it because you're openly anti-Semitic? That's the counter to it, okay? And it can't be that it's like an apartheid regime that is backed by American tax dollars, right? It can't be that. It has to be some other reason. It has to be some cynical reason. So that's it. Most people want a comfortable narrative that allows them to feel like they're not in the wrong.
Yeah, gotcha. The desperation to justify what is clearly a systemic practice that has happened far too often to be anything but intentional is disgusting. But another thing that Lonerbox did as a part of that segment is that he accused me of dishonestly claiming that he denies systemic issues in the Israeli military's supposed conduct in the supposed war in Gaza. So let me just address that here. The problem is not that you not specifically acknowledge individual instances of what you would think are excesses, or, you would use some other euphemism. You're already using euphemisms out the ass. Issues in the first place is man, what a mighty fine euphemism. You would never accept anyone talking about issues with Hamas's conduct on October 7th. So please, miss us with that shit. Yeah, I'm talking like the kids, okay? I'm talking like the little kids these days. I'm trying to be cool. I'm old. Just give me my moment. So yeah, that's a clear euphemism. But more broadly, what you argued, specifically, I showed the clip in my original response. I'll show it again here.
Tonight you can choose to be on the side not of cruelty, not of criminality, but on the side of the innocent people of Gaza who are being killed as we speak tonight, as we speak, by Elon's former colleagues in the Israeli military on the orders of Elon's former bosses in the Israeli government. So yes, I choose to oppose this horrific and homicidal motion. Thank you.
I think the problem is that if you want to get, I'm trying to think of like how you would illustrate what's wrong with what Mehdi's saying. Is let's assume that every case that Mehdi put forward was true. When he talks about particular instances.
Chat, I know the ADL tweet. I saw it, okay? I saw it as soon as it was dropped. Hey, ADL, y'all got any statement on how someone who said COVID was engineered to spare Jewish people is being nominated to be the head of Health and Human Services? We got, when one of the largest streamers on Twitch, Hassan Piker, spends the hours after the Amsterdam pogrom minimizing its harm without consequence, it's clear the platform still has far to go. Basketball stream is going to happen very soon, by the way. I'm going to leave shortly.
It's like the WCK bombing, or the person who was the child who was shot while they were in a car, or like all this kind of stuff. So if they're talking about that, then it's kind of like saying that doesn't really, you could just argue none of that actually says whether or not the broad military campaign is justified or not. You understand that, right?
What you argued there is that people cannot take all of the things that Israel is doing in Gaza, which really are most characteristic of what they are doing in Gaza, and that we are not allowed to put them all together to form an assessment of precisely why they are in Gaza and why they are doing these things, which is, ethnic cleansing and genocide. Your strategy of genocide apologism, of downplaying the genocide, is centered around this idea where you try to frame Israeli crimes as sort of isolated incidents, or at best, some sort of like problem with systemic behavior, but in isolation, that is not broadly indicative of why the IDF is in Gaza in the first place and why they're doing the things that they are clearly doing. If someone's there in 1944 telling us that they agree that there are some systemic issues in the German military, yet also argue that the wider Holocaust isn't happening, that's still a Holocaust denier, isn't it? In short, you clearly believe that it should be impermissible to consider all of these things together. The reason why you might be happy to acknowledge a crime in isolation or even a systemic practice in isolation without connecting it to the broader campaign of genocide and ethnic cleansing is because, for one, it just sells better. You can keep up this aura of fake nuance that you've got going and maybe pull into genocidal Zionism some well-meaning pro-Palestine people who don't know much yet, if you are at least willing to concede a thing here or there against Israel, especially when the evidence is so ridiculously strong that you can't simply deny it, though you still do that most of the time anyway. And two, it's also because you know that if you actually consider it as a coherent whole, it makes it clear that it is genocide and ethnic cleansing, and you're trying to apologize for the genocide and ethnic cleansing, you're trying to enable it. It really is that simple, and it's ridiculous that you try to deny it. The evidence of this being your goal, of this being what you want, is just so obvious. It's clear from your immediate gut reaction to everything just being to try and justify or downplay. It's blatantly obvious what you're trying to do. And you know why it's obvious? From a pattern of conduct. Not from taking one of your arguments in isolation, but from taking all the different arguments that you make that always just so happen to be apologizing for or downplaying the genocide in Gaza and putting them together to form a coherent whole. And that is how we can deduce that you are a genocide apologist / enabler. Same exact thing with what Israel is doing in Gaza. Why does Israel keep bombing women and children and the elderly? Why are Israeli soldiers shooting a bunch of kids in the head? Why do Israeli soldiers keep uploading to their public social media profiles videos and pictures of them committing war crimes with captions that say like, hell yeah, we love war crimes, I love genocide, I love to kill babies. I can't wait to settle Gaza. Why is it that the IDF is just massacring people? Why is it that they are mass expelling people? Why is it they have destroyed most of Gaza? Systemic issues? Loner box? Or is it because the ethnic cleansing and the genocide that they're clearly doing are the point? Is it because of a pattern of conduct that is clearly and easily recognizable, that adds up to a coherent whole? Yes, it is, and this coherent whole is what you and your disgusting cronies specifically tried to avoid. It's why you got so angry at Mehdi Hassan for taking a list of crimes and putting them all together to make a broader argument about what Israel is doing in Gaza and why they are doing it. Oh, and one thing that I forgot to mention in the previous section, after Lonerbox got done rehashing that argument about IDF soldiers shooting each other, he then went on to do amateur forensic analysis of the x-rays of the children with bullets in their heads. Those x-rays, by the way, which the New York Times said they had corroborated with actual pictures of the injuries, which they did not publish because they considered them too graphic to show. I personally think they should have published them, because then idiots like this wouldn't be able to try to deny them in this way, but they didn't. So he goes on to do his own little amateur forensic analysis of those x-rays, and he started claiming that they were either fake or that they were misleadingly presented, basically the same conspiracy theory that pro-Israel propagandists were doing immediately after their release, claiming that the evidence is false. So he was actually engaging in genocide denial that is significantly worse, I would say, than the...
I have to go to ball right now, and I think I'll be back later tonight to talk more both about this and a bunch of other stuff as well. Okay, it's OTK game day. I'm gonna go ball my freaking face off. All right, and then afterwards, after I ball my freaking face off, I will not embarrass you guys. Don't worry. I hope not. I will come back and I will give you guys more takes, and we'll finish this video as well. Love you guys, and see you on the other side, okay?
1 day later.
Here, let's do it. Bad Empanada, genocide defenders get even worse. He is talking about Lonerbox here, liberal Zionism, and the like. I'm going to go pee real quick, and then we'll continue.
Is what you and your disgusting cronies specifically tried to avoid. It's why you got so angry at Mehdi Hassan for taking a list of crimes and putting them all together to make a broader argument about what Israel is doing in Gaza and why they are doing it. Oh, and one thing that I forgot to mention in the previous section, after Lonerbox got done rehashing that argument about IDF soldiers shooting each other, he then went on to do amateur forensic analysis of the x-rays of the children with bullets in their heads. Those x-rays, by the way, which the New York Times said they had corroborated with actual pictures of the injuries, which they did not publish because they considered them too graphic to show. I personally think they should have published them, because then idiots like this wouldn't be able to try to deny them in this way, but they didn't. So he goes on to do his own little amateur forensic analysis of those x-rays, and he started claiming that they were either fake or that they were misleadingly presented, basically the same conspiracy theory that pro-Israel propagandists were doing immediately after their release, claiming that the evidence is false. So he was actually engaging in genocide denial that is significantly worse, I would say, than the rest of the genocide denial that he was engaging in there, which probably helps about IDF soldiers shooting each other. He then went on to do amateur forensic analysis of the x-rays of the children with bullets in their heads. Those x-rays, by the way, which the New York Times said they had corroborated with actual pictures of the injuries, which they did not publish because they considered them too graphic to show. I personally think they should have published them, because then idiots like this wouldn't be able to try to deny them in this way, but they didn't. So he goes on to do his own little amateur forensic analysis of those x-rays, and he started claiming that they were either fake or that they were misleadingly presented, basically the same conspiracy theory that pro-Israel propagandists were doing immediately after their release, claiming that the evidence is false. So he was actually engaging in genocide denial that is significantly worse, I would say, than the rest of the genocide denial that he was engaging in there, which probably helps to explain why he privated the VOD. Previously, it was like apologism, and now it was like outright him looking at the forensic evidence and trying desperately to find something wrong with it so that he could claim that it was fake. you know, the whole Pallywood thing. And let's not lose sight of the disgustingness of this, by the way. As I said, this is a pattern of conduct that he and many others, especially his best pal Destiny, have exhibited for a very, very long time, of this desperate, immediate desire to apologize for the genocide in Gaza, to whitewash what Israel is doing. It's not simply a guy having a bad take once or twice that doesn't make any sense. It is a guy who's very clearly desperate to apologize for the genocide, and that is what he's doing. That's why he's doing this. Okay, so after that, he then skipped past most of the rest of the video, like the part where I called him out for lying and saying that the 40 beheaded babies genocide propaganda wasn't spread by Israel itself, and I proved that wrong and showed that it actually was. He then also skipped over Destiny spreading the Pallywood conspiracy theory, and he also skipped over his response to Mehdi Hassan, where he said that even if all of the instances that Mehdi Hassan was citing to say that Israel was committing genocide in Gaza were true, that wouldn't say anything about whether the overall Israeli military campaign was justified or not. I already dealt with those talking points in my original video. I'm not going to rehash them here. But Lonebuck skipped all of that, and he skipped right to the very last point, my very last response to him, which was in regards to this clip, and I will play it again here.
I will happily support this pin because I support the release of all the hostages and
Chat BBT, hey, been watching you for a while with different account. Boosting bad empanada is gross and worse than anything you accused D of with respect to Fuentes stepping out of the community now. I'm sorry to see you go, my friend. Yeah. What? Dude, I got destroyed on a certain subreddit for saying that you never said bad empanada was a good guy. Please say that he's unhinged. It's ironic that people are saying this because I have repeatedly said bad empanada is unhinged, and that the only thing I've seen of him are some of his YouTube essays, and ultimately, regardless of how unhinged he is, his YouTube essays are in an entirely different planet. Like, they exist as a standalone product. Bad Empanada has literally beefed with me. If you consider him to be as bad as Nicholas Fuentes, you are out of your dang mind. I have never seen anything that he has said that is anywhere nearly remotely as bad as Nicholas Fuentes. Nicholas Fuentes is literally a Holocaust-denying anti-Semite. That's so funny. What the? So you love him and agree with everything he says? I don't know enough about many of his positions to say that, but I genuinely am confused as to why someone would do that. Boosting keep singing, I will vote por Donald Trump is beyond the pale. Stepping out to smoke my bong now. I know. Anyway, new marching orders are trying to slander Bad Empanada. Yeah. He is definitely super unhinged, especially when he has a Twitter account. I feel like he gets banned quite frequently. But all right, let's continue.
Let me finish. And I support the release of thousands of Palestinian detainees being raped and tortured and children. Do you support that? Let's wear it together. Do you support
Bad Empanada said bombing Tel Aviv would be chill since you'd be killing veterans and not civilians. He's a weirdo. I vehemently disagree with that take. I don't agree with that at all. As a matter of fact, I've routinely criticized people saying shit like that. I don't know in what context he said something like that. He might have been talking about like how bombing Gaza for Hamas soldiers, saying that you're bombing Hamas soldiers is inappropriate, in a similar vein to saying bombing Tel Aviv would be inappropriate, or maybe he does believe it. I don't know, but that's not what we're talking about. He is hinged, not unhinged.
Do you support the release of Palestinians? I do not support the release of Palestinian children. Do you support the release of Palestinian children?
Why is he? Oh God, what a creep, man! Again, you can talk about the unlawfulness.
Those tweets were fake. He showed proof in his latest video. What is it? You should probably talk about Bad Empanadas in the video. Not really. I don't care. I care about like the stuff that he's talking about with respect to people defending genocide. I care about like a lot of his I care about his well-sourced arguments when it comes to stuff like this. I suspect that he's probably I assume he's like being slandered with the the pedophile thing, right? I don't think he said that. I don't even think he had a Twitter account at the time to be able to say such a thing. Anyway, I feel like the real reason why people are doing this is because they're trying to stop me from watching this video, which I'm going to. I'm not going to address this any longer.
Of the imprisoning, but like the Palestinians who are imprisoned in Israeli centers are not imprisoned like randomly.
of thousands of Palestinian detainees being raped and tortured and children. Do you support?
So Lonabox's response to my criticism here was to first say that he was laughing not at the Palestinian prisoners being put into concentration camps and tortured and raped and all that, and that he didn't make those excuses for that because he thinks the prisoners deserve it, but rather because he was talking about prisoners from the West Bank, not Gaza. Now that is simply not true, because Mehdi Hassan was clearly talking about Gaza. You know, he was talking about Palestinian prisoners being tortured. He was talking about them being raped. He was very clearly referring to stories regarding Palestinian prisoners being tortured and raped in Israeli concentration camps near Gaza, not prisoners from the West Bank. So that is just a lie. I mean, everyone knows what he was referring to there. Nonetheless, his talking point is simply a lie, because for one, to claim that prisoners from the West Bank are being kept by Israel on some sort of valid basis is a crock of horseshit in the first place, because Israel is an occupier and it has no right to enforce the law in the West Bank. Two, because obviously the rulings of Israeli courts cannot be trusted regarding Palestinians. And three, because Israel has something called administrative detention, which they implement in the occupied West Bank to justify them kidnapping Palestinians and keeping them in prison with no charge whatsoever. Allow me to cite a video that explains this. It's on Lonabox's channel.
So this is why I always thought Lonerbox was like not necessarily a super pro-Israel guy, because the person speaking in this video is Beast Process, and he's fantastic. He's a fantastic content creator. And that's the reason why I was always shocked. Like, now this is from a couple years ago, and I remember watching this video, and it's an incredibly well-sourced, well put together. Well, I understand that you're claiming that D-Bag said, I'm not even going to repeat that as satire. Take 5 seconds to think if you would ever satirically say that. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. And I think it's weird that he said it even as in a satirical fashion. And the only reason why he said it in a satirical capacity is because he thinks that that kind of edgy shit is funny. But anyway, this is like a very well sourced. That video is liberal Zionism. No, I don't think like apartheid in Israel and Palestine, like openly recognizing the Israeli apartheid is like necessarily a liberal Zionist position. No, I don't think so. I don't think liberal Zionists recognize that. There are liberal Zionists in Israel who are against West Bank settlements, but it's in a similar vein to our liberals here in America that are openly posturing about like the horrifying things that Donald Trump is inevitably going to do to the Muslim population and how much they're fantasizing about that. It's like they are the ones who will carry out this vicious violence, and liberals can still morally posture as though they're against it. But it's in many instances just basically lip service, but it's not liberal Zionism. Liberal Zionism does not go to the lengths of saying that like there is an apartheid in Israel.
Administrative detentions are arrests and detainments that occur with no charge, no due process, and which could potentially be maintained indefinitely. They are based on secret evidence and are done for security reasons. Palestinians have the right to appeal these detentions, but as mentioned, they and their lawyers do not have access to what the actual charges being raised against them even are.
So yes, Israel would and regularly does kidnap Palestinians from the West Bank on no basis at all. Lonabox was like, what, you think they would just, take people for no reason at all? There must be a reason for it. Well, there's a video on your channel that literally says that, and I mean, it's proven that they do that regularly, even in the West Bank. But Mehdi wasn't talking about the West Bank. He was talking about Gaza, and that is a deflection in the first place, because you know that your reaction there is indefensible in the context of what Mehdi was actually talking about. So no, I don't buy that. I 100% genuinely believe that you were laughing at Palestinian prisoners being raped and tortured, being kidnapped from Gaza, raped and tortured. And your response was an attempt to justify that specifically, because that's what Mehdi was clearly talking about. You heard him talking about torture, rape, etc. very clearly. And your reaction to that was to say, what, you think Israel would just imprison them and do that to them with no reason? It's impossible to disconnect your reaction from what was actually said, what the thing that you were responding to was, which was not just talking about imprisonment, but also torture and rape. Lonabox then attempted to deflect from that by bringing up a clip that him and people like him have been spreading recently of Hassan supposedly laughing at what he called raped Jewish women. I will play that clip here.
October 7, 1,200 people were massacred. Many young people who were simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped. As I said then, I say today, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would.
Okay, so let's compare these two moments. 1. Hassan was laughing at a woman bringing up the supposed mass rape by Hamas of Israeli women on October 7th.
I'm not even laughing, I'm cringing. What are we microanalyzing here? There are other clips where I'm like, there are other clips that these, is that the clip that people are using? That's not even a laugh. Why? Dude, oh my God. We need to figure out a way to put like tone indicators online, even in like live footage, because I don't think people understand. No, that's like very clearly me cringing at Kamala Harris doing yet another. That's the clip that people are using. It was a different clip. They're clearly referring. Yeah, I thought it was a town hall clip where like it's very obvious what I'm laughing at there too. But at least I'm laughing in that one. Like, so what am I doing? Like, what the? Oh my God, these people are like, oh, he's laughing at women being raped. And it's just like, no one looks at the context, myself included. And it turns out the real reason is because like people are either deliberately or without recognizing their own inability to grasp like tone are claiming that I'm laughing at something that I'm cringing at. That's crazy. It's like Fox News that wanted to do a note and the journalist hit me up and was like, what do you have to say to this? I got like an email. It was really funny. Hold on. I'm going to read this. I don't think they're even going to do a story on it. But if they do, I didn't even respond to them. But I find it really funny regardless. They were like, before we publish, I wanted to ask Piker if you'd like to comment on a joke he made during April 18th stream. At around 3:29, he joked that 9/11/2 would be so sick while discussing a potential civil nuclear agreement between the U.S. and Saudi Arabia. Here's a link to the stream. This could be seen as jokingly calling for another 9/11 terrorist attack. Does Piker have a response to this? And it's like, are you stupid? I watched the clip. I was like, what the f are they talking about? I watched the clip, and it's me being sarcastic, openly stating how devastating it is that we are going back into a nuclear armament agreement with Saudi Arabia. Like, they literally are, they recognize that they're, like, I'm saying it in a joking manner, as in, like, I believe the opposite of this thing. Like, what are we doing? Is this journalism now? Is just, like, unrestricted neurodivergence, and my inability to recognize tone and sarcasm is now officially just in writing as journalism. Like, what the what a brain broken attitude. It's like very clear before or after. If you watch the video, before or after, you understand my position is we shouldn't give Saudi Arabia nukes, right? I was literally going, oh, it's going to be so sick. Yeah, let's give them nukes so they can do 9/11 too. That doesn't mean I'm in agreement with that. What the is wrong with you? It's the opposite. And this is coming from the right, by the way. Remember, it's tough. Like, you literally just misinterpreted Tectone's tone. Yeah, that's crazy that I misinterpreted Tectone's tone when he was talking about why people would consider him to be a anti-me, you know? Yeah. Where would that come from? You know what I mean? How would that have happened? How could we have developed this opinion, this attitude? You know? How, oh, how?
Here's the thing, though. Hassan wasn't laughing at them for being raped. He was laughing at that because there is little to no evidence that it actually happened. The evidence is incredibly sketchy. All of it comes exclusively from a few, very few, individual witness testimonies, most of which are highly inconsistent with later accountings of the same tale. None of these testimonies corroborate each other. There has never been any forensic evidence presented that corroborates any of them. Many of the people who give these testimonies have intimate links to the Israeli state. For example, they are from organizations like Zakat, which works very intimately with the Israeli state. Other testimonies only surfaced far later as part of carefully timed propaganda blitzes by the Israeli state. To put it simply, there is no evidence whatsoever that these testimonies are not simply made up, and they have been utilized by the Israeli state because they simply have no other corroborating evidence.
Yeah, like I was cringing at Kamala's go-to answer that is like a pre-canned NPC-ass statement over and over again in that situation. I wasn't even laughing. There are other clips out there of me like laughing because I correctly called out that Kamala Harris was going to have a dog shit response. But overall, it's crazy that they're just like, that was the clip that they were going with. My opinion on the matter is that there was not systematic rape that occurred on October 7. There's no evidence to suggest that there was systematic rape that was Hamas directed, especially that occurred on October 7. And that I have maintained the position that there is a likelihood that sexual violence occurred, which it does in most conflict across the board, especially considering that there were criminal elements that penetrated the Gaza boundary. Having said that, however, the only verifiable firsthand account of sexual assault has come from a Israeli hostage that was held hostage by Hamas, and that was post October 7. Having said that, however, that has not stopped every single person from routinely saying and repeating the byline of words without violence, or screams without words. Sorry, the New York Times piece that actually was so controversial that New York Times' own editorial board, its own internal staffers, got together, had a meeting, leaked aspects of the meeting to the media to say it did not meet the standards. It did not meet the actual journalistic standards of the New York Times. It was very compelling at the time, and it created a narrative that these guys are like rapist, barbaric monsters or whatever. But ultimately, there are 2 videos of Hamas members being interrogated by Israel and admitted to raping one woman. Would you be willing to talk to Loner? He can be swayed. I like that you asked if I would talk to Loner Box. He could be swayed, and then immediately posted like a type of video that is so historically so clearly created for propaganda purposes that even Israelis don't usually believe it. Like, ask any intelligent person that is even remotely aware of the famous Israeli interrogation videos, and you will understand that none of those videos are real, and none of them actually would ever hold up in a court of law. Actually, those are direct war crimes happening there. Those are people that are offering testimony under duress. It's a very famous thing that Israel does, and it is, once again, a torture confession, which does not mean anything and is not valid in a court of law. It's not only not valid in a court of law, it also quite literally is illegal to do under international law. Nah, Israelis totally believe it. What do you mean? Okay, fair. Maybe Israelis believe it. Those torture confessions, those torture interrogation videos also had Hamas militants after October 7, which we don't even know if they're Hamas militants or not, saying, yes, we are just like ISIS. Yeah, Hamas is ISIS. It almost always corresponds to whatever the Israeli propaganda at the time was. Because you remember, post-October 7, they were like, Hamas is ISIS over and over again. That was also what came out in the torture confession footage. None of that is actually admissible in a normal court. And as a matter of fact, it is a direct admission of, or a direct recognition of a violation of international human rights.
And this is very weird, given that the Israelis have a ton of video footage of October 7th, yet on this one point, which their propaganda has been harping on, they have nothing.
It's so old school. Edward Said has like a famous point about it. Israelis joke about those videos. I feel like even many Israelis know it's just torture. Yeah, because the main purpose of it is not actually arriving at a truth or anything. The main purpose of it is literally to journalism professors call on New York Times to review the October 7 report. A major investigative report into sexual violence and the Hamas attack on Israel has drawn criticism inside and outside the newspaper. Yeah. So when I criticize the New York Times for doing a piss poor job of something that is incredibly important, something that they must not get wrong, okay? This is some serious accusations. Historically speaking, it's like, it is a classic case of like, the colonial entity saying that the people that we're dominating and destroying deserve it because they're barbaric monsters. It's the way to vilify and dehumanize all people that deserve to be subjugated. It's, manifest destiny narratives, obviously. And in a moment like that, in a crisis moment like this, especially when so many real atrocities did occur on October 7, the fact that like, instead of choosing to make an accurate assessment, of the situation on the ground, instead they're just like doing a propaganda piece that says like, Palestinians are all rapist monsters and all of the Palestinian resistance groups are all rapist monsters and shit, in an effort to justify the death and destruction that came afterwards is quite disgusting from the paper of record, the Gray Lady, the New York Times.
So Hassan was not laughing at the rape of Jewish women there. And by the way, he did say Jewish in the original video. I have it drilled into my head because he does this all the time. People like him do this all the time. They always emphasize the Jewishness of Israeli people. They always want to paint it as if the only reason why anyone would do anything to an Israeli for any reason is just because of that Jewish identity and nothing else. Of course, in order to dishonestly frame opponents of Israel as anti-Semitic. But the point is, Hassan was laughing because there is little to no evidence for that claim, and it is a core part of the Israeli genocide justifying propaganda. They use it constantly.
Which is also silly, for the record, because another thing that I have famously said is that, like, sexual violence occurring on October 7 does not make the Israeli genocide of all Palestinians appropriate. Like, there is no justification for genocide. So the notion that these are all rapist monsters, they need to be dominated, is an insane one, is an insanely racist perspective.
Constantly to justify the genocide in Gaza, to kill those kids who got shot in the head. Meanwhile, the evidence of Palestinians being mass raped in Israeli concentration camps, in comparison, is so much better. There's so much more of it that it's honestly a joke to even compare the two. Not only are there multiple witnesses who corroborate the same events, but Israel itself actually acknowledged what was happening. Israelis held pro-rape rallies because they thought the rape was actually good. Israeli politicians talked about how the people who were raped deserved it openly. And despite the fact this happened in,
yeah, there's a video footage of it too. That's like what's so insane about
concentration camp, a prison, we have video evidence of it. Like literally, it was filmed and we have the video of it. Compare that to the claims of rape on October 7th. There are 5 or 6 different people who all claim that they were there and that they saw Hamas raping someone. None of their stories corroborate each other, and there is no more evidence that corroborates any of their claims. It's just, I swear I saw this. I swear I saw this thing that is extremely convenient to the propaganda narrative that my country is trying to push to justify a genocide. Do you see the difference in quality here? Do you see how these things are not comparable at all? I would hope so. I mean, we have video evidence of Palestinian prisoners being raped with metal rods in an Israeli concentration camp. Somehow, someone smuggled this video out and got it to the media to be disseminated. Yet there is no video evidence of any single rape on October 7th, despite the barriers to providing it being nowhere near as stringent. Oh, and by the way, people like Lonabox like to cite a UN report into sexual violence on October 7th.
This report, we went through it piece by piece, and even the report itself openly admitted that they did not actually collect evidence. They simply looked at the information that was readily available. A lot of that was rehashing. The things that were reported on the New York Times Screams Without Words piece, the article. There was one instance from that report. There was one instance in that report that said that there was direct firsthand testimony, but Pramila Patten, the UN Special Envoy on Sexual Violence in Conflict, also personally recognized that she had not collected any of this evidence herself,
information from
or even gotten any evidence
sources
directly
that I cannot disclose for confidentiality reasons, that there is a handful of survivors who are unfortunately not willing to speak out. They are...
Just a heads up, Reactions is going to get you canceled with this narcissism. Clean house, what?
Undergoing very specialized trauma treatment and are very disoriented. Although I...
Like, there is definitely, in the UN report, there's one instance. I don't know what Bad Empanada is going to say, but there is one instance that is not even at your house, stupid chatter. I don't even know what that chatter is saying.
7th and in Gaza since then, and that report concluded that it was likely that at least one instance of rape by Palestinian militants of an Israeli occurred on that day. It concluded that, however, based on nothing but the same 5 or 6 witness testimonies that I mentioned. So it came to a very strong conclusion based on almost no evidence. It's super problematic and basically just exists to attempt to give some legitimacy to the flailing Israeli mass rape narrative. Their narrative started out as Hamas systemic mass rape and then ended with this UN report which concludes that maybe rape happened if you squint a bit and you take very questionable eyewitness testimony with no corroborating evidence at its word. For one, it was not a real investigative report. Israel has a policy of not allowing real third-party investigations into October 7th.
This part is also correct, whether you agree or disagree with Bad Empanada. Like, Israel was very resistant to a UN report, and the original forensic investigation that was supposed to be conducted was very openly ruined by the organizations that were supposed to take care of the bodies. So this is a separate controversy in Israel. This was literally a separate controversy that took place in Israel, including, but not limited to, Zakat, the organization, and the many different issues. But having said all of that, like I said, there is, Israel also forbids doctors from speaking to UN group investigating October 7 atrocities. But having said that, there was like I said, there's one instance of a firsthand testimony that was given to Pramila Patton of a hostage that was assaulted sexually.
So all that the people involved in this did is they went around Israel interviewing people, being sort of chaperoned around by the Israeli government, and the only real evidence that they considered to come to that conclusion were a few testimonies. So nothing but individual witness reports. It is an extremely low standard of evidence, given that no one can even name who the rape victims were. There has never been any forensic evidence to corroborate any of this. No photos, no video, and many of the witness statements are clearly coming from unreliable sources, and that there is a clear incentive by the Israeli state to spread such testimonies as much as possible, given that they are committing genocide and they clearly believe that rape on October 7th is good for their propaganda to justify it. None of these people would accept a single Palestinian saying they saw something happen when there was no forensic evidence of it happening, no photo, no video of it happening, no other witnesses who saw that specific event happening, yet they're willing to accept the idea that there was mass rape on October 7th, despite that not even being backed up by these testimonies, and despite even the individual instances that are attested to in these testimonies not being backed up by anything else. So yeah, it is just really a crock of shit, and the double standard really lays bare that all they want to do is justify genocide in any which way. It's not actually about getting to the truth or whatever. It's not actually about being the one enlightened centrist in the room who's critically analyzing both sides equally. It is about justifying genocide. It is about accepting atrocity propaganda from one side uncritically and doing everything possible to deny, downplay, and apologize for the atrocities committed against the victim population.
Come on, dog. Okay, this isn't from months ago. It's from today. Here's a song playing propaganda for a U.S. designated state-sponsored terrorist org. There isn't any questions about this. Will Dan Clancy let us play ISIS songs? Yeah, dude. Iacha is the same as ISIS, dude. Get the out of here. Like, dude, you are out of your mind. I'm done, dude. I hope Twitch bans me for this. I'm so done. Like, yeah, dude, you're right. The official DPRK, like a state in and of itself, like me playing Trolima on the Wing, is akin to playing ISIS music videos. Please get the out of your goddamn hug box, dude. Holy shit. It's muted in the broadcast. It's probably copyrighted. That's why. Jesus Christ, dude. This is the problem. Okay? This is the problem. This is like, you're out of your mind. Okay? Yeah, last time I checked, ISIS doesn't have an emoji. Like, what are we doing? Like, this is a nation state, dude. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't like it. Yeah, I play the USSR anthem as well, dude. He's gonna be like, "Yo, look at this." Like, here, it's akin to doing this. Okay, it's akin to saying that this is a terrorism propaganda. Like playing the USSR anthem. He's doing terrorism propaganda, guys. On Spotify, you dildo. We're joking, but Twitch capitulates to them unironically. I know, dude. It is ridiculous. Yeah. No, don't worry. I'm apolitical now. These people are also bitching about free speech. Anyway, MAGA communism, baby. I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna go to Alveus soon. So I wanted to finish the Bad Empanada video, but I'll talk about. I'm sorry, we're surrounded by idiots and fake patriots. This all happens because they're straight up lie and never get punished. No, they're also utilizing the silliness. Like, they're utilizing what is vague, okay, about these boundaries, these guidelines. And they're also using Twitch's insistence, which I agree with, by the way. This is part of what I'm about to say. Twitch's insistence on having a rigorous and thorough application of its terms of service against Twitch. Like, there is no other world in which this would be. Like, no one on YouTube is being like, you got to ban this guy. They're playing the song that is also on YouTube, right? It is so annoying because it is one of those instances where, like, a lot of people don't think about it. They don't think about it at all. They'll just go, oh, I guess I don't understand it. You fell off, you clown. Thanks, Big Potato Head. Hopefully one day your favorite content creator will fall off into, you know, my fall off, okay? Maybe he'll fall on. I saw people in chat telling you to go back to your country when you said you didn't know the national anthem. Yeah, I mean, that kind of stuff is like super permissible, okay? That kind of stuff is like very, you know, it's very much allowed. Yeah. Free speech warriors. Yeah, it's the same exact. Did you know they're going after a senior Twitch employee for tweeting that she doesn't support genocide? You're putting your own employees at risk of being targeted. You're feeding the Twitch trolls. Good job. Yeah, it's so annoying. Anyway, these latest attacks are absolutely unhinged. Do you have a contingency plan if they manage to get you permabanned? Yeah, I'll just go on YouTube. Who cares? Like, we'll figure it out. That's not an issue. Like, that's not an issue at all. Okay. I've never seen anyone ever satisfy the ADL. They're just going to go until they just keep going until they sense blood in the water. You're way better off just ignoring them and trying to meet them halfway. Can anyone at Twitch explain why the term Zionist is offensive? No, this is just dumb, hyper-reactive ass covering. They don't even know why they're singling out that word in particular. They foolishly think it'll make these extortionists go away. And it's not even the ADL. The ADL is just like being used as a weapon in this situation. You know? The irony, of course, is like every time Twitch does something, because they are the legitimate institution, D&E won't allow going to YouTube. What do you mean won't allow? What do they mean won't allow? The problem here is that Twitch is in a unique predicament because, like, while these are cynical attempts of brigading, if they don't take action against it, right, they're worried that, like, advertisers and maybe Amazon will get pissed, right? So I get that aspect of it as well. I understand that as well, right? That is the reality of the matter. You're collecting haters from every letter of the alphabet. It's true. I'm already on YouTube. Ask the Onion to give you Infowars. Okay, everybody shut up. Yeah, Tyler Hitler Vera is on YouTube. What are we talking about? To be fair, though, YouTube would probably ban me before they ban Tyler Hitler Vera. Like, that is also the other unfortunate reality. And I'll figure out a way. I'm not getting banned on Twitch either. I don't think so. I have not given them any good reason to ban me. That's crazy. I play by the rules. Every single thing that people have said, every single hateful, cynical thing that people have said about me is the exact opposite. Like, it's crazy. And the shit that is correct, like, oh, Hassan is too critical of America. He hates America. Why doesn't he leave? It's like, yeah, dude, that's not, you know, I want America to be better. I live here. You know what I mean? I pay taxes. It's crazy that these guys are just like, why won't they ban this guy? I don't like him. I don't like him. Tell him to go away. Tell him to go away. It's like, don't worry, baby. I'm apolitical. Okay? I'm apolitical as dog. Come on. Come on now. Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna move on. But, like, you have to understand, yeah, these guys are doing the same shit that, like, people used to do during the Gamergate era, you know? Anyway, today we're going to talk briefly about the adpocalypse shit, and the Ludwig video is on the playlist, so we'll get started on this. But apparently people in my Discord, I asked this morning about what the drama was, and they were saying that his coverage on this was awful. Adrian is online. Thank you for the 10 community gifted subs. I have a mass, like, this is not a normal circumstance. I don't think most people have ever experienced like a mass serial cyber stalking, cyber harassment operation like this. It is what it is. Loner Box right now is saying that you're telling other streamers to help you promote terrorism. Oh, bro, little bro's gonna break 100K on one of these videos again. I promise. Okay. You never blasted off. Oh shit, you're right. I forgot. Holy, I'm invested, dude. Yeah, let's blast off real quick. We'll talk about RFK Jr. Yes, new lighting. Okay. I like that this is what political commentary in like the supposedly intellectual realms of debate have have basically devolved into, which is just straightforwardly and earnestly lie about other people with the hopes that like their audience never goes there and checks for themselves. You know, that's cool. Sad state of affairs. I mean, it's expected. It's expected. It's whatever. All right. UFC Trump night, SNL Sunday, recapping Texas. I met you at the Texas gas station, dude. Usually catch you on YouTube on the fan channels. You helped me lose weight, and now I'm wrestling. Oh, let's go. That's the guy. I met you at the gas station in Texas. You've helped me lose weight, and now I'm at my wrestling rate in high school. Thanks, man. Meeting you was the highlight of my trip. That's me. I'm from Minnesota. Oh, okay. My man wasn't even Texan. Dean is so funny because Dean saw this dude pull up to me. Okay. He saw this dude pull up to me and he was worried. He was putting gas in the car and he thought like this dude was an op. And he like rushed inside after the conversation was over. And I was like, nah, it's all good, man. He's just a fan. He was the homie. He was chill. I met you at Texas at the gas station, dude. I usually catch you on YouTube fan channels. You helped me lose weight, and now I'm at my wrestling weight in high school. Thanks, man. The roommate was just jealous. Hell yeah. That's got to be a real trip. It's a random-ass gas station. You're walking out. You see me. You're not even from Texas. Random-ass gas station in Texas that you're walking out of, and I'm just walking in. Anyway, the thing that annoyed DGG Reddit and all is the fact that Elwig said that the adpocalypse would only last a month because of how important Christmas is to advertisers. Elwig is correct. Also, it doesn't even seem like there is like a full-blown adpocalypse happening because there are some people who have been hit like Kason, but it seems like Lacey and Ronaldo and others that were also claiming that their ad revenues were getting targeted were actually just memeing. They were meta chasing. They were just trying to clip farm. And like Kason's ad revenue was cooked. They took it out. And I think the reason why his ad revenue was taken away is because of the Iran tag, right? And there are plenty of other content creators who are saying that like their ad revenue has not even remotely gone down. So yeah, like Nick is fine, it seems. Kai is getting ads, it seems. And for me, since you don't play ads anymore, they clip it like this. Open a different stream where an ad is playing. Switch to a clip of you to make it look like the ad was playing on your stream. So dishonest. Can you please show me that? That's amazing. Yeah, XQC said he was fine. Like, I think a lot of people are just fine. Yeah, there is no ad revenue for sure if you're on the politics tag. Like, if you're a political streamer, there's no ad revenue at this moment. I'm sure that will also change. Like, because it's a new CCL label, content classification label, there's probably not like a way to get ad revenue for it specifically. Dan Saltman shows how he implies ads are playing on Hassan's content.
What was happening here? That we got an ad. That's weird. How did we get an ad on Hassan's page? Oh, it's because Hassan was hosting someone, but I was still on this page and the ad plays right here. Okay? This is a legitimate thing that happened. Okay?
What?
Hassan was hosting someone. Thank you for hosting someone, Hassan. We were actually on this URL right here.
J Balvin, we're so proud of your sponsorship
Dude,
with Cheetos. Let's get you on our wall of fame.
dude. What the? Yo, he's so mentally ill. I was looking into it, and it looks like ads on the Politics CCL are opt-in, so an ad buyer has to know about it and opt in for their ads. Bro, this is... DGGers are smugly watching streamers freak out about losing like 80 to 90% of their ad income. It has been gross. Yeah, but it hasn't even really been happening. Like, that's the other thing. It doesn't seem like it's happening. I mean, you can literally see an ad on Laura Lux's stream while this is occurring, you know?
Kid with the brand below?
My mom gonna be so proud.
Cheetos, official sponsor of J Balvin's Fingertips.
Oh. Like, do you see what I mean? Looks like Apple is coming back to do some advertising on Twitch. Interesting choice. What is this?
Awards scholarships to 98% of incoming freshmen, totaling over $57 million every year. Apply to DePaul University.
They bought an ad called advertiseontwitch.com. Site that lets you understand how your ads might appear on Twitch. Dude, this is so mentally ill. This is so mentally ill. I don't think these guys understand that, like, the more they do this, the more advertisers can be like, you guys are freaks. Like, this will never go on LSF, just so you guys understand. Like, nothing that actually is correcting the record will ever go on any of these, like, aggregator subreddits, because it goes against the overarching narrative that they're trying to build. So the only thing I can do is basically just show you the truth on this front, on this aspect, like, and basically show you how unhinged they are. And it's hilarious because, like, I'm not running any ads anyway. So, like, I don't like running ads. I never liked running ads. When I got my contract, I specifically negotiated to ensure that I had the minimum amount of ads that I could run. And so I don't give a about the revenue. You know what I mean? I don't. And this doesn't impact me, which is precisely the reason why they wanted to, like, because I don't have my own personal sponsorships either. Normally they would go after, you know, whoever is sponsoring me directly, but because I don't have that, they can't do that. So all they can do is just, like, yell at journalists that write articles about me and, like, harass them, or you know, go to the platform itself and be like, this guy's an anti-Semite. We got one crazy enough congressperson to say he's an anti-Semite. Now you also should believe he's an anti-Semite. I'm not, right? But no advertiser is going to be like, I know who this guy is. I know he's not an anti-Semitic person. They're just going to be like, okay, yeah, sure, whatever. And it's so crazy that this is ongoing for months and months at this point. Hassan is covering this on stream. This is just some of what Destiny's Discord is up to. What is this? If you're interested in sending emails to the Israel Ministry of Foreign Affairs, here's some contacts. Ran Natanzan, Head of Innovation and Country Branding. Public Diplomacy Division. Aviv Ezra, Chief of Staff. Like, Consular Washington MFA. Subject, anti-Semitism at Amazon-owned company in the news. Like, this level of dedication is not normal. This level of dedication, and not even still not even being able to achieve the results that you want to achieve, is crazy. And I think part of the reason why it's not working, regardless of how nutty this shit is because it's not true. It's just simply not true. You can try to manipulate clips as hard as you want to, and including but not limited to, like, playing Nazi music over another stream, right? Like, these guys are so invested and so worried about anti-Semitism, supposedly, that they're going after someone who's not anti-Semitic. And not only are they going after someone who's not anti-Semitic, who's combated anti-Semitism regularly, but also on top of that, they're literally playing Nazi music over a stream that I did with Nick Pollum, and then saying, like, it would even be better if he played Nazi music instead of the DPRK song that he played, the Cholima on the Wing. It's like, it's like they're doctoring shit. They're clipping everything out of context. Like, it's just, there is no end to this depravity in an effort to get their desires across. And, you know, that's it. Like, look, Apple ads. Looks like Apple's coming back to do some advertising on Twitch. Interesting choice.
Yeah. Okay, should I play it?
Yeah.
I'm ready to hear it.
Like, what would be an issue with this? Like, you have to be the most mentally ill person on the planet to look at this and be like, wow, I can't believe this. I can't believe that. The ad was playing on twitch.mira. The Apple ad was playing on Mira's channel, by the way. Saying it's not true is great, but you actually have to push back. There needs to be a coordinated effort to show their lunacy. Why aren't you pushing for Dan to be banned for targeted harassment? Because Dan getting banned off of Twitch is not going to change anything. He flipped it over to your clip. The ad wasn't playing on your clip. The ad was playing on twitch.tv/Mira. Oh, there it is. There's the ad. Then we navigated to a different clip. This is just a specific clip in an effort to make it seem like it's playing over this. But it's hilarious because even if it was playing over this, there's not an issue. They say they got you now. What do you mean? Oh no. Anyway, they're snitching to a whole ass government. The bottom text has a disclaimer for protection. Yeah.
It's such a Hassan pick. I've never heard of.
Yeah, this was on Nick's stream. I know. Dude, at what point does this count as malice and defamation? I mean, I think it's pretty malicious. It's pretty obvious that there's an intent to defame, especially because like they're pretty open about their way of doing this. Like they're really, really open about it. I think because there's not really any sort of legal recourse in this situation, this kind of targeted harassment campaigns just kind of go on for a while until it fizzles out, until they get bored, when they don't get any when they don't get the actual goals that they wanted out of it. But once again, it really doesn't matter until there is like a legitimate institution that actually gives these guys the credibility. They have no motion. Here's how this bad faith criticism of your content comes off to Normie. She doesn't want you obsessively, but finds you hot and usually correct. Yeah, I saw this already. Yeah, it's insane. And it's also like really crazy because they also started this process by just basically. They started this process by like photoshopping me as like a Hamas militant and shit. So it's also a healthy dose of Islamophobia in the process too. Yeah. Do not stop pushing on Twitch. Their advertisers are dropping like flies. Go send a few emails this morning. CC's in the media as well. Send emails. Advertise on twitch.com. This is their Discord that they're using, the brigade. This is their Discord that they've been using actively to like send every advertiser on Twitch emails, like mass email campaigns being like, these guys are anti-Semitic, like this Hassan guy, he's anti-Semitic, and all this shit. In before they try to weaponize this clip. What is this?
You can hand him that if you want. Here you go.
You have to complete the fit. It's the world's most powerful.
Don't shoot it, actually.
What is it?
It's a water gun.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, you can shoot the table if you want.
Or shoot the window.
You gotta shoot the camera?
Jeez.
That's
All right.
crazy.
Brother,
okay, that's enough.
You know how close you were to...
It was crazy. That water gun is incredible, by the way. That's how you protest something, Lamau? Crazy. A political community doesn't understand that. That's how you protest something? What do you mean? By just lying? What do you... First of all, you have to understand there is a valid protest, okay? And then there's like idiotic shit. You can't just like make stuff up about a person and then be like, I'm just protesting. No, you're quite literally, you're protesting reality at that point, okay? What do you mean? That's how you protest, Lamau? They admit that they're lying, you idiot. Like all the time. There's a difference between a serial defamation operation, okay, that is cynically launched to unban their favorite content creator who got banned for violating terms of service so ridiculously, right? Versus like protesting someone, like people launching protest campaigns to this degree over Asmongold with like a shit ton of videos that he has where you could just like clip stuff where he's talking about like, I don't know, immigrants or whatever, or watching like these right-wing content creators or whatever. Like that's one thing, right? And even then, I would not be an advocate to like take away all of the advertisers from the platform. I think that's insane because I'm not a psychopath. Because regardless of the fact that I don't use advertisers, regardless of the fact that I don't give a shit about advertisement in general, like I understand that other people do. There's small content creators on this platform that are having their revenues ripped for this like insane propaganda insane defamation operation that these guys have launched. And most people don't understand it because most people don't pay attention to what the fuck is going on. They just simply see LSF posts or like people that aggregate content off of LSF and just go along with it. Please go over the LSD CEO Dan post. I don't get what is happening. What is LSD CEO Dan post? I hope they can get Twitch to join you in a crusade on this kind of behavior. I don't know what the fuck they would do, honestly. Yeah. Oh, what is this? This guy? Absolutely nothing about this video is true. Hassan's coverage of the DNC wasn't even remotely as critical as others there. The DNC gave an entire booth in the press area to Epoch Times. Fox News was there, so spare me. And other creators there weren't there to boost Dems. They were there to cover the event, just like reporters were. The media's job, whether new media or old, is not to do PR for the Democrats. This person is so deeply ignorant. I don't know what the fuck this person is saying. I haven't seen it, but...
Small gripe.
Small gripe? Yeah, Matt Walsh was there, dog. What the fuck are you talking about? Harassment campaign against Twitch using fake screenshots of anti-Semitism on the platform. Oh, nice. The change went live. If this case isn't clear, any advertiser that supports Twitch in any way will be held accountable for supporting their behavior. Full-on anti-Semitism in its own category and tier will not save ad revenue. Dude, what the? This is insane, dude. These screenshots are definitely fake. Sensitive social issues is presented as a stream category, but non-gaming categories must be first approved through Twitch's user voice forum. Also, the change that Twitch made to address anti-Semitism issues on the platform was to create political and sensitive social issues. Like, what is happening? These guys are Kick streamers, by the way, which makes it even funnier because they all stream on Kick, and that is literally an emote on Kick. Like, anyone that posts this as a meme is anti-Semitic, okay? Anyone that posts this shit as a meme is obviously not, at the very least, they don't care about anti-Semitism. Okay, this is literally open, out and about Nazi-style coordinated smear campaigns where they're trying to just be like, oh man, I can't believe it. Hassan, it's fake. No, I know it's fake. That's what I'm saying. Of course it's fake. You're kind of getting lost in the sauce, dude. Kick doesn't even have ads. That doesn't make much sense. Yeah, the reason why they don't have ads is because they have insane content. They have extreme content. They don't have a terms of service. Twitch does. That's not what happens when platforms show extreme content. No offense, but you talk about rapes, etc. It's kind of inevitable. Dude, you're an idiot. I am a news broadcaster. Like, so is CNN. CNN talks about this shit too. They have a shit ton more ads than I do. I don't even have ads. They're not going after my ads. They can't go after my ads. I don't even run ads now that my contract is up, dumbass. That's why they're trying to go after the entire platform for even hosting me. And it's not even working. So that's the other part of the story that we haven't even gotten to. Okay? The part of the story that we never even got to is that not only are these guys like cynically doing this shit, and not only are they so omega unhinged, right? Here, there's more. Send emails, DM me or Dan if you get a response. Do not stop pushing on Twitch. Advertisers are dropping like flies. And then they got Richard Lewis to like write an article apparently, but it turns out it's not even happening. If there's anything you feel missing from this site, let me know. Latest and greatest stuff, ideally. This website basically streamlines that entire advertising email to call to action Dan did earlier. Go nuts. Same deal as before. Send me a message here or in DMs if you get a response. New York Post, Richie Torres' article on the New York Post. Twitch has become a hotbed of extremism and hateful rhetoric against the West and Jewish people. Dan Clancy is allowing streamers such as Hassan to openly promote hate and terrorism. This needs to be stopped. Sign this petition and demand action. I'm just letting folks know I contacted my House representative on Monday when Dan made the call to action and got through to her directly. She was very interested in hearing what happened and was going to look into it. I contacted her again yesterday for updates and she spoke to her staff. She had gotten 5 to 6 calls from folks during the week, all talking about the Twitch ban on Israel and was planning on doing congressional committee with other interested congressional folks. I let Dan know this and he suggested I join the Discord to post the information here. It has having an effect. Media buyer here. Multiple brands are looking into buying Twitch ads right now. Lots of big brands don't see all this yet. No, because they don't give a It's Christmas time. Are you kidding me? Holiday season is when they have like the most advertising on the platform. The following list is a senior staff with the House of Representatives, an email template for contacting said representatives. Some individuals may have been removed, kicked out of their position. Ensure the individuals you send an email to, in fact, hold the position and listed before you send an email. The thing is, if I was legitimately this massive anti-Semitic, like Nazi terror lover that they try to present me as, this would be valid to do. Okay? Straight up. The problem is, a person like that would not be allowed on Twitch. They would have been banned a million years ago. As a matter of fact, this community, Destiny's community, was banned for doing shit like that already. That's the reason why they're doing this campaign. And it's so funny that, like, the reason why they're doing this mass harassment campaign, this mass coordinated campaign, is straight up because they're on Kick and they can't come back on Twitch. So they're just mad. They're bitter. Oh, and it's wild. It's one, not necessarily working all that well, with the exception of like the new content classification labels and a bunch of people that have caught strays in the process, because obviously whenever you capitulate to these weirdos, these psychos, it ultimately doesn't, you know, it doesn't do anything. They don't feel satiated. As a matter of fact, they, you know, become even more rabid because now they feel like they got a taste of action. They got a taste of motion. They won't stop till he's back on Twitch or you lose your mind. Nothing will stop unless you sue them, to be honest. Yeah, it's just not gonna work to make me lose my mind. It doesn't. I look at this as like the saddest thing people can do. I'm Jewish and I don't even remotely buy that they're doing this out of a genuine concern for Jewish people. Yeah, it was some of the Jewish content creators on this platform like Nandre and Ham and Cheddar that were genuinely frustrated about the Zionism designation that came as a consequence of Dan Saltman and Destiny going to the ADL and his community. That, by the way, also calls their operations the Daliban, which is another hilarious thing. Like they consider themselves to be cyber terrorists. You should just say you're reviewing your legal options. Easy peasy. Yeah. Okay, guys. Wikipedia just sent to a sitting member of Congress and everything Dan is linking. Twitch is pausing of account creations in Israel. Twitcherterrorist.com. This wiki page provides a list of every link we have for the article. Please avoid linking anything we already have on this page. What we need: every instance of someone who contacted Twitch about why they couldn't get an account. Every instance of someone who emailed. Oh yeah, they also, this is the other, they call themselves the Hezbollah brigades as well. Community dedicated to documenting the anti-Semitism of Turkish colonizer Hassan Piker and the Sultan of the Twitch Empire, Dan Clancy, as well as other streamers. How fun, dude. I recommended you to my normie older bro for your election coverage. He really enjoyed it. Now he texts me that he doesn't know what the fuck you're talking about. Yeah. No, I absolutely think these orbiters calling Congress people is dangerous and can stack with ADL, APAC, pressure, etc. They're moving on to doing conspiracy theories that your merch designs are AI generated now. They absolutely are not. Likely AI generated? What the outline runs differentiate foreground? Me trying to prove Hassan is merch is AI made? What? Brother, get a job, dude. Please get a job. Please. Please get a job. Please, dude. Don't they get off on your attention? Most neat behavior in existence. I know. We need to do a massive work program for sure for all these guys. Unfortunately, it is their job. No, they're doing this shit for free, and they're doing this because they are permanently jobless. So, like I was saying, we have the stock guy who was complaining about like advertising revenues going down for him, but he does talk about like news and information, so he might have been like classified with the new political designation as a consequence of doing news coverage no matter what. And he did an election stream. Yeah, they're probably that could be part of the reason why he was like slapped with the news and politics designation. So that might have led to a revenue loss for him, which is again unfortunate. But it seems like a lot of the content creators on this platform that aren't doing any sort of political coverage whatsoever have not experienced revenue loss from advertising at all.
Thoughts on the adpocalypse? There's no adpocalypse going on. Yeah, there's no adpocalypse happening. None of our ad revenue has changed. None of the ad revenue of any streamer that I know has been changed. I know that there were some problems with specifically certain tags that were on Twitch that people were talking about, but none of our shit has had problems. Yeah. None of it. Yes, there is. No, there isn't. You know what an adpocalypse means? Adpocalypse means the entire platform is getting shit on. Our Ferret Rescue runs off of ad revenue. Hasn't changed a dime.
Yeah. Misgive, I'm surprised to see you not banned for spreading DPRK terrorist propaganda. Yeah, you need to keep being surprised if you think that that is like something that tracks with most normal people. By the way, that Lacey clip people are sharing about his ad rev, people don't see what he said
Back up to
afterwards.
what
It was
needs to
bait.
be. I will not be streaming anymore. Revenue does not go back up to what it needs to be. I will not be streaming anymore. Simple as that. $10 out of 10 bait that's gonna hit on Twitter. Chat, how many hate comments is that gonna get on a Scuba Ryan Twitter reply? How many hate replies is that one gonna get? How many, chat? Yoxic hate thread incoming? So many?
Yeah. By the way, that Dan guy saw this Pirate Software clip and immediately started calling him anti-Semitic and a Jew hater because he didn't use his talking websites for proof. Wait, shut the up. Hilarious that these people think that there is absolutely no First Amendment right to say things. They want more censorship than Nazi Germany, Lamau. Yeah, this was like last week.
I'm the best rage baiter.
This was like last week. And so a lot of I think there are valid concerns for a lot of content creators that are getting hit with like the politics CCL, content classification label, because it's a new label. They haven't started selling ads towards that label yet. And I'm sure inevitably they will start putting ads, like slotting in ads to that label as well. But as far as like the rest of the platform, like these guys are saying, Dan tried to recruit Pirate Software into his harassment campaign. Pirate Software blocked Dan on Twitter. They're so gross and weird, man. It doesn't make sense. Like I don't even think XQC is going to be on board with this shit. Like, I feel like maybe I'm wrong, but the only person who's bit this has been like Asmongold. This is Dan literally making threats about going after you in this community.
You know what's so f***ed up is this fucking little weasel rat. I mean, it's okay because I'm doing the same thing. See, this is what you guys don't get. This is what you don't get. You don't play the game. You don't play it strong enough. You're over here like, Dan, do not bring up that he went to a brothel. Yes, it was raided, but in the end, they didn't find enough crimes to shut them down. He has no issues clip chipping me. Okay? He's fine doing it. Why the fuck would I not do it in return? Okay?
What is he talking about? Dude, it's getting completely unhinged and completely out of control.
Hey, he wants to like do out of context clips at me. You know what? That's 420 blaze it. Let's go. YOLO. Do it. Because you know what? There's not that many clips of me that you can take out of context. There's a few, but I got a lot that I can do for you. I'm winning this battle. So you know what?
He's literally openly saying, I'm going to like actively pursue my defamation campaign. That's crazy.
You got my approval. Let's do it. Out of context battle. You go first. Right here with this one right here, saying that my whole mission is to get Steve unbanned. Go ahead, Clancy, and I'd be happy to figure out a way forward for him to.
For those of you who don't know, these are some of Destiny's little orbiters. This man.
I'll have you know that I am not a little orbiter. I am a big, important, thick orbiter. Okay. Also.
Oh. Bro, have some self-respect. God damn, you're like 50 years old, man. What the f are you doing? Oh, this is so sad. Oh. Yo, his entire community is so busted. These vibes are so bad. I don't know what to say. I'm a big orbiter, not a little one. I'll have you know. Oh my God. By the way, the brothel thing is crazy because he openly admitted that he knows. He openly admitted that he knows that they were raided for tax evasion, basically. Like he's saying, like, it's fine. They weren't raided for sex trafficking, but it doesn't matter. I'm just going to keep lying about it. Okay. Sick, man. Have fun.
So what's going on with your hair?
200K to 28K fell off. I know it's over. My career is done. I should hang it up today. I should hang it up tomorrow. I'm done.
There, big man. Why is your hairstyle so bad? What the f***'s on your microphone also? Not good. This guy just looks weird. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? I mean, I don't know what to say. I see two men on the screen. Oh, wait, you can't see. Hold on. Ooh, that's awkward. Let me just go ahead. See, I see two men on the screen here. And I happen to think that one of them is more handsome than the other. That's just me. Okay? But anyways, let's continue.
We used to have conversations back.
Yeah, back when you weren't a terrorist. Yes. Or at least you were a terrorist in training, and I thought it was a joke.
In the day. You know, quite pleasant conversations as a man.
We talked about the blood of landlords running down the streets. The most pleasant of conversations.
Matter of fact. Yeah, dude. The shit that he used to say was infinitely more unhinged. Especially back then. It's so weird that he's acting like he was legitimately offended by that. That's so funny. I think he's genuinely struggling with being featured on stream. He's not used to it. Yeah, I do feel like this is Hasananon. It's reaching like, remember the levels of mania that I've talked about before, with like Trump supporters that will go to the level of like hallucination where they talk about how Trump is hot. Like, I don't understand why he's like trying to attack the one thing, the one thing that even Destiny's community objectively will point to be like, he only has fans because he's hot. He's like, yeah, he's ugly. All right, man. Cool. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. My man's looking like the manager of a bowling alley, specifically so he can hit on 17-year-olds over here, 50 years old online, talking about how he is the big orbiter of a dude whose most famous moments are him being cucked and absolutely getting destroyed by an academic who was significantly more knowledgeable than him. Like, that's the guy you've attached yourself to, that you're like, I'm a big orbiter. I'm a big boy. One day we're going to take him. But his brain has just been so broken by being Destiny's orbiter and his co-host on his podcast that he has been spending an unimaginable amount of time.
They fear me. You know why? Because I'm retarded. And remember I talked early on about the triangle of danger? I am the triangle of danger, okay? This is it. I got all three, okay? They fear us. They fear the triangle, and they should. They should fear the triangle. You should run.
What are you doing? No. Bro, this is so sad. Why are you doing this to yourself, man? Oh my God. He thinks bro thinks he's an anime villain because he made like 8 cyber stalking websites to be like, we're sending mass emails to every advertiser. We're gonna take down Twitch. I'm the Joker. I am the one who knocks.
You should not say Voldemort's name because he will come after you. You should just sit there.
Oh, ew, Voldemort.
And be happy that I'm focused on Dan Clancy and just let me use you as the tool that you are to get to Dan Clancy. I don't give a shit about you. Just sit there and shut the fuck up. Do your terrorist propaganda. Let me get my regime change underway. And if you're lucky, you'll come out of this thing without any issues, okay? That's what's going to happen if you're lucky. You keep with me, and I'll show you what I'm about, okay? And what I'm about is effective action in policy and outreach and activism, okay? Did I say activism twice? I think so. You can do a lot with a single email, okay? You can do a lot by being genuine and talking to someone on the phone. These are things that your fans are too afraid to do because they have PTSD about the idea of talking to another person, and they have to have like a therapy session about it. I don't. I will call into the brave Mujahideen soldiers, Dan Crenshaw's line. I'll break bread with Dan Crenshaw. I will talk about his lost eye, and I will talk about the man who made fun of it.
What do they think happens if Dan gets replaced, if the next person comes in and just immediately bans you? Probably. I think that's what they think. This loser only came online in his 20s to sell CSGO hacks, became the owner of Tiny Chat, and got caught messaging minors. Plays not like us. I don't know anything about this dude. I don't know enough about his background. I just know that he's an edgy boy, just like Destiny. These people who are, are well into their adulthood, age-wise, with children. I don't know if he has kids or not, or a wife, but these are guys who have not let go of the halcyon days of 4chan poll. They're literally just, it's, I don't really want to talk about it any further. It's just sad. we need to get these guys some jobs or something else to worry about. Doesn't this guy seem scary enough to actually do harm? He's stalking, defaming, and actively threatening you. What's stopping you from taking legal actions? Nothing, really. He's just a loser. It doesn't do anything. Like, they're making that video speaks for itself, I think. Unless your brain is like genuinely fried from doing too much Reddit, you probably look at a guy like that and go, okay, there's something wrong with this person. Like, he is far too invested in this. But yeah, as I was talking about, it seems like the adpocalypse thing wasn't, or it hasn't happened in the way that they're claiming. I think that they just wanted to get more motion. Comparing what Pirate Software said to
systemic
Auschwitz.
To the executive leadership team. And then he blocked me. And he said that, like, I was name calling him or something. So... Well, actually, I should be fair and read his.
This guy's on Kick, dude. It's so funny that he's on the neo-Nazi pedophile platform talking about how anti-Semitic Twitch is, dude. Asmon is blaming you now. He can suck my dick if he actually is blaming me. I'm assuming that half the chat is just clipping shit that he's saying out of context. But it's kind of weird because yesterday he took credit for it, and now he's like, actually, I've decided Hassan is, Hassan is the reason. They don't care about being hypocrites. They care about winning. Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
His response, if I can see it. Let's see. Here it is.
This one? What is this?
Trying to put that kind of hateful statement in a quote while referring to me is outrageous. I've blocked you as a result of this and nothing else. It's clear that you're not familiar with my content, considering this thread that you've made towards me either. Twitch needs to make action, and finally, Twitch needs to take action, and finally is, even if it is small. I'm glad they're at least doing something, and I can never agree with the inflammatory stances you've taken here. You know what this guy, in my mind, what I've heard is, like, the neighbors have complained about the killing of Jews and the smell, and the Nazi factory has put a filter on the stacks, and he's like, listen,
What the... Bro, they're trying to make this a beef between you and Asmon. Don't fall for it. You can always just reach out to him directly. His dad was in the chat the other day saying he doesn't want you banned. Yeah. I don't know why Asmon thinks that this is like if he thinks that this is like a solid approach, like, he's wrong. And I've correctly called out that he would not appreciate the waters that he was the treacherous waters that he was engaging in. And it seemed like there was a turning point when he apologized for the inferior cultures deserve to be genocided take. There's already news articles stating he already claimed being the reason for the adpocalypse. Twitch could actually sue for torturous interference. Torturous interference is a common law tort allowing to claim damages against a defendant who wrongfully interferes with the plaintiff's contractual or business relationships. I mean, I don't know. They're talking shit. Asmon isn't blaming you. People just want drama. Yeah. I think his audience probably wants Asmongold to blame me more than just like taking credit for it, because I feel like narratively that plays better overall. But it is crazy to say that there is like inconsistencies in the way that the terms of service is applied, right? When, obviously a panel of content creators from the Arabs podcast, including an Arab Jewish person, were banned for saying that Sabra hummus, designating Sabra hummus as a you know, the shittiest version of hummus, somehow being an anti-Semitic hate crime for 30 days is insane. Okay, absolutely insane. The inconsistency is right there. It's not in the other way. The inconsistency isn't right-wingers are getting a real tough time at Twitch, you know, real tough. This is the clip that people wanted me to watch. Asman's audience has literally been taken over by Twitter right-wingers. Remember the DEI shit started? They were elated how Asman is the normie voice for them. Yeah, I know. He has not fully realized his position yet. Checked him the other day, and he was honestly questioning whether his community was right-wing. That is the most insane thing. Hassan, stop giving these guys attention. Brother, while this isn't close to the adpocalypse shit, it is like a treacherous territory. I do have to speak the truth. Like, what do you mean? Nah, I should just let one of the largest content creators on the platform just straightforwardly drive the narrative off of a cliff that, like, that it is I that is responsible for the apocalypse and not like this rabid community that is literally doing everything and everything they can to you know, openly defame me and try to get some kind of motion in an area where, you know, obviously I am not anti-Semitic. Like, you can see thousands of hours of commentary on that issue alone that I have dedicated to. Have you spoken to D viewers IRL? They're beyond delusional and broken. No, I don't think I've ever encountered a Destiny viewer in the wild, with the exception of that one guy that was like, I'm shaking. And then we found out that he was like a massive racist. What is this? This is the last clip we're going to see from this loser.
Okay. Hassan is appearing on Cutie Cinderella's popularity contest. Hold on. How do I get to that? Where? Link me this.
I had a friend who was a Destiny fan. It was a nightmare how much he talked about hating Hassan. Yeah, I mean, that's like most of his content. So it's weird. Like, it's weird that his audience is also that invested in it.
Link me.
Asman was
Whatever
watching
that
AOC
is.
holding
There's no
a
way.
hearing with the Trump admin official.
I mean, if Cutie Cinderella wants to host Hassan, that's on her. Oh, I don't give a shit. If Cutie and her friends are all friendly with Hassan, that's their right to do. And as I mean, listen, I'm happy to add them all of their shit. If they want to support, like, anti-Jewish.
I'm going to add you into the list. What are you doing, bro? Do you hear yourself? Like, brother, you gotta take a breather. You gotta step outside a little bit. Holy shit. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? It's like, wow, if you're hanging out with Hassan, the terrorism lover, well, it seems like you are about to be on the list. Please, man, you're, again, pushing 50. What the oh my Lord. Yeah, you know how I always speak about how I wish a lot of people that operate like this online well, like I want them to get better. I want them to not be this invested in this operation. And I feel like they'll be happier overall. I don't think we can save this man.
Shit, I am happy to add that to all the shit that I'm doing with Congress. I don't give a shit. Hassan creates terrorists, okay? He creates terrorists. He creates people that hate Jews for no other reason. And if you're going to support him, I am more than happy to have your faces right next to his with whatever else. You know what's going on, okay? Ignorance is not an explanation for it moving forward. So I don't know what to tell you. I don't. The terrorist vibes might not be as poggers as they were in the past. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, dude. I want to terrorize America with some healthcare, baby. Yeah. Isn't that just open defamation? Dude, We live in the United States of America, okay? Wait, didn't he say you weren't his target like 2 clips ago? Yeah, of course he doesn't care about anything that he's saying, okay? He's out of his mind. Yeah, why does this clown and D sound identical? Their brains are melted. That's why. What is this? Let's see.
Hassan clearly is like one of the biggest proponents of this. I would say he is the biggest proponent to a lot of the contention around the, quote, adpocalypse.
Yeah. No.
He's the main reason why this is like 90% of the examples that are being used.
Yeah. Is me being anti-Semitic and being pro-terrorism. Thank you, Asman.
Are him. Like, or maybe not 90, it might be 80, 70%. But it's like the majority of all examples on the entire platform are all Hassan. So, yeah, very clear.
That didn't ring any alarm bells for you at all? Like, not even a little bit? Like, do you think this is a genuine operation? Like, do you think I'm genuinely a anti-Semitic person? 700 upvotes, 300 comments, top of LS7 50 minutes. Of course, dude. The method is always the same. It's just funny because like half of the people that are doing this are legitimately anti-Semitic. Like, actually.
Very clearly, this is the reason why it's happening. Now, you can say that it's unfair, but that's fine. That's okay. But you can't say it's not happening, or that's not the reason.
Talk to Asman again. He's getting brain broken. I don't think I can change his mind.
It's unfair, but that's fine. That's okay. Of course, I think he probably knows what's going on. I mean, of course he does. And totally right. Blocking Israel and happening. Now, you can say that it's unfair, but that's fine. That's okay. But you can't say it's not happening, or that's not the reason. So blocking Israel and ADL memes? Oh, no, that's definitely bad. But I'm talking about people's actions on the website. Of course, there are other things like them blocking Israel and things like that, too. You're totally right. So, and Hassan probably has no clue what's going on. I think he probably knows what's going on. I mean, of course he does. And so people see Hassan can get away with it and they start doing it too. Maybe, right? He changed the video after the miskiff part. I don't know. I mean, I'm not trying to start drama, but I think it is pretty. Knows. And this is the problem, is that, like, I ran into the same problem that Ludwig is running into right now. And so, like, this is what I did about it. Because I covered drama with people that I was friends with, and then the way that I covered it didn't align with, like, what the public sentiment was. And because it didn't align with what the public sentiment was, people thought that I was being biased. So I don't think that we should spend a lot of time talking about whether Ludwig is lying or not, because it doesn't matter and none of us really know that. But what we can say is that very clearly a lot of people believe that he is. And this is a problem that I've run into many times.
It's sad that you can speak about how any viewer can come in and see you're not this and that, but then other content creators can't just give you the same respect and just make up stuff or watch out of context stuff you say. Well, it must be true. What the f***? Make it make sense. Stop the delusion. You have never changed his mind and never could. He's bad faith, man. I don't think I can change his mind is what I'm saying. I don't think I can change his mind. Streaming looks like such a bad environment. Drama destroys friendships and community. It's really making me sad for real. I don't know why they keep saying they block users in Israel. I literally made another account on the 9th of June. I think that there was one method that was blocking new Israeli viewers from creating a new account, but it was also Palestinian viewers as well using the same ISPs. No, don't talk to him again. Not to tell you how to partake in your relationship with other streamers, but if I were you, I would never give this time of the day respectful combos. Seriously, I'm so sad that it's happening to you, mate. Regardless of how you feel about it, how you feel about it yourself. I don't think it's as big as a deal as like we are making it in our little echo chamber is what I'm saying. I don't think that we're email account formation was blocked, phone number still worked. But they always conveniently leave out Palestine was blocked too. Yeah, because the entire thing is cynical. It's a cynical way to build up a narrative. And it hasn't actually worked. Like, it hasn't really worked that much, which is why they're pissed off and they try to like tack on new shit. And they're just going to keep trying to pile it over and over again. And not only are they making stuff not only are they, clipping shit out of context, they're just straight up lying now. You know what I mean? I showed you the examples of like the anti-Semitic meme that Dan Saltman posted saying that like Twitch is doing anti-Semitism. They're, they put Nazi music over a clip of me and Nick to make it seem like I was playing Nazi music. It's there is no end to the depravity, is what I mean. Like, they don't care. Yeah, they doctor chats. Like, they don't give a shit. But like, you have to understand, yeah, these guys are doing the same shit that like people used to do during the Gamergate era, And it's not entirely about like Israel either. I think that a lot of the people that are doing this saw that there is at least enough like there are enough like people with institutional legitimacy that are on the pro-Israel side that will take any opportunity to silence criticisms of Israel. So they've attached themselves to this meta. They've attached themselves to like the ADL because they know that like the ADL will come after any organization that is critical of Israel. And, they do have some level of motion. They're not as well respected as they used to be. I have a few clips you should see from these guys. Who do I send them to? You can send them to the mods. Going after the Z word is such a straw man for talking about why an actual genocide is occurring or allowed to occur. Yeah. It's pretty crazy. Like I said, it's pretty wild because like this is a very deliberate way. This is a very deliberate way to just basically stop any sort of discourse from happening. Like any sort of discourse. This isn't like someone who is legitimately being anti-Semitic or someone who's like whipping up their audience to do acts of terror or some shit, like a dangerous person that must be stopped or anything like that. This is just straightforwardly, a very obvious instance of like direct censorship, because the context in which we talk about Hezbollah or Hamas or any number of these different like organizations that are classified as non-state actors, terrorists, is academic. Like, yeah, I walk around, I make jokes, but ultimately the purpose is literally educational. I'm offering historic context, historical analysis, historical context to this conversation. It's just like literally what you would. It's exactly the type of conversations that you would be having in a college lecture. Now, you can clip something out of context and be like, oh, this is what you would do in a college lecture, and then like show like the Houthi music video or some shit like that. But ultimately, yes, like I have had actual academic lecturers on, like heads of departments on, to have these exact same conversations, right? And that is what their gripe is. Their gripe is, I don't like that you're talking about this. Well, some people's gripe is just that I exist and am able to be successful in this space, and they just want to stop that to the best of their ability. But other people like ADL and all these other places like that will, other organizations that are, attaching themselves to this very obvious like smear campaign, they're doing that because they don't want any sort of discourse to exist. I think you also not responding to most of this also makes these guys go crazy. Epically a former podcast co-host of yours. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Bro, it's got nothing to do with what you're saying. The mans just hate you. Yeah, I know. I'm saying that for like the major harassment has been occurring for the past 5 years. This is just like they did this with the cracker shit, right? They did this with the cracker ban, where Twitch responded and then everyone made fun of Twitch for banning me because everyone was like, what do you mean anti-white racism? You're like, shut the fuck up. And it was ridiculous. It was mostly ridiculous. It was so ridiculous that like, obviously it was so ridiculous that Nabisco sent me a cracker pass, right? That's how ridiculous it was. Having said that, however, in this circumstance, like anti-Semitism is real in a way that anti-white racism is silly. Anti-Semitism is very real. Okay, it's valid. It's a real bigotry, very dangerous bigotry. So the process is diluted and muddied when you have institutions that are supposed to be going after real anti-Semitism and logging real incidents of anti-Semitism, when they use that institutional legitimacy they have to go after any kind of critic of Israel. And that's precisely what's happening here. It's just like a couple positive anecdote about how to help someone examine their anti-Semitic. Hasanabi checked my anti-Semitism. Help me check my anti-Semitism. I'm a brown dude that grew up in a religiously Muslim conservative household and country. It's common to hear sentiment Jews control the media. Jewish people are secretly in charge of the global financial order amongst people here. It's also easy to go along with and pair the talking points of people around you, and it's difficult to completely uproot an idea from your head that you've been brainwashed into believing because you've heard it repeated over and over from the moment you were born. I spent a good chunk of my life thinking this generalization was true to some extent. However, my understanding of the issue completely changed after hearing Hassan speak on the issue multiple times. Hassan helped me identify that Jewish people, much like Muslims, are not a monolith. They're a diverse group of people living all across the world with completely different worldviews and upbringing from one another. The only common denominator is their religion, and even that is a questionable denominator at best, since people are religious to varying degrees. Hassan helped me broaden my understanding of anti-Semitism, where it comes from, and how it's been historically used as a tool to dehumanize Jewish people in order to commit atrocities against them. I now see Hassan cynically being labeled as an anti-Semite, and it's hilarious to me. It's hilarious because Hassan actually helped me empathize with and better understand Jewish people, much like he did with the trans community, a story for another time. If I watched and I listened to the people that labeled him an anti-Semite, I would have never even have been able to examine my own anti-Semitism because these people never educate their audience on the issue. They don't want to talk about identifying it or how to combat it. They just use anti-Semitism as a debating point or when they're cornered in a discussion. It's reminds of organized debates in schools where I'd have to argue for or against a position that I have no personal investment in or did not agree with because I have to win the debate, you know? Anyway, I'm thankful that someone like Hassan exists, someone that can combat and teach you about anti-Semitism while simultaneously combating Islamophobia and advocating for the Palestinian cause. More power to him and all the Hasanabi heads. Is that your alt? Yeah, brother, it's my alt. I logged into my alt, Wade Bear's esophagus, to write this. That's my job. My primary goal, okay? My primary goal is if you have anti-Semitic tendencies, I'm here to eradicate that. I'm here to help. I'm here to help you question your social conditioning, how you arrived at that point and why it's wrong. If you have transphobic tendencies, my job is to explain to you why this is wrong. Okay? And I think I've been quite successful in doing so. And that's why I have this wonderful community that has grown over time. The people who are not happy with it are likely the same group of people rooting for harassment campaign that led the so-called adpocalypse. Also, do we really have legit confirmation of an adpocalypse? The first I heard of it was a campaign with Dan Sullivan attacking Twitch CEO because he couldn't unban Destiny. They have now morphed into calling the most TOS informing platform anti-Semitic while ignoring YouTube and Kick. To add a little more context, Dan had an axe to grind because he's also Jewish and Hassan was displaying terrorist propaganda. Okay. To add more context, a lot of Hassan's community are Jewish, and he hasn't denied the atrocities. It's a cynical campaign claiming to stand against anti-Semitism where their advocacy Discord group stops at criticizing Hassan. That community generated a bunch of bot messages and sent them to advertisers because Destiny, their fearless leader, is banned off the platform. You don't get monetized if there are tags on your stream, which include politics. The rest are fine. But politics being a tag is a stretch. There was an Iranian stream who had Iran in their title to attract Iranian viewers, and his stream was demonetized because of his existence as political with Iran and being an adversary of America. These little fascists sure feel emboldened after Trump got elected. Yeah, 100%. No, you don't understand, bro. It's totally organic when DG Post gives 100 plus upvotes and 50 plus comments, all by Destiny users within minutes of being posted on certain subs. They all just organically stumbled upon the post within minutes of each other. No brigading whatsoever. It's totally organic. I like that people recognize it, though. People really love to hate Hassan, huh? I don't really like the guy, but to act like he's the reason advertisers are pulling out and not the guy literally instructing his followers to spam email advertisers because of his personal grudge is insane. He literally is look into it more. Also, 80% of advertisers have not left Twitch. What the fuck? I'm not even going to watch the Ludwig video. I don't really care. Everyone has criticized this so much. Let's move on to some real news, okay? They went from Trump is a fascist Nazi to now that the Republicans are in control, it'll be easier for us to get Hassan banned. Losers. I know. I believe they're also working with like Republicans now to try and change the discourse to Twitch is anti-Semitic to Twitch is actually anti-white and also anti-conservative. Yeah. That's they've moved on. And if Twitch capitulates to that too, by the way, I mean, it's over at that point. Like, it's fucking straight up, it's Jover, okay? Bro, I'm telling you, he is literally just a hog. This is what happens when you have no personal convictions whatsoever. You just simply do not have any personal convictions, any policy solutions, any opinion on policy at all, and that you only care about team sports.
Okay, and finally, new rule. Someone must tell the usual suspects on the far left that the saying is, when you're in a hole, stop digging, not keep digging.
Oh, by the way, we were wrong. I wanna come out. I wanna come out and tell you guys openly, my bad. Okay? My bad. Remember last week when I said I wrote Bill Maher's script? It turns out they didn't use my script last week. They used it this week. And I was wrong. Because I wrote the script. I wrote this exact script last week and I talked about it. And you guys were like, oh, well, it doesn't seem like he's covering that at all. He actually talked about defending Tony Hinchcliffe's like Trash Island joke instead. This is the week where he is hating Jews was a bad look. Don't do it again. I've never hated Jews. Dude, I love these guys hallucinating. Like, I love the hallucinations of these dudes where they're like, not only is he hallucinating, he's moved on to the second thing where he's like, don't do it again. Like, you've done it already, but don't do it again. Trump voter, by the way. Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Talk about doubling down on what got you in the first place. Even the one concession I've heard a few people on the losing side offer, that liberals should stop saying the Trump voters are stupid, comes with a kind of unspoken parentheses. We know they are stupid, just don't say it. Yeah, I got bad news for you. They don't have a monopoly on stupid. You wear Queers for Palestine t-shirts.
Oh my God. Yep. Up there it is. My writing back in action, baby. Sorry, guys. Sorry, chat. I wrote this. I'm sorry. It's probably my best work. Like I said, it's probably my best work. Yeah. Queers for Palestine shirts. That's what lost Kamala Harris the election.
And masks 2 years after the pandemic ended.
Yeah, this was this played another major role in the election, was mask wearing. It was a big point of contention. There was so many pro-maskers on the Democratic Party front. It was crazy. Major factor in the election was Queers for Palestine and mask wearing. Yeah.
You can't define woman, I mean person who menstruates. You're the teachers union education party and you've turned schools and colleges.
You hate Misgive now? Wait, what? No? What the Where is any of this coming from?
You just lost a crazy contest to an actual crazy person.
I like that the argument here is that, like, you lost a crazy contest to an actual crazy person, and I basically agree with, like, everything he's saying. Like, oh, he's a crazy person who I happen to agree with almost entirely. Okay? Wait, which one is it? Is it this the one? Is this a little bit better, chat? No, the vibes are too Is the lighting better like this? Mar always copies Sam Harris's homework. Had to wait for Sam's podcast to come out to develop his takes. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm the one who wrote this. I'm the one who wrote this script. Calm down. Miskiff said it'd be better for you to be banned from Twitch than for all Twitch streamers to lose out on ad revenue. Not sure what the full context was, but the individual clip didn't look good. Yeah, he was most likely farming LSF because it is the easiest way to get updates on Reddit. And I believe he literally openly stated that it was bait immediately afterwards. But it's okay. I mean, even if he was being serious, like, what am I supposed to do? I still don't hate him.
You love to speak truth to power, and we always should, but you have completely lost the ability to speak truth to bullshit. The Democratic polling firm Blueprint told Democrats months ago that black voters, aka their supposedly liberal base, were more likely to find the president too liberal than too conservative. They also found that voters...
Here's him laughing at D for taking the
He was
bait.
fucking clip baiting, dude.
Yep.
He was, bro. He was clip bait. Imagine being clickbaited by clickbait Andy to then be reacted by a video of Ludwig reacting to the reaction of Asman, but Destiny's watching this interaction. But then this guy chimes in and is not reacting to that, and I'm watching this whole ordeal.
This is so good.
Imagine.
Which is like already sweeping because Miskiff's saying, yeah, just ban Hassan, ban politics, because Miskiff actually knows what's going on.
No way! No way! No way! No way!
They're so stupid. Oh my god. Ay, ay, ay. People want to have you banned for your politics. I want to have you banned for subjecting us to Bill Maher's smarmy voice. Well, you're going to eat it. I think that half of that community doesn't understand when someone is like being sarcastic, and the other half of the community doesn't care because they can just use it as a talking point to be like, see, even his friends hate him. And I think that's what it is. Best comment from that thread. Sure, Miskiff was baiting us, but his bait was actually right because it agrees with our overarching goal, which is getting us on stopping anti-Semitism. Yeah. I mean, yeah. That is precisely what this is. D fans are in denial and pissed that you didn't tell Lud to edit that video. Brother, I don't know. I don't know what to... I don't know how to explain to people that they're like hallucinating. They're hallucinating so hard that they have like duped themselves into this permanent... They've duped themselves into this like permanent state of believing their own false narratives. Cheeseball Gate version 2.0, yeah. Oh. Hasananon. What's the leverage that you would have over Ludwig? That doesn't make sense. I don't know. I don't know what the they're cooking up over there. They have given themselves collective psychosis. Q. I feel like they should let him go because it's racial profiling to say an Italian man had bushy eyebrows.
That's true.
Like that is like racism is alive and well. I guess Italians aren't white. You know, we've finally addressed it. We are now going to take a different approach and talk about obviously healthcare in this country from the perspective of an individual. The Italian stallion, his manifesto, Luigi's manifesto, the 262-word manifesto on the killing of the United Healthcare CEO is out. Ken Klippenstein has leaked it. Friend of the show, Ken Leakenstein, has leaked it. We are going to have Stavi Baby on the broadcast in a little bit. I don't know where he is right now, but it doesn't matter. But before we get to the manifesto, Luigi is a manifesto. Let's get started on
breaking
new updates. Suspect in CO killing appears in court. Okay. And while I do that, I'm going to have to go pee because holy shit, I've been holding it in this whole time.
News overnight, fast-moving investigation into the suspect in the killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Overnight, the 26-year-old was charged with murder hours after he was arrested in Pennsylvania after being spotted at a McDonald's several hours outside New York City. Senior investigative correspondent Aaron Katersky is in Huntington, Pennsylvania with the latest for us. Good morning to you, Aaron.
Good morning, Robin. The suspect was held at this Pennsylvania state prison overnight after that arrest at that McDonald's. Police said when they confronted him, they knew right away, that's our guy. He's now charged with murder in New York, and police say he was carrying evidence that could point to motive. This morning, Luigi Mangione is charged with the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. The 26-year-old led by police in handcuffs, appearing in a Pennsylvania court on local gun and forgery charges.
This morning at approximately 9:14 a.m., Altoona police officers received a call of a suspicious male at a local restaurant.
Mangione was arrested some 300 miles from the Manhattan murder scene, traveling through Altoona on a Greyhound bus that stopped at this McDonald's. Police say someone recognized him from surveillance images and an employee called 911.
A McDonald's employee did something we ask every American to do. If you see something, say something, but most importantly, do something. And they did.
Officers found Mangione wearing a mask.
As soon as we asked him to pull it down, my partner and I recognized him immediately. Just from what we saw in the media with photos, videos, we just didn't even think twice about it. We knew that was our guy.
When asked for ID, police say he gave them this fake New Jersey driver's license, the same one he allegedly used to check into a hostel in New York City 10 days before the shooting. When asked if he'd been to New York, court records say Mangione became quiet and started to shake.
He is believed to be our person of interest in the brazen targeted murder of Brian Thompson, CEO of United Healthcare, last Wednesday in Midtown Manhattan.
The NYPD racing to Altoona. Police say the suspect had this ghost gun that may have been made with a 3D printer, similar to the weapon used to kill Thompson, along with handwritten notes that sources tell ABC News mentioned United Healthcare by name and said these parasites had it coming. At the crime scene, police finding deny, defend, and depose written on the bullets.
It does seem that he has some ill will toward corporate America.
Mangione grew up in Maryland, attending the prestigious Gilman School in Baltimore, graduating in 2016 as valedictorian. He's seen here speaking at the school's Founders Day.
The class of 2016 is truly defined by its inventive, pioneering mentality that accompanies a strong commitment to Gilman tradition.
Online, Mangione posted about the infamous manifesto by Unabomber Ted Kaczynski, saying he was a violent individual, but also an extreme political revolutionary. He also posted an X-ray of the spine and reviews of books about back injuries, authorities including them as part of the investigation.
My understanding is his spine was misaligned. It wasn't like he was always in severe pain, but it seems like certain things would trigger it.
The family of Luigi Mangione saying in a statement, "Our family is shocked and devastated by Luigi's arrest. We offer our prayers to the family of Brian Thompson." His murder has triggered anger online at the insurance industry. United Healthcare putting up fencing around its headquarters.
I understand people have real frustration.
One of the funniest bars here was when Josh Shapiro was like, the real hero is not the guy who shot the healthcare CEO, but the person who called 911. I was like, if that's the message that you think is going to resonate with the voters come 2028, I don't know how cooked the Democratic Party is. Like, no one expects the governor of Pennsylvania to be like, the guy was based, right? But like, I feel like there is a better way to communicate, even as a polite institutionalist. You know what I mean? Like, there's definitely a better way to try and communicate the situation, you know, reading the room better. What is this? Fellow political commentator Hassan Piker wears orange in solidarity with fellow bisexual Luigi Mangione following his arrest. Anti-Piker is always doing propaganda. It's not Hassan is a bi. It's Hasanabi, okay? It's not Hassan a bi. Goddamn. This heinous crime silver lining is that it has brought a conversation about insurance that must be had. Would suffice, I think. Yeah, something along those lines, you know? I don't even have the bisexual lighting chat. Calm down. Calm down. All right. This was a very funny tweet about my order, my lineup of guests today. This is basically a young person's Meet the Press. Today's stream guests are Obama's favorite journalist, Ta-Nehisi Coates, Commissioner of the FTC, Lena Khan, Stavi baby. Yeah, stacked lineup today. Out of control. Okay. Biden tweeting this right now is crazy. We have worked tirelessly. This is Biden's. I bought a physical copy of Stavi baby's here, by the way. This is Biden's version of saying I bought a physical copy of Rashid Khalidi's 100 Years of Palestine. Like, this is him. Like, in the most inopportune moments, he comes out and swings for the fences again and again and again. Hold on, I got to fix the situation for Stavi real quick.
With our healthcare system, this killer is being hailed as a hero. Hear me on this. He is no hero.
Police said Mangione had been in Pennsylvania for several days and had actually traversed the state from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh. They're also investigating recent travel across the country and overseas. But his next trip, Robin, is going to be to New York, where he's charged with murder.
And
Robin?
Aaron, did investigators have any idea who the suspect was before he was apprehended?
They didn't, Robin. In fact, they had collected a lot of evidence, but nothing that had pointed them toward an identification. So until that heads-up customer and employee at the McDonald's, they had no idea who this guy was. Those two are now going to split the reward money that had been offered for information, Robin.
They saw something and they said something. All right, Aaron, thanks to you.
We are following breaking news. We have new video of Luigi Mangione's arrival at a courthouse in Pennsylvania. That's where we are anticipating an extradition hearing for the 26-year-old Ivy League graduate and high school valedictorian accused in the murder of health insurance CEO Brian Thompson.
Yeah, let's see this moment. It is actually sort of something to watch. He was trying to send a message, but police rush him off very quickly.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and ebbies, Luigi Mangione yells at the media as he's escorted to the court. But while we talk about the Italian...
Free Luigi.
Oh.
Free him.
Yeah, we got the left's Joe Rogan.
Free Luigi. He's too sexy to be behind bars.
The left's Joe Rogan here in the building. Stavros Halkias, the Greek freak.
What's up? How we doing?
He doesn't have something to promote today, I don't think.
No, well, I mean, nothing to promote, but just something to make the people aware of.
Oh, my Lord.
Stavi,
Okay, that's tricky.
Baby.
I'm going to get banned, dude.
The Stavi Baby 2025.
Can I even show?
Calendar.
Oh, I can't show some of these.
You can't show some of these, bro.
I can't show none of these. Did you bring 3 for my mom?
Yeah, one for two, these are all for your mom, dude.
That's
actually all 3.
Dude, stop! My dad is here.
He can have 2 too.
He's gonna get jealous. God damn, dude! Stavi Baby's in the building.
How we doing?
As always, he is this time because I yelled at him last time for not bringing me any gifts. He brought many gifts.
No, it wasn't just because of that. I always give you Christmas cookies. You know that.
Yeah.
That's how I'm trying to get you back to the church.
These are subpar. These are Greek. They're Greek, but they're Greek. But I'll still have one.
That's undeniable, dude. That right there. That's for a second you're like the Greeks are superior.
By the way, notice.
You're jacking all my shit. It's so up.
Dude, it's because I saw everybody say you're the left's Joe Rogan.
Yeah, dude.
I was like, no, that's me.
You can't have it.
That's me.
I don't even want it, but that's how much swag I have compared to you.
No,
that's
I don't.
How much natural charisma I have.
No, I don't want it either. We're the two
You're
people.
begging for it. You text
we are the
me
two
all
people
time.
that have been presented as the left Joe Rogan, and I thought, it would.
I'm gonna leak your voice notes where you're crying. You're like, please tell Joe I want to do the show. I want to learn from him. You tell.
No,
him.
I do want to do a Theo Von show.
Theo's the man. Theo. I mean, I fuck with Joe too. I mean, But Theo is the man. Yeah, I think you'd love him. He's a great dude.
Yeah, I think he's he is capable of having a very interesting conversation. I think it's hilarious to talk to, like, have a guy like him talk to Gabor Mate.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, that is.
Well, that's the beauty of Theo.
That's peak.
He truly is having an open-minded. You know how like bad faith guys that have like, you know, like Ben Shapiro might say like, I just want to have an open conversation, and he's clearly trying to ambush you.
Yeah.
Theo truly is having a real conversation. He's a cool guy who's trying to figure some shit out. He is the man for real.
And very funny as well.
Oh, he's hilarious. Dude, that's the other thing. He's my favorite. He might be my favorite guy to riff with, because that's the funniest thing about that show is that people clipped out the like 4 minutes we were serious, and it's truly 2 hours of us talking about him playing guitar while his friend's dad gets pussy in the other room. It's all us riffing, and then they clipped out the like truly 45 seconds we got even sort of serious.
Do you want to see something really funny?
Yeah, hell yeah.
I presented this as such deliberately.
Yeah.
And that's precisely why you had Lena Khan, the commissioner of the FTC. Lena Khan's comms guy retweeted you.
Shout out to Doug.
This photo.
Yo, what are they doing about Ticketmaster? The fees are up, dude. Is that FTC?
They're going after everybody.
Good.
It's on site.
Lena, let's get these fees. And by the way, the Dreamboat tour tickets on sale now as well. So, you know, there's always something to promote.
There's something to promote. God damn. I've made.
We're coming to the West Coast, baby.
Made an egregious mistake having this Greek charlatan come back
Just
and
remember
huck
that.
his product.
My wares, dude.
Yeah.
Shout out to Ta-Nehisi Coates too. We both went to the same high school.
Wait, oh yeah, he's Baltimore.
Baltimore Polytechnic Institute.
Baltimore's on the come up, my friend.
Dude, he
Baltimore
rules.
is on the map today.
He's the man.
What do you have to say about the Gilman School?
Oh, dude, Gilman. I applied.
Well,
did you? What do you have? Did he go to Gilman? What are we talking about?
An Italian man.
Wait, did he go to Gilman?
By the name of
Luigi went to
Luigi Maggier. He's a Gilman.
So
he didn't just go to Gilman.
I went to middle school down the street from Gilman. I applied to Gilman in middle school, got in, and then they were like, it's $13,000. 20 years ago, it was $13,000 a year.
Now it's like 40, I think.
And my mom was like, dude, I'll go get a second job. And I was like, that we're not doing that bullshit. Fuck Gil, they can suck my dick. And thankfully, because I would have been, Luigi aside, he's the first good Gilman alum that I know. Everyone else is a piece of shit.
Yeah.
The rest of them became bankers and CEOs. That's what, you know,
maybe it was like that.
Wow.
You know that meme.
Wait, he was from Baltimore? I didn't know that.
Yeah, you know that meme of the
a
like,
good Italian and a good Gilman.
The high school chick that's like pregnant. You know what I'm talking about? Like the black Twitter meme.
Yes.
That's the Gilman experience for Luigi Mangione. It wasn't actually about like healthcare or the parasitic nature of like for-profit healthcare or anything. It was actually one of these nerds that became the CEO.
Yeah, he might have just
He was like, I'll
him.
show you one day.
You. And I mean, he's a piece of ass. I haven't done too much. I've been here busy. I've been Hollywood Halkias. That's why I'm out here. So I haven't really kept up with
he doesn't even know what's happening in Baltimore lore,
I
dude.
didn't know Luigi was from Baltimore. That's huge, actually.
Yeah.
Shout out to Luigi.
Yeah. He is, Italians on top.
I know. It's
Baltimore
tough.
Italians on top. They have, like, before this, I was like, I'll give the Greeks a shot. They're good. I know one representative.
Yeah.
But now
I would have loved for it to be a Greek guy that killed that guy. That would have been awesome.
Yeah.
But
There are people who went to high school with him that say he was also potentially a Cumtown listener.
Oh shit! Hell yeah! Well, then the plan finally worked. The CIA psyop is finally starting to pay dividends.
It's like me and Felix are so sad. Like we've been trying for so long. Felix with his like officers program, he thinks there's going to be a mutiny.
Wow, that's awesome.
And yet it turns out the Lord works in mysterious ways.
He does, man.
It was the CIA activation codes that Mullen.
Yeah, it only works on Italians. That makes sense. The Italian is a feeble mind. It's a feeble-minded individual. So it makes sense that it's starting with Italians, and then we're going to see other types are going to start being awakened soon.
There's also misinformation roaming the streets of the highways of disinformation, saying that he was Albanian.
No, that I couldn't abide by.
Yeah, no, I love that. Personally, when I heard that there's a likelihood that he was Albanian, regardless of the context note, I was like, no, I believe this.
Of course you do.
I believe this.
Of course you do. That's the Ottoman divide and conquer the Balkans. Set me and the Albanians against each other again.
Yeah.
Dude, I would not be able to. I'm not gonna be able to look Eldest in the eye if this guy's Albanian, dude.
Dude, he is. I
It's
mean,
bad enough they get they hit me with Belushi, they hit me with Elijah Dushku, half of Regis Philbin. But if they got Luigi Mangione,
yeah, be of Italo-Albanian descent,
Italo-Albanian,
come from a well-off family, awaken class consciousness of the proletariat, get sent to prison. Welcome back, Antonio Gramsci.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah, he's back. He's back in a very meaningful way. Dude, he would wipe the table.
Yeah,
they fear him.
They
fear
do.
his powerful eyebrows.
He would probably get life in prison, right? How long do you get for a cold-blooded murder? Dude, even of like a shitty person, like we can't be having that, unfortunately. But like he would go to jail.
I mean, look,
forever,
if justice is served, then he's a free man.
He gets out.
He gets out.
If he gets out, let's say he serves
jury
20 years.
nullification.
Let's Let's say he serves 20 years, and then can you be a felon and run or no?
You can run from prison. Donald Trump is a convict.
What are you talking about?
Yeah. Oh my God. Welcome back, dude. This is some real OG American socialism right here.
Those guys with the hilarious Italian names. What the fuck were their names?
No, it's how am I? Eugene Debs. Eugene Debs ran from prison.
That's true.
And this is another people's
Wasn't
champion.
somebody with Gramsci? Wasn't there another guy with him?
I don't know. Oh, Sacco and Vanzetti.
Yeah, Sacco and Vanzetti.
Yeah.
Great names. Couple of great names.
Yeah, dude. Italians have played a formative role.
You know what?
Throughout history.
If it wasn't for mob movies, we might think of Italians as socialists instead of as
dumbass mob guys.
Like murderous fat
but
guys.
that played such a good role.
For sure.
James Gandolfini, I think, single-handedly uplifted Italians.
Dude, without Martin Scorsese and James Gandolfini, Italians have nothing, dude.
That's true.
They're done.
Yeah.
What's a non-mafia thing Italy has given to culture?
Pasta.
Even that.
Pizza.
Yeah, I guess. I'll give you that.
Gabagool.
Yeah.
Oh God, people are saying Stallone. No.
Stallone is the man. That's true. But
no, I don't.
Come on, dude.
I don't
You ever
agree.
see Cliffhanger?
I have not.
It's good. Cliffhanger's awesome.
Fashion, Italian cold cuts.
I mean, that's true. But here's the okay. Fashion, right? Armani was dead in the water until Richard Gere, until American Gigolo. So they owe a sexy guy, a sexy whatever he is, Wasp.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for him getting turned out.
Scientologist.
Was Richard Gere a Scientologist?
I think so. Isn't that the whole he
even their
shoved
fashion.
gerbils in his ass and stuff that came from like the Scientology thing?
Travolta, another Scientologist. But yeah, look, the point is none of this stuff is particularly Italian. And if it wasn't for the mafia, which by the way, I love mafia movies. I literally watched Goodfellas last night. That's not even a joke.
Yeah.
You can pull up my YouTube history. I rented it on YouTube. I love it. I'm just saying it's interesting to think that Italians who we think of as closer to fascist, they could have, up until mafia, they were pretty much socialist. Maybe
no, the mafia itself, I think, is like in its inception, it's like the Yakuza. They start off with like poor workers.
Yeah,
it's
then
like
it becomes fascist over time. Now it's a bunch of like, fat guys on Staten Island that talk about how great the mafia is, and now they're like, back the blue. They're like Blue Lives Matter mafia fans, which is awesome. But anyway, shout out to Luigi. I had no idea. I literally went to Roland Park Middle School, which is the public school in that neighborhood. So I wrestled against kids from Gilman.
Yeah.
I got my ass by one of those guys. He was strong as shit. It was fun wrestling because usually I was the second best heavyweight. Usually every other team has two heavyweights. One guy's awesome, and the other guy's a really fat kid who's like parents are forcing him to do it for his self-esteem. And I was just doing it to hang out with my brother who was wrestling. No,
the parents were doing it for self-esteem.
No, I was doing it because my brother's a wrestler. I wanted quality time with him. So I got to up all these like fat 14-year-olds that were like fluffy fat. You know me, dude.
You're taut.
I'm stout. Dude.
You're a big boy. You're strong.
I'm stout. But one time our main guy got hurt and I had to fight. I had to wrestle the Gilman's main guy, and he me. I had him the first 2 minutes though, and then I got gassed. So anyway, I've sweated on those same gymnasium floors as Luigi is what I'm trying to say.
Well, I think Luigi, he has the same musculature as someone like yourself. Like, he is obviously like in great shape.
Yeah,
spectacular.
he looks fucking nice.
He does.
I will say, all my gay friends, close friends, on IG yesterday, heinous stuff about how they want Luigi to.
Oh yeah. It's not just the gays and the girlies.
Gays and the girlies, but the gays were very explicit. Let me just say that.
I am feeling a little threatened. Like Luigi,
yeah, dude, he's watched you. You're over here talking. This guy's actually fucking changing it for the better.
I know.
What are you doing?
Luigi has wiped out any sort of space I occupied in the minds of the girls and the gays with like a little bit of revolutionary potential.
Think about that.
Yeah.
He dunked his nuts in your mouth immediately.
Yeah. It's fine though. I'm happy with that. That's like, I mean, he is the goat.
Because they're, all you're doing, you're actually pacifying them.
Yeah.
He's actually fomenting revolution.
Yeah, he is for sure. I mean, for sure. People are saying Eiffel Tower. I could not. That's like, it's like
he would alpha you.
Yeah, he would. It's like engaging in an Eiffel Tower with like LeBron. You know what I mean? Like he's the goat. I can't be there.
Well, maybe if
I'll sit in the cuck chair. I'll sit in the cuck chair and I'll jerk off.
For Luigi?
Yeah, I'll sit in the cuck chair and I'll jerk off.
I would probably get my dick sucked. I don't think if I could while Luigi. Because I could, I think he would be putting me to shame with his strokes.
Yeah.
But if the person wants to suck me off, I would allow that, I suppose.
Okay, fair.
And just to be a part of it with him would be nice.
Yeah. So Luigi Mangione was caught inside Altoona, which is, I didn't even know it existed.
That's tough, man.
until yesterday. Yeah, I just talked to Lena Khan. I can't believe this is the conversation that we're having in that same VOD. I talked to Ta-Nehisi Coates and Lena Khan. This conversation has taken a very different direction.
We have to see things from all sides, Hassan.
Yeah, I know.
We have to get, there's the high and the low culture.
Yeah, Luigi Mangione was caught at McDonald's eating what appears to be a hash brown before arrest. And I believe it was like a boomer with a weird sense of justice, it seems, that did not have her or his priorities in mind, that Josh Shapiro also famously called. I don't know why this person is like openly saying like I'm the guy who did this, because now they're just like gonna get a shit ton of like insane attention, negative attention. I don't think that anyone should obviously harass this boomer. No. Like, who gives a
And I
do
guess we should have. I guess there should be due process. You shouldn't be able to murder CEOs. But don't harass. Truly, don't harass this guy. He's an idiot.
Yeah.
It started out almost a little bit like a joke because we thought my one friend thought he looked like the shooter.
Oh man, he's got the full blown Mid-Atlantic.
Dude, I have noticed that like the some parts of Pennsylvania have, I think I've talked to you about this before, like they have an identical Baltimore.
It's a little different. It runs from Pittsburgh all the way to parts of like Jersey.
Yeah.
It's really that Mid-Atlantic trash accent.
There's a weird ass like Baltimore. What's the specific region? It's
Dundalk. Dundalk's the one that I'm the most familiar with.
Yeah, Dundalk.
For sure.
There's like a Dundalkian to it.
Oh, it was started as a joke.
Yeah.
But it's like, come on, man.
Yeah.
I also love the thing that's so funny is that the NYPD, which I feel like Eric Adams has just like funneled so much money into them. This guy, you've probably talked about it already, but I haven't talked about this at all anywhere. It's so funny.
Yeah.
That someone killed a guy in Midtown Manhattan
and walked away
on camera. They had his face even at a certain point, and the NYPD could not get him. It was some dumbass in Altoona that couldn't mind his own business that did it.
Yeah.
It's really hilarious how useless they are for how much money they get.
And it's so funny that the media is still glazing the police. They're like, it's incredible. The police work that they done, the police work that they put into this, like, oh my God. And it's like, they have like a $100 quintillion budget. They got submarines.
Yep. Which we need.
It's one of the largest standing militaries on the planet on its own, the NYPD. And all they do is twiddle their thumbs, shoot fare evaders, and play Candy Crush at every goddamn subway station.
They're playing a lot of Candy Crush upstairs. And not even downstairs where people are jerking off.
Yeah.
They're just upstairs.
Yeah, it's just so... It's so annoying that the media is like just giving them so many props. They're like, oh, dude, these guys they did it. They did it again. No, it's like this dipshit.
It's this guy who did it. It's so funny that I bet you Luigi did not think... Like, he couldn't have planned it out. The plan couldn't have been, well, I'll go lay out in a McDonald's in Altoona till things quiet down. Like, if he had any kind of plan, he'd be free right now.
He didn't. So this guy didn't call it in, I don't think.
He saw him better than I did, actually. I think the one worker that actually thought it was him, she said it between his eyes and his eyebrows. She says, when I took his order,
Luigi should have waxed his shit, dude.
Dude,
Luigi should have gotten his shit threaded and maybe got like the like little.
He should have gone with the Julia Fox method, you know, bleach that
he
shit.
should have bleached his shit. He should have his look up for real. He might have been free today.
That's a classic. Like you gotta fuck your shit up after an assassination. Like everybody knows that.
Yes, exactly. Cut your hair, dye it. Classic stuff. Seems like that'd be the funnest part of assassination is your makeover.
Yeah.
You get a whole new look.
Yeah, exactly.
I've always wanted to be a redhead.
I feel like they should let him go because it's racial profiling to say an Italian man had bushy eyebrows.
That's true.
Like that is like racism is alive and well. I guess Italians aren't white. You know, we've finally addressed it.
Yeah, he's trying to make that. He's trying to get them back out.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of look. We're doing Monday Morning Quarterback in here.
Of course,
there's a
of
lot of
course.
stuff that he did that you know. Maybe
He did a good job getting out of New York.
He did. He kept his fake ID. He kept his gun. I don't know why he did that. Maybe he was looking to.
You got to dump
you
it,
know,
dude. Oh yeah.
Maybe he was looking to use it again.
He's like, he checked. I got the first one. Let me take one from half court.
Yeah. Jokic,
dude. If he had two in a row, that would
from
have been
the logo,
crazy,
dude. He was coming in.
If he pulled up with that same gun. Was anybody visiting Altoona? Was Bezos going to be in Altoona?
Yeah. No one is going to Altoona.
Yeah, that's true.
So yeah, that's what happened. He got caught yesterday, and his manifesto is out, and we're gonna read it.
Oh,
but let's finish this real quick.
Oh my God, it's a guy from New York.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't like that they're like outing the snitch.
No, I feel bad for that. I mean, I feel bad, especially that guy who isn't even the snitch.
Yeah.
And doesn't understand. I mean, hopefully he's so offline it won't affect his life, but he's probably going to get doxxed by some like insane people on the internet that want to suck Luigi off.
Yeah. So let me throw this out.
I need to bevy myself, actually. I'm going to get a water.
Okay. All right.
We got the water.
Water's on there. Damn, drinking water. What the
bit of a headache.
Yeah,
but I'm powering through. I'm riffing through the pain.
You're healthy, dude. Who is this?
Dude.
The hydration station.
I gotta hydrate.
Okay, so yeah, from what I understand, he's not even getting money as well.
Wow, what?
Bizarre reason why the McDonald's worker might not receive the $60,000 reward for identifying Luigi Mangione. The strict rules could mean the tipster might not even get a dime.
That's crazy. Who keeps it? The NYPD gets 2 rocket launchers. They get a jetpack.
Yeah, that's like half of overtime pay for 2 guys at the subway station.
That's so funny.
50 from the FBI, 10 from the NYPD specifically. But yeah, it seems like another claim was denied.
Yeah, damn, dude.
You know,
they got his ass.
The American working class gets over once again. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that
maybe
would have been
that'll
nice. This guy could have gotten a pool table.
Yeah, or maybe he could have paid for medical insurance.
Yeah, which
at a certain point when it's necessary, and then their claims are denied. So that's the.
I'm a little upset because I was getting ready to go. I was getting ready to go full conspiracy theory. This would have been a fun one to do conspiracy theories about, but they caught him too quick.
Yeah, well, no, don't worry. There's still plenty of conspiracy theories that are roaming. People are saying that it's not the same guy. It's a patsy. It's a fall guy. And that they're like, he's taking the fall. But here's the CEO murder suspect arriving for the extradition hearing, and he had some statements that he made.
Oh, wow.
Pennsylvania, that's where we were anticipating an extradition hearing for the 26-year-old Ivy League graduate and high school valedictorian accused in the murder of health insurance CEO Brian Thompson.
Yeah, let's see this moment. It is actually sort of something to watch. He was trying to send a message, but police rush him off very quickly.
Oh, wow.
Kaya, place.
And it's completely out of touch.
Good girl.
And it's an insult to the intelligence of the American people.
Oh, yeah, he's going to have some fire stuff on the stand.
All right, so
he's
we just heard him yell that
testify.
about it, sort of something being unjust. This is an insult.
So what is there's a much better angle of this. Do we know what he said? This is completely unjust and an insult to the intelligence of American people.
Oh, nice.
The media is completely out of touch, and it is an insult to the intelligence of the American people and lived experience. Oh my God, he's going
lived experience with it?
Oh my God, dude. He went.
Respect, dude. That is, okay, truly, this is what boomers, like Republican boomers, fear, is that bisexuals will start killing them.
Yeah.
And that's what, I mean, sexy bisexuals that say lived experience will start killing them.
So far, I think, like, this is played out in a way that is, like, truly terrifying if you're a healthcare CEO.
Yes, yes.
Because, like, the guy being white, and like being the exact profile of like upper middle class, the wealthy, white kid, upstart, valedictorian in high school, attractive, went to an Ivy League school, has a potential point of radicalization that is like understandable for many Americans.
Yeah, well, I mean, the response in and of itself, it's like everyone, like, no one heard this and was sad. Everyone was either like nice or like, hell yeah, I guess I feel bad for his family. Like, that's no one was like, what a tragedy. You know what I mean? Like maybe like the richest, like other CEOs, but everyone across whatever your beliefs are thinks this is cool on some level.
Yeah, no, it's like what was shocking to me about the reception is that you had the Barbers and the Debras on Facebook talking like, you know, hammer and sickle accounts on Twitter.
Yeah, for real.
Where they were like, oh, no, we must cleanse the streets of the parasitic forces of capital.
Yeah,
like,
yes.
Like, what the you're
and then if you take it,
you're a CPA.
And they were just saying that plainly, but then if you take it one step back, all the jokes were like, that's where you can really tell no one had a problem joking about it. No one was like this, like, even people that were like, this is bad, they'd laugh about it. It just happened. It is kind of crazy. It's almost like the American healthcare system has made people ready for violence. It's almost like the way they've just been killing people silently forever has made people okay with some of their own deaths.
Yeah, it is wild that there's so much like festering resentment that has gone unaddressed for so long. That this was like a pressure valve releasing for many Americans, especially because like the reality is Americans broadly are kind of stupid. Okay, myself included. All right,
definitely.
We're dumb. Yeah, we're dumb as. And while we are desensitized to violence in general, we are very draconian in terms of like crime. It's like, oh, you stole a Snickers bar, kill that person.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like that's the attitude people have normally, where they're like, oh, a black homeless person was like experiencing a mental health episode in a subway station. It's awesome that he was executed. You know what I mean?
That is actually a good point. Where these are fucked up is that they have primed a lot of the people that usually are like sucking the ruling class's cock. They've primed them to think killing looters, killing people that are like hitting up a CVS after somebody gets killed by the cops, like. Because it's so, like, all that, who's that little pigly that killed that child molester or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, people, Kyle, what the fuck was his name?
Kyle Rittenhouse?
Yeah. Like, so many of those celebrate the deaths of other people.
Yeah.
That
Vigilante,
now that it's
vigilante
flipped on
justice.
them,
Vigilante justice is almost always celebrated. The pigly.
He has a little upturned nose.
He does. He does look like a porky little pig. He does look like a porky little pig.
And I know I'm fatter than him, but he looks more piggish than me.
Yeah, 100%.
I look like more of a war hog.
So
with armor on it.
So because Americans are so like desensitized to violence in general, and like the fact that it happens like to innocent people as well, that is also oftentimes overlooked. Like there's a school shooting that happens like every goddamn week.
You're so right. That's the flip side of these not doing anything about gun control. It's like, okay, well, now that it's it's CEOs of healthcare companies, no one gives a either.
Yeah, and so like
that's a great point. I didn't even think of that.
This is what I said in the aftermath of like the first Trump failed assassination as well, where I was like, you rarely ever see people in positions of power in the crosshairs of gun violence. You always see like kindergartners and shit. You know what I mean? Because most people that like snap for one reason or another.
Wow, this makes me feel even better about not giving up.
Yeah, it's just like most people that snap, they go and like redirect that anger to like random unsuspecting public school students,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like it rarely even happens in like private school in general. It doesn't happen to like the children of the wealthy. It happens to the children of the poor. So like in that environment.
Oh yeah, we should tally up how many kids have died in school shootings, and then it's like, all right, that's how many assassinations of CEOs we get.
Yeah.
We get like thousands of them.
Yeah, exactly. Look,
and
I
then
mean,
we're even, and then we can stop killing people.
United Healthcare shooter showing Americans they can shoot billionaires instead of kids. 300,000 likes. It's like, so when you have a nation that's like primed, okay, when it's a powder keg, and there's like an arsenal of weapons that you can just like mass purchase at any given random grocery chain, like retail store, and all of a sudden, like it's open season, and that like you can redirect that unregulated, unrestricted violence against like someone who has caused a lot of harm.
Yeah, someone who's actually hurt people.
Someone who is a figurehead for that harm, because like that's what the CEO is in this situation. He's replaceable. They don't give a shit.
Oh,
I'm sure. You know, the board of executives was very saddened by this affair, and immediately we're like, all right, well, how do we fill this position?
Of course. They're
Who's
like,
the
"All
next
right,
guy?
How do we find someone who's more sympathetic so if they kill him, we'll get better PR out of it?"
Yeah.
This guy was just some fat white guy. No one cares.
Yeah.
Let's get that's when CEOs go identity politics. They're like, it seems like our charts are showing if it was a Latina executive, people would be sad. So let's hire some of them.
And you don't have to pay him as much.
Yeah.
Not a white guy. Not a white guy. Latinx.
yeah. That's what I guarantee you they did that immediately.
Yeah. So from 2000 through 2022, there were 328 deaths at elementary and secondary schools in mass shootings.
328.
Yeah.
Let's get to it.
So in that entire process, like, of course, this is like, I mean, this is technically the propaganda of the deed. Like, this is an action that stands out. It doesn't matter what his like background is. It doesn't matter what his like family business was, because a lot of people are now doing this thing where they're like, well, his family was in healthcare. Like, they're doing the socialism, but you own a house to who shot a CEO.
Yeah.
Like, he's not a revolutionary anarchist, chatters. You know what I mean? He's not like a card carrying commie. He's just a guy who was over and he snapped and he was like, I'm gonna take this. I am going to dish out some of what many Americans have experienced, myself has experienced, that back to a person who is a cause for that pain, a figurehead for that pain.
And I hope it just makes people think about like, how the is healthcare for profit? Like that's the thing that this also restarts is like, why the are people making money off of medicine? Shouldn't this just be a right? Shouldn't we try and figure out how to make it as cost effective as possible to heal as many people as possible? Just the very fact that medicine has CEOs is up, let alone the fact that they're denying people, and that's why people don't give a fuck. That's why that's also why I was thinking conspiracy theory, because it's like, this feels like, well, if you wanted to assassinate someone, who could you get away with it? Because no one would give a f-. Like, if this guy had enemies, if any healthcare CEOs have enemies, this narrative gives you some real nice cover.
By the way,
on some tinfoil hat shit.
I called this, by the way. I said he's definitely a Redditor because of the Peak Design backpack. And I think they found his Reddit.
Oh, shit. What was he on?
26-year-old suspect's alleged account was surfaced yesterday by a handful of Reddit users who claim to have recognized Mangione from his posts and comments in the spondylolithicis. I feel like I've seen this username on my notifications before.
What does
this is crazy.
spondylolithicis mean?
I think it's spine pain.
Oh, damn.
There's a Reddit. This is what Reddit is for. Like, literally just like hyper niche shit. Okay? And
did he have it or did a family? I'm for real not up on it, other than, like I said, my friends wanting to fuck him on IG yesterday.
Yeah, hyper-specific spondylolithicis is a condition where the vertebrae in the spine slips out of place, usually in the lower back. It's a slip disc.
That probably hurts so bad.
Yeah, it's happened to me. It's awful. Anyway, I feel like I've seen this username in my notifications before. In April this year, Mr. Cactus had shared advice with the community. Keep trying different surgeons. Nobody will operate on my back until I'm at least 40 is nonsense coming from a medical professional who lacks perspective. Tell them you are unable to work. Do your job, they added. We live in a capitalist society. I found that the medical industry responds to these keywords far more urgently than you describing unbearable pain and how it's impacting your quality of life. Plan Z, fake a foot drop or piss yourself. This is the nuclear option, but there comes a time when it is just ridiculous that people won't operate on your broken spine. Yeah.
That's wild.
And I did call, when I saw the Peak Design backpack, I was like, oh, this is like an everyday carry guy. Like he definitely got that from active in the r/1 bag community, where the Peak Design backpack brand from the shooting photos is incredibly popular. In April, the account shared a packing list for several months of travel in Asia. And he did. He went and lived in Japan, where he said the Japanese population were NPCs, where they refused to help out a person who was like, exhibiting a stroke in the middle of a street.
Somebody else.
Somebody.
Damn.
And he was like, they wouldn't even cross the empty streets when the red light was on.
Damn, that's fucking wild.
So yeah, I clocked his ass as a Redditor.
I mean, a Redditor that goes to Asia.
Oh, mods remove posts.
He suffered from spondylolisthesis. Dude, that's so that he was that jacked and had a back.
I mean, that
tough.
happens. Like, it can be a workout injury. It could be an injury. I think people were speculating that it's probably something that happened due to a surfing accident, a surfing incident. Anyway, I know we're going to read the manifesto. I'm gearing up for it.
What else was this guy into? What else was he Redditing about?
I do want to know what other things he has said, and I'm sure my community will scour the interwebs to figure out what the he was saying on his subreddit.
Oh, fuck, do you have a charger, by the way?
Yeah, iPhone?
Gotta charge my phone, yeah.
But Lightning or USB-C?
Nah, dude, come on. USB-C.
I don't have a USB-C.
Wow, broke bitch. This guy's got the old iPhone. He's just pretending, by the way. He's making a big show that he has the old iPhone to pretend he's one of you guys. He's not. He's wearing that button-down crop top probably cost $900 that he's wearing right now.
Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, I'm a fake socialist.
He's allergic to getting roasted, folks.
Yeah,
Did you hear those little
I'm a
fucking
fake
bitch-ass
socialist.
sneezes?
I'm a fake socialist. Anyway, let's see what else he had to say. I'm charging it down here.
Thanks, bro.
Down.
Oh my God! And it's completely out of touch. And an insult to the intelligence of the American people and the lived experience.
Wait.
Oh my God! And it's completely out of touch.
Oh, he doesn't say the media, but he said this is completely unjust and an insult to the intelligence of the American people. That's what he's that's what he was saying.
Well, I wonder where they got him.
Oh, damn. You found his goddamn Reddit post, huh? Wait, it's not showing anything on the API chat.
Oh, they might have wiped him, bro.
That link is not showing anything. Yeah, I think his age is very important.
How old is
he? He's 26 when your insurance coverage of your parents' insurance goes away. And I feel like that might be a reason. This is completely unjust and an insult to the intelligence of the American people and their lived experience. That's what he said. He might also say out of touch instead of unjust. I can't tell. But I don't think he f***ed up. For people saying that he missed his opportunity to hit the one line, you're wrong.
Nah. Yeah, the fact he squeezed that out of nothing. You guys don't be hard on him.
The search function doesn't work. It says pull push may be down.
Too many people trying to see what he was jacking off to.
Post history of his alleged Reddit account, Mr. Cactus, going back to 2016, detailing his time at UPenn, his studies of computer science, his health issues, including spondylolisthesis and spinal fusion, his trip to Asia, his latest post, a cross post to r/Ted Kaczynski.
Oh no, r Ted Kaczynski. That makes sense, I guess.
Jacket on one of his comments matches the jacket he's wearing on the CCTV.
Oh, my boy was hitting this Uniqlo.
Oh, the Uniqlo pocketable jacket.
Steal this look.
Yeah. Are the 3 trips to Asia before the long post? Were those already removed? Do you have screenshots of those? Open image in new tab. Let's take a look. Oh yeah, journal packing list 2+ months in Asia in a mid-sized backpack.
Yeah, my boy loves Reddit.
Yeah. I mean, he is. It makes sense. And also, he was low-key using Reddit for the only good purpose that it exists for. Because, like, for the most part, no, just like hyper-specific, hyper-niche advice.
That's true.
On, like, spine injuries or how to deal with, like, doctors.
I'm not a big Reddit guy. I haven't really dipped my toes too much.
New York Times has done coverage of his Reddit post as well. Oh my God. Oh, I love this shit so much. Okay. Okay. 24 male with longtime grade. Wait, what? No, this is not correct. This is not his post.
Yeah, it's Mr. Cactus.
Oh, he commented on it. He commented on the post. I'm a terrible example of changing a bunch of things twice. He says, sorry you've been experiencing those issues. Certainly no fun. Okay, we'll scour through his Reddit post in a second. I think it's time to look at the manifesto. Okay,
let's look at him.
So our boy Ken Klippenstein, Ken Leakenstein, he done did it again. He leaked that shit. He got it, and he got it before the mainstream press did. Okay, or rather, the mainstream press refused to release it. So let's get started. I've obtained a copy of the suspected killer Luigi Mangioni's manifesto, the real one, not the forgery circulating online. Major media outlets are also in possession of the document, but have refused to publish it and not even articulated a reason why. I think we all know why they don't want to release it. My queries to the New York Times, CNN, and ABC to explain their rationale for withholding the manifesto while gladly quoting it from selectively have not been answered. I'll have more to say on this later, on how unhealthy the media's drift away from public discourse is. But for now, here's the manifesto. It's super short and sweet. He says, to the feds, I'll keep this short because I do respect what you do for our country.
Bad start. Sucking off the feds up top is crazy. That's wild, dude.
You let him have that.
Yeah.
You let him have that. Unless this is the feds writing it.
Yeah, that's true. We're getting got right here.
Specifically, my case manager.
What you do is awesome.
You deserve you deserve everything nice, and the fact that you're the fact that you suspect your wife of cheating on you is perfectly valid. She does not appreciate your prowess.
You
your
deserve
sexual
divorce.
prowess.
Right? Divorced fathers should have rights too. You can't take to the feds who don't get to see their sons as much as they want to. Okay, so he starts off with the feds. He respects what they do for the country. Interesting.
To save you a lengthy investigation, I state plainly that I wasn't working with anyone. This was fairly trivial. Some elementary social engineering, basic CAD, a lot of patience. What the fuck is CAD?
CAD is like that program that you use to, it's like an architecture program. So I guess he looked at the blueprints of shit.
Oh, and a lot of patience. The spiral notebook, if present, has some strangling notes. Oh, it's a modeling software. Has some strangling notes. And oh my God, look at all my goddamn stem cell nerds in the chat. Dude, this is why I'm saying shit. like low key, Luigi was very, like Luigi is exactly like fits the profile of like more than half of my community that could have gone in a very different direction. Like they could have found themselves in the whims of like Andrew Huberman. It doesn't matter because it's like his radicalizing incident is a universal experience almost. But like as far as like what community he belongs to, like there are many people exactly like Luigi in this chat.
I took CAD in middle school or high school. I found a Vivid porn DVD in my CAD lab. One of the best days of my life.
The spiral notebook, if present, has some straggling notes and to-do lists that illuminate the gist of it. My tech is pretty locked down because I work in engineering, so probably not much info there. I do apologize for any strife or traumas, but it had to be done. Frankly, these parasites simply had it coming. Even that seems Fed posting.
Yeah.
Oh, frankly, these parasites simply had it coming.
It's not that explicit, I guess.
Yeah. A reminder, the U.S. has the #1 most expensive healthcare system in the world, yet we rank roughly 42 in life expectancy. It's true. United is the indecipherable largest company in the U.S. by market cap, behind only Apple, Google, and Walmart. This is also true.
That's fucking
It has grown
insane.
and grown. Yeah, its profit margins are 6%, but because they are working with almost $500 billion in revenue, that 6% profit margin actually means pure profit to the tune of $33 billion.
That's nuts.
$33 billion.
That's so fucked up.
And the asshole Jesse Waters had or these right-wing Republicans had the audacity to go and talk about, it wasn't Jesse Waters, it was Tim Pool's like weirdo guy who was like, the profit margins are really slim on healthcare providers. It's like, they shouldn't exist.
Yeah, there should be no profit. That's such a simple thing that you don't have to understand. You don't have to know anything about business or politics to understand. That's such a basic human thing. There should be no profit off of people's healthcare.
Yeah.
That's nuts that we don't think that.
So I work in engineering. It has grown and grown, indecipherable. No, it has grown and grown, but has our life expectancy? No. The reality is these indecipherable have simply gotten too powerful, and they continue to abuse our country for immense profit because the American public has allowed them to get away with it. Obviously, the problem is more complex, but I do not have space, and frankly, I do not pretend to be the most qualified person to lay out the full argument.
Dude. He's like, I don't know all the details, but I got it on me.
Yeah,
and we're gonna figure it out.
I keep that shit. I keep that piece on me at all times. And
I'm not doing the reading, but I got the blicky on me.
Yeah. I'll let my gun do the talking.
I got it. That's hilarious.
That's what he said.
I'll leave the research to the dorks.
Yeah, but he's a dork.
I know.
Even this is like a dorky Redditor ass way to cover this
but it's
subject
just
matter.
awesome to be like, I haven't done the research, but I know enough to kill a guy.
Yeah. The thing is, like, I feel vindicated in my theories here a little bit, where I said that, like, he does fit the profile of like a Redditor kind of like right lib guy, where he has like profound respect for the institutions. I said something along the lines of like the denied depose, defend casings that he wrote, or the things that he wrote on the bullet casings is a famous book. And the book in and of itself actually is from the perspective of a guy who still thinks for-profit healthcare should exist, but thinks it's gotten far too out of control.
Wow, I mean,
like here's the appropriate way to deny it, but you guys are doing it too much.
Yeah, even that's insane to be able to push a guy that thinks that to the point of killing someone is, they're getting way too greedy.
The first couple of things that leap out in Luigi's manifesto, he cites Elizabeth Rosenthal and presumably her book on American sickness, and Michael Moore in his famous documentary on U.S. healthcare sicko. Luigi's politics seem to be the type that is the most underrepresented in elite politics and economic redistributionist with social conservative beliefs. I don't know if it's that, like, I don't know if it's that that well defined.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, he has some socially conservative tendencies, but I don't even know if like it's all that. But then again, it is, I think, a foolhardy endeavor in general. Okay, it is a foolhardy endeavor in general to try to identify a tangible, well-defined ideological lane for any American, because I think the system is designed, like our political education is designed to basically make sure that you don't fit in any neat little box. And that's why you see a lot of people, personally have inherently contradictory positions, like the QAnon people who are anti-vaxxers and anti-big pharma, who then like will go and vote for the Republican Party because they love the deregulation that the Republican Party is offering, where they think that that's going to solve it. And it's like they hate big business on its face, but then simultaneously love the people that are helping big business.
But doesn't that show you though that this is how important healthcare is, and how both parties are stupid? I mean, I guess they're not, because they're just bought and paid for by these healthcare companies, but it's such a clear winning strategy. Some guy killed a CEO in cold blood, and people are pumped for it, no matter what the fuck they think, no matter if they're, whatever this guy's saying, like a social conservative guy who wants to redistribute whatever the fuck they are. Definitely people on the left want this, but even the fact that people, you're right, people aren't looking, it's not that deep for a lot of people that might have,
I do not know. Sometimes
free market opinions on other stuff. They are getting impacted by health companies so much that even they're like,
they know who the vectors of pain are. Like they know who the pain dealers are in this situation, regardless of not having like the political acumen or the proper words to communicate that anger and resentment. But his action speaks for itself. Anyway, this is his lawyer. Let's see what he had to say.
I don't even know where.
I wish he had hired Lolo for this.
Hour on the way back to my office, but I don't know. I think what I did, and maybe I think I saw.
He does look like a piece of shit, which you need from a defense attorney.
Hold on, does he have a Baltimore accent too? Press conference, he mentioned something about people being threatened. I hope not. I mean, that's not what we should be doing as Americans.
When do you expect to talk to your client next?
Soon. I anticipate, they stay, but
let's start from the start.
We've made a strong bond, and I'm looking forward to moving forward, helping them out.
How were you approached?
I really don't want to get into that.
Is he saying he's innocent at this point?
He has indicated pleas of not guilty. The only charges that we've seen thus far
The only charges
have been the ones here in Pennsylvania, and we have pled not guilty to those charges. And we'll
what's his
pursue it.
state of mind?
Where the f did he find this guy? He seems like a local.
I don't like this.
He seems
Why
like a
is
local
it-
Altoona guy.
Why the f is this the guy that's no, he needs better defense. He needs better legal defense. I hope his New York lawyer is better.
Look how much more expensive his tie is than his suit.
He's a public defender.
Oh, that makes sense.
Okay, no disrespect to the public defenders. We love our public defenders. I just don't like that. I mean,
I kind of like his vibe. But you know what? I like his vibe because he's just like, he doesn't know. He doesn't want to do this. He's just at work, bro. Imagine being a public defender and getting this case.
Oh, dude,
that
I think many public defenders would love the opportunity.
Actually, you're right. There's a lot of lawyers that love the limelight.
This is a massive case with tremendous national prominence, maybe even international.
No, you're
prominence.
right. That's a good point. But not this guy. This guy's just trying to pay off his. I'm gonna guess maybe he got a Silverado to treat himself when he turned 54. This guy's just trying to he's just trying to get by.
He does still kind of look like a piece of shit, which I like.
I like that too.
I stand by that. Like, I think you need a real piece of shit for a defense attorney.
Absolutely.
I really can't get into that. That's too speculative. I'm not going to get into that.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear from here. You said he has said he's innocent, so?
Oh, yeah, we pled not guilty, at least to the charges in Pennsylvania. Like I said, I'm not aware of any actual charges in New York. If you were in the hearing earlier, there was a proceeding where they introduced some documents, which I complained about, didn't have enough information for me. So we're looking forward to getting that additional information.
When did that plea happen? It's not something that at least I was aware of.
Okay, well, hopefully, again, I was not at the arraignment yesterday.
No, he's from Altoona. He's an Altoona native.
No, I know, but that's what I'm saying. He's like so local.
Here it is. Attorney Thomas Dickey is a lifetime resident of Blair County, Pennsylvania, graduate of Altoona.
Ooh, Altoona, huh?
Altoona High School.
Yeah, I don't really know. I was at the thing earlier. He did not do it. We're gonna talk to the judge, see if we can just get this all sorted out.
Yeah, he is. After receiving his law degree from Ohio Northern University, what the? Oh God, he's
Ohio
cooked.
Southern.
He's cooked.
Dude, when you got Ohio and the direction, it's not even all of Ohio. That's tough.
Yeah, Dickey joined the Blair County Public Defender's Office, where he developed his trade for helping citizens navigate the legal system. Dickey began his private practice in 1984, leading to a successful legal defense career with acquittals in cases ranging from DUIs to first-degree murder.
I mean, that's what he does. This is the most DUI guy I've ever seen in my life.
But dude, acquittals for first-degree murder. Let's go.
That's true.
My boy. All right, I'm in the tank. I'm in the tank for Attorney Thomas Dickey.
I bet you that the percentage is 99% DUIs, 1 first-degree murder. But still. That's something.
And winning history, making appeals from the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania, resulting in new trials and restoration of custodial rights. As one of the few death penalty qualified attorneys in the area, Dickey is known in many Pennsylvania counties for his strong representation in the courtroom, providing vigorous defense against all levels of criminal charges and active representation in civil litigation.
But this is his bio. He wrote this.
Yeah, a passionate.
He's not going to say this guy. I kind of, I'm okay. I'm like a C+. He's going to talk about how awesome he is.
Yeah, a passionate advocate for his clients. Dickey believes in the Constitution, the blueprint it gives for being a citizen of the great country. Everyone, in all caps, deserves to exercise the rights provided there. And my job is to make sure your rights are upheld.
And that's a bad sign.
You deserve the best representation, and my associates and I are here for you.
The fact that he's doing all caps, like this is probably a transcription from his local commercial.
Yeah.
where he hits everyone and you like that.
Yeah, the website is called the Top 100 Criminal Defense Attorneys.
Just of where.
Anyway, let's continue.
I hope he pled not guilty. I assume that's what happened. But today, when I entered my appearance, and for the record, he's pleading not guilty to those offenses.
So he is. I was at the hearing. He did not say that he was not guilty or make that plea. So right now, though, you're telling us that he is pleading not guilty.
That is correct.
He doesn't say you are under the impression, or you're.
Why would the client say he's guilty as sin? Yeah. Sir, why is your client not admitting to the heinous crimes against CEOs that he has committed?
What do you think his biggest, like, just, I guess now they're going to, if you Google him now, it's all going to be this case. But I wonder what his biggest case outside of this was. I would love to
Trying to
do
defend
it.
the client.
My DUI attorney was known for capital murder cases. I just beat that DUI. That's who you hire. The capital murder guy costs a lot, but so does a DUI.
Nice, man. Well, congratulations.
Hope
Beating
you
a
can-
DUI.
Yeah,
You're
hope
awesome.
you can keep going, Chatter. Let's go. You get those party plates going.
A guy bragging about beating a DUI is so fucking
That's
funny.
America, dog. What the? That's as American as apple pie, baby. That's the most Ohio shit I've ever done heard in my chat.
On the fact that he is not the shooter.
Listen, I haven't seen any evidence that says that he's the shooter. So
Yes!
that's,
Respect.
Yeah, the goat. He came out swinging at that one.
I haven't seen it. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
said earlier, and I wasn't kidding around. A couple of things. If you're
The
going to
man was
report
having a
something,
hash
report
brown
it
minding his own
accurately.
business. All of a sudden, some dumb bitch behind the counter wants to be a hero for a day.
Yeah. My client is innocent.
My client was
And
just trying to
remember-
have an egg McMuffin.
Is it a crime?
Is it a crime to have a delicious McGriddle? I didn't think so.
Yeah,
Not in my America. It ain't.
Yeah, I heard they're saying BDS. They're saying Free Palestine. They're saying BDS. We don't care
Is
about that in
McDonald's- is
Altoona.
McDonald's in the list?
It is. You got scared.
Dude, I had some Mickey D's.
It's over. Well, so did this guy. So.
Yeah, that's
And this
true.
is not just a small thing. The fundamental concept of American justice is the presumption of innocence,
Yes,
and
sir.
until you're proven guilty
Talk
beyond
to
a reasonable
him.
doubt. And I've seen zero evidence at this point, and so I'm not even aware of what any
Scrunches
charges.
his face up. This guy rules.
He's like, I don't even know what y'all are talking about. I don't even know what y'all talking about. This crime. What is it? A crime, really?
This guy's fucking awesome.
I say it's self-defense.
Regarding the extradition
He's like nervous,
request.
dude.
Well, the hearing today was the extradition, so we're going to take one step at a time. It's a long process. Can be a
The
long
photos
process.
that police released, the NYPD release of him.
I'm sorry?
The photos the NYPD released of your client.
I don't have any control over what the NYPD does. And,
That don't have shit to do
if,
with
they-
me.
Yeah. No, he is prosecuting a specific case for Pennsylvania, which is like unlawful possession of a fake ID.
Okay.
Unlawful possession of like a weapon, I think, with that may have allegedly been used in the process of a crime. So it's shit like that.
Gotcha.
Whereas the NYPD one is the real case. That is like
This
the-
is just him with all the like his Jason Bourne shit.
Yeah.
His like go bag or whatever the.
Yeah.
I cannot believe he didn't dump the gun. That's nuts, dude.
I
Did
know.
this guy watch the Wire? If he's from Baltimore, you put him down the drain pipes.
Yeah, or just like dump it in a river. Like, what are you doing? Dump it in a river. Let someone else sort it out. It's a ghost gun. It doesn't have a serial number.
At the end of the day, they're gonna get him for murder. I guess who gives a fuck about a weapons charge? But still, kind of wild.
Yeah.
They release something, I hope I can get my hands on them. And if you guys get them, send them to me. I'd appreciate it.
You pled for him not guilty in the state of Pennsylvania about the charges here. Can you just, when did that happen?
Well, he has a hearing coming up. I believe it's
Oh, man, I wanna
the
say-
20-something-th. I can't recall. A lot happened today. So until they haven't even had a prima facie case established.
Oh man, maybe right around Christmas.
He's not inspiring confidence
This
in me.
guy's awesome, dude.
He's not. Oh
This
God.
is the- this is
They
the
have to
classic
have
I'm going to
prima
jail
facie
meme.
a prima facie case established before they can even the case can move on to the court of common pleas. So the burden's always on the government, thank God, and
Thank
that's their
God.
burden, and they're going to have to produce some evidence, and we're.
Oh, he's
anxious to see
cooked.
it.
He's talking like basic shit.
No, this is good. This is good. This is not bad. Hold on, let me see.
If and when there are, and you have seen them, will you be pleading not guilty to those as well?
That would be my expectation. That certainly would be my advice.
Your client's demeanor the past 2 days at the arraignment and again today at the hearing. At some points he was, smiling, laughing. You even had to actually tell him to stop talking. What are his feelings right now?
Well-
He seems outspoken.
Well, all I can, he's obvious. I said earlier, use your common sense. If you put yourself in, you or a loved one in that position, it's, natural, I think, to go
Luigi, stop
through many
fucking
emotional
around.
states. As far as
Luigi, how
him
many
not
times I gotta
talking,
tell
as
you,
long as
stop
I'm going to be a
smiling?
lawyer, I'm going to do all the talking. My client's not going to say anything.
A quick question about process. I was also at the hearing last night. I don't remember any plea being.
Yeah, Luigi needs to nip it in the butt. Like no talking, Luigi.
And this is when being Italian comes back to bite him.
Yeah, but
he's
like,
not gonna be able to.
yeah,
Here's what we need. Okay, Luigi, right?
He's loud as he can't shut the
Does
up.
Luigi have an even more Italian older cousin with a sexy young girlfriend? My cousin Vinny. We can make this a My Cousin Vinny situation. That's what we really need here. Have you seen My Cousin Vinny recently?
No.
Oh,
I've never seen My Cousin Vinny.
You got, first of all, no one's hotter in the world than Marissa Tomei in that instant. And second of all, this is the blueprint to freeing Luigi. We need his even more Italian paralegal cousin to come. And the case has to hinge on the automotive knowledge of his sexy girlfriend. So it's not a 1-for-1, but that's the path towards freedom for Luigi, I think.
I've never seen My Cousin Luigi.
My Cousin Vinny.
Or My Cousin
You should
Luigi.
see it. It's good.
All right.
Asked for.
And again, we're still amazing.
Okay. As long as he hasn't pled guilty, that's all I care about. So.
Hey, as long as he keeps his Italian mouth shut long enough to not
I'm
plead
telling
guilty,
you, as
I'm
his lawyer,
okay.
he didn't have any lawyer of record, and he didn't have any representation until I got involved this afternoon. And I'm telling you, he's pleading not guilty to each and every.
When does that plead normally?
And believe me, I'm going to shove lasagna in his mouth if he
like
ever
I said,
wants to
normally
plead
that
guilty.
could happen at the what happened last night at the informal arraignment, which is at the magisterial district judge.
So is he telling you this is all some sort of awful mistake?
I'm not going to talk about anything he's told me.
How do you end up in Altoona?
That's between us.
Attorney-client privilege.
Ever heard of it, dickhead?
I'm not going to talk about that.
Has he been able to contact his family since?
Yeah, I'm not going to get into that either.
What the hell up?
Can you tell us when you were hired?
I can say sometime prior to the hearing this afternoon.
Yeah, stay kid.
That is correct.
If Governor Huichel provides this governor's extradition thing, does that change the timetable here? You still have the right to a habeas hearing, don't you?
Yeah, yes, sir, we do. Like I said, and I'm not trying to be. It's 24. I'm not trying to be a smart ass or anything, but when we've got to wait until we see things. When things happen, we'll react to that and proceed accordingly.
Since cameras weren't allowed in the courtroom, and which is normal and fine.
In Pennsylvania, that's the law.
Would you be able to give us a summary of what it is that happened in the courtroom today?
Yeah, today is basically what it was, and it happened fast. There was an extradition hearing scheduled. I found out about that about an hour or so before the hearing, and the initial thing is a person.
I think the way he carries himself is like kind of goofy, but I feel like it plays well in like a court.
Yeah, I think this guy's
he can charm a jury. I can see him doing that.
I think this guy's a pro, but it's just so funny. You can tell he is a little like, this is pretty overwhelming.
Yeah. He's got it. I want to believe in him.
Can waive extradition.
Honey, get my
and
purple
it
top.
was my opinion and my
nicest
advice
top,
under the
honey.
circumstances that he not, and I emphasize the not because apparently there's news reports already going out that he waived his extradition. He did not do that. And so that's why we wanted to make sure we're going to use the process and use the Constitution and the rights that are available to any one of us in this room and any American citizen or person charged with a crime.
Law tip, this is a great-ass Altoona lawyer. Do not put this man in front of a New York jury. Yeah. Yeah, you need a very different kind of vulture in New York, I think.
No, keep him in Altoona.
Yeah.
Keep him on the fake ID case.
So we're going to move forward.
You argue that he should not be eligible for, I'm sorry, that he should be eligible for bail. Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
Talk about some of those reasons.
Yeah. So in Pennsylvania, the Constitution says that all crimes are generally a bailable offense. Bailable offense means you have to set some form of bail. The exception to that is if it's a capital case, which means the Commonwealth or the government is looking for the death penalty. And I'm proud to say I'm one of the few attorneys in Pennsylvania that's qualified to do that.
Talk your shit. Talk your shit. Drop your nuts on him in the middle of this.
This is not a capital case. Knock on wood, at least that I'm aware of.
And by the way, if it was, I would be able to handle it.
If a first-degree murder, which carries in Pennsylvania life without parole. If the charge which you're faced with is life without parole, then you're not eligible for bail. Since the crime, at least what was set forth by the district attorney, was alleged to be a second-degree murder, that's not life without parole. So I believe that
Okay,
bail
he'd
should
get
have been
parole.
set.
But you also talked about like a home monitoring system was a possibility. His lack of prior criminal history. I mean, you really feel that your client should be out in the public. You do not feel that he's a threat to the community.
Yeah, now you got to understand, when you set bail, the judge could set $1 million bail. It could be $5 million bail, but damn it, you get bail. That's what you do.
That's right,
and
damn
like I
it.
said, anytime you look at the criminal justice system, pretend you're that one in that spotlight. You're going to want to be out. And, so, yeah, I think he was entitled to bail, and the judge makes it 100 million or 10 billion or 100,000, he's entitled to bail. But to simply say no bail, in all due respect, to the judge, I believe bail should have been set.
Oh, he's behind the Tom Dickey. I just realized he's behind.
Oh, he's
behind the
promo. He's getting good promo.
I can't because I wasn't at that proceeding.
Is your client being held in solitary confinement?
I can't comment on that. I do not know.
What is the procedure in the next couple of days? What are you going to do? What is going to happen?
I'm not going to get into a lot of detail. I do have some things planned, but I can't get into that because
Stay
I don't
tuned.
think
I'm
that's what
moving in
attorneys do.
silence.
So are there any other court proceedings in the next day or two?
Not that I'm aware of. I hope that since I'm the attorney of record, that they let me know about it.
Earlier in the week today, you talked about the masks possibly being related to coronavirus. Could you elaborate on that?
I'm talking about Altoona friends right now. They all know this guy's a total monster. Apparently, the guy he got acquitted for murder once stabbed a guy at a gas station in clear view of cameras.
Okay.
Let's go.
That's not bad.
Let's go, baby.
Tom's nice with it, apparently.
Yeah, he's got that Tom Long Dicky of the law. That's
yeah.
right. I am the law. Okay, numbers on the board, dude.
Tom, he's gonna settle in. He's a little flustered. It's a little surprising, but Tom's gonna do the damn thing.
I think is poetry in motion when you see him in a Altoona courtroom. Okay,
yeah, you're right. You couldn't have an Italian. There would be two Italian unless he's related to him. You need some kind of other type of trash. That is what Tom Dickey is.
Well, I mean, I don't know where you all are from, but I still see people wearing masks. They say numerous masks. A lot of times when you buy masks, you got to buy them. They don't. I guess you can buy them individually, but every time I bought them, they come in boxes. So
true.
I don't know. I can
So
tell you that's not a
fucking true,
crime.
Tom.
That's not a crime.
That makes a lot of sense why you said that.
I would not ever indicate anything that he indicated to me.
What's
I
his
can't get into
demeanor
that.
like? Is he worried?
Well, I'm not going to speculate on that, but like I said, use your common sense. If you were,
Put yourself in my client's shoes. Put yourself in my client's shoes.
Tommy
Common
Dickey.
sense, please. It's not so common.
Look at his fucking face.
Yeah. But I mean, he's right though. It's like, yeah, what do you think? What do you think, dumbass? Nah, he's cool as a cucumber, dude. He's looking at this is the trial of this decade.
Let's say he gets whatever. Let's say Tom Dickey doesn't do the damn thing. Luigi's in jail. What's the conjugal visit situation? Because I feel like
you trying to suck him?
I'm not, but I feel like Luigi could live a pretty good life,
dude.
Getting sucked in jail.
His commissary link is gonna get blasted.
He's Cheetos up. Yeah,
This
he's
dude
gonna
is
have
gonna
Laffy
level up
Taffies, he's gonna have
inside of that
ramens.
prison. Like he is literally gonna be the god
All
of
the
that prison.
tuna, all the canned tuna you could.
Yeah,
the tuna creations where it's like half some shit. It's like the lemon zest tuna or whatever the that is. He's gonna have it all, bro. Slim Jims. But I feel like, do you have to get married? I never knew those because
yeah, you do. For conjugal visits, you have to
can't
be
just
married.
get pussy. You can't just be a cool guy that's dating in jail. You have to have a wife. That kind of sucks. Now, could he get divorced every month and get a new piece of pussy there every month? Could he do that?
Just a scheme.
I'm trying to figure it out.
You are
because I think Luigi. Look,
you're really
he's
invested
going
in
down, bro.
No,
he's going down.
No,
they're not going to let him get away with this.
Nah,
I'm trying to make sure he's having a good time.
That's
in
pessimistic.
Jail.
That's pessimistic.
The point is, we need a silver lining here. I'm trying to get a scheme together of
you've already given up. I still believe.
You think he's going to get off?
I believe in the justice system. I believe in the criminal justice system. I believe that he's free. I think he's a free man.
I'm saying free him. I'm just saying, okay, look, you have to be prepared for the doomsday scenario. And if things go the wrong way, I want to have a divorce every month scheme ready to go with divorce lawyers to be able to get Luigi as the silver lining of getting, for him to cash in on all the internet thirst, even if he's in jail. Am I a monster for that?
Yeah, no, I understand. I understand where you're coming from, but that's like, we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Okay, all right. All right.
If you were...
There's so many pressure points here where like things can fall apart.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically, the NYPD can fuck up the case.
That's true. Jail or confined in a state where supposedly there's rumors going around you're going to be charged with murder.
Don't forget, folks.
Use your common sense.
Well, you
Don't forget the Stabby Baby 2025 calendar.
Probably not a whole lot.
Let's send one of these to Luigi. Can we get this to Luigi?
I'm not.
Someone contact
like
Tom
the airplane
Dickey
movie said.
and
Hey,
see
give us
if
your
I can
impression.
get
And the
a
guy said, I
Stabby
don't
Baby
do impressions.
2025
So
calendar sent to
I
Luigi.
wasn't looking for impressions. What I was trying to do
And listen, go to stabby.biz.
was form a bond with
To
my
buy
client. I want
yours.
him to trust me, and I want him to be confident that I'm here for him. And I feel that I'm very pleased how that went.
How about his mental and his physical health?
Excuse me, ladies first.
Ladies
sorry.
first.
Oh, he's charismatic. Baja blast my brains out. Thank you for the 5-2 gift
He may have
subs.
had, and do you think that could have contributed to some sort of mental breakdown?
I'm an attorney. I'm not a physician. I
We got
would only be
cookies, too, let's not
speculating. I'm
forget.
not going to do that.
What's the benefit of not waiving extradition and going to New York City?
There's a lot of benefits to that. It would take too long for me to get into all that. It's
I don't want to bore you.
Testing the process. I haven't seen anything. I have not seen one scintilla, one speck, one drop of any evidence yet. So it's what I decided. I think it was in our best interest to do today.
Can you clarify?
Thank you for not picking the remaining Diet Cokes that I haven't drank since BDS made Diet Cokes.
Shit.
Yeah.
Why are they even there, dude?
Well, I mean, I am a Diet Coke monster. I had them, and I haven't drank them
So
since.
no Coke whatsoever?
No Coke.
Is Dr. Pepper Pepsi? What is
No, it's fine. Dr. Pepper's
They're their
good.
own shit?
Mountain Dew's good, too.
Ah.
Okay, let's see what we got here.
These are my mother's cookies. You get a care package every year. Let's not forget. We've got Melo Macarona, the brown ones, the honey cookies. Those are her specialty. And then Curabia, there's the white. I mean, how good is that shit, huh? F it out. I don't want to be rude. These are Curabiedas. These are a buttery powdered sugar cookie. Those are a honey olive oil orange spice zest cookie.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, your mom made these?
Yeah.
I thought you bought them.
No, dude, my mom made them.
God damn, it's fire.
I packed those in my suitcase.
Yo, you better not give these shits to Bobby Lee, bro. He don't deserve it.
Bobby and Andrew Santino will be getting a package as well.
Fuck them.
Don't be jealous of my other friends, Hassan.
No, those guys.
Don't be jealous. Just be thankful. I only had so much room in my suitcase, and you know how much that takes up? And I'm fat as shit. You know how big my clothes are?
No, I know. I have similar issues.
Well, because you're giant.
Yeah, I can confidently say I'm no longer big boy status. I'm no longer fat.
Up. Don't even. You never were. You.
There was a point where I was.
No, there really wasn't.
Don't make me pull out the meat pick, bro.
Dude, you can pick the fattest you've ever. You get the one pick you had where you look kind of fat.
So you admit it?
You looked kind of fat, but you don't even understand what it's like to live in to really truly swim in fat. You've never swam in obese waters, okay? And you're tall and you're handsome, and I'm handsome too. Don't get me wrong, but you don't know what it's like. Do you understand what your life would be like if we switched bodies? You would be if you looked like me. You would be restocking the fridge at the Young Turk's office right now. I would be the most famous man in America if I was in your body. That's the difference.
No, there's the side of this that doesn't get addressed.
Go ahead.
Where when you're hot, people don't think you're capable of being funny.
I mean, it's not that. Some hot people can be funny.
It's hard. It's hard for us out here.
It's not hard for you. Your life is easy as hell.
People literally, yeah, it's pretty easy
in the history of mankind.
It's pretty easy. People try to make it as
you're in the top like 0.01% of easiest lives, like from the start of history.
Oh,
pretty good, right? Pretty good.
I'm about to be fat by the end of this.
That's maybe my point. Yeah, I'm trying to fatten you up. No, I like that you're out here sexy. You know, who gives a I like my friends to be winning, but don't pretend you even know what it's like. That's my only issue with you. Just be honest with who you are.
Are you kidding me? Right after my conversation with Lena Khan, Donald Trump announced that Lena Khan will not be the FTC chair.
Wow. The Hassan curse. The Hassan curse, dude. If she had come on Stavi's World, he would have brought her back.
I feel like I didn't play a role in this, did I?
No, they don't watch streaming.
You kidding me? He went on Aiden Roz's stream.
Yeah, he watches popular streams.
Oh,
he watches streams that have some impact on the world. Not this. You gotta start gambling, dude.
Bro, this shit is so good. Yeah. God damn it, Barron Trump is in the chat telling his dad, like, end this right now.
You think what's Barron's media diet like? I wonder if he's a Kill Tony fan.
Oh yeah.
You think Barron watches Kill Tony?
100%.
I wonder what he thought of my appearance. Barron, if you watch Kill Tony, check out mine. Let me know what you thought. But is he like has anybody heard that kid talk? He's so tall.
What does it have to do with
He's
his
so
speech?
tall, and he just seems like, I don't know. And he's like always hugging his mother. I think there's something off.
He's
and it's Trump's old jizz, so he might be like, autistic or something, which, no disrespect. But it's possible.
I don't know how that works. It could
His
be.
jizz is old as hell.
Is that what happens with old
dude, the
jizz?
older your jizz gets, the more something might be a little off with the kid's mental. That's true. I know that sounds like Greek science, but that's legitimately true, bro. Jizz definitely kind of goes bad. I'm not even joking. There must be a doctor in the chat. I am fully right. That shit. Trump's old jizz went a little stale. And it's fucking
his stale robes.
The shit wasn't swimming so much, it's degrading a little bit. At least I think that makes sense, right? There's no way old man jizz is as fresh as young jizz. There's just no way.
You want to see who speaks? He has like a Patrick Bateman.
Yeah. Maybe the older the jizz, I would bet there's a graph. The older the jizz of the father, the more like a kid might have a speech impediment or something.
Oh, look.
How are you? I'm in the business. It's very nice to see you.
Oh, okay.
It sounds like Patrick Bateman.
Oh, okay.
How are you? I'm in the business. It's very nice to see you. Very nice.
Interesting. All right. Who knows? I'd have to hear more. But anyway, someone bring up I know there's some jizz studies out there. That's got to be true.
Yeah, chatters are real nerds about it. Immediately, they're like, "Well, here's the
let us
scientific.
Let us know, guys.
Here's
Pull up
the
some
scientific
AutoCAD.
Study.
Make some graphs on AutoCAD or whatever.
Oh, fathers associated with birth risk.
Thank you, dude. That just makes common sense. You're not supposed to make. You're not.
I don't know what
supposed
you
to
ate, but I smell it with that burp.
I had a chopped Chinese chicken salad and avocado toast.
What is up with this health kick, dude?
I had a couple bad days. I was having some tough. I don't want to get too graphic, but let's just say I needed a little fiber in the diet.
Oh, you weren't able to push it out? I've been there.
Let's just say I need a little fiber.
Molecular biologist, as funny as is put, as someone ages, they get more mutations, making birth defects or deficiencies more likely to occur.
That's what the I'm saying, dude. And yes, he says same thing for women as women age. For sure, old eggs, same thing as old jizz. It gets a little, it's a little. Like if you open a snack right before it's gonna go bad, even a Twinkie is not as good as a fresh Twinkie. You know what I'm saying? Some old Doritos.
Yeah, Twinkies and jizz are. I mean, you're right. You've already
two of your favorite snacks.
Yeah. You've already addressed it. Okay, so I mean, I'm a little bored of all the stuff that this guy's putting out there, but we have more investigations. I never even finished the manifesto.
Yeah.
We said, obviously, the problem is more complex, but I do not have the space. Frankly, do not pretend to be the most qualified person to lay out the full argument.
Yes, we thought we made fun
but
of
many
that.
have illuminated the corruption and greed, e.g. Rosenthal, Moore, decades ago, and the problems simply remain. It is not an issue of awareness at this point, but clearly power games at play. Evidently, I am the first to face it with such brutal honesty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Luigi, you ain't wrong, man. May our boy Tom Dickey, may Tom pull some Tommy Tricky Dickey get you off.
Yeah.
Salud.
Let's hear what our
You know what's
Bill Burr had to say about
What
the.
does Billy have to say?
annoying me about this kid who killed this CEO is none of these news programs are talking about the incredible lack of empathy from the general public about this because of how these insurance companies treat people
Yes, sir.
when they are at their most vulnerable. After we've all given them our money every month, and now we finally need you, and all you do is
That
deny
beep
us.
did not work.
I love that. That's
Yeah, when they just like the beep comes delayed.
Yeah.
And then these pussies and all of these things are taking the pictures of their CEOs off their websites. You know, I got to be honest with you, okay? I love that CEOs are afraid right now. You should be.
Amen.
By and large, you're all a bunch of selfish, greedy pieces of shit, and a lot of you
God, he's
are
the man for
mass
this
murderers.
one. Yes, dude.
You just don't pull the trigger.
Dude, he is such a beautiful way with words, dude. I
chefing
love
on that
him. I
one.
love him
That's
so
awesome.
much. He is like the number one guest that I would love to have one day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the man for sure.
Have you
I mean,
ever-
he's fully so correct about this.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Have you ever linked up with him? Have you
little
hung
bit.
out with him?
You know, I mean, one time we were on one show together. He was cool, but no, I don't. And we have mutual friends, but
Yeah. Was he like, how the hell are ya?
yeah, it was cool because I think he clearly had seen some random, like he probably because when he said hello, he smiled in a way that was like,
You're so parasocial, dog. You're
yeah,
like-
no. Well, he had like seen some like because also the way the Comedy Store works, you have to each person has to introduce the next one, and I was going right after him, and he gave me a nice introduction. He was like, I see this guy online, he's very funny, but he forgot my name. So then he had to like go
It's
back and be
too
like,
ethnic.
he would be like, dude, he was like, what's your name? I was like, it's all good, man. But it was the funniest moment to have, like, he felt bad clearly, but he just fully, he knew who I was, but he didn't know my
That's
name.
how you know Greeks
I'll
are not
take it.
white, bro. He couldn't even handle your exotic name.
It was too much for him.
What is this, Stavros?
But I'll take it. That little smile of recognition meant more to me than knowing my actual name.
I love him so much.
Yeah, he's the man. And this is exactly what he just basically put into words what it's good that CEOs are scared. It's good that
and that they're criminals.
Well, that's the thing. The inequality is so crazy that and billionaires are treating people so bad and they're so in their own bubble. They don't understand how much people hate them. And it's good that they have a tangible, I mean, there's no better proof than like, oh, someone was willing to kill us and people weren't that sad.
People were
ecstatic. In fact, people were pumped. It's good that they at least understand how people feel about them and that you can try and make as much money as you want. You can put, you can put the value of human life lower than $1, but eventually you become this level of villain and you're not in your own circles. Everybody sucks your cock, but most people don't feel that way.
We'll do the Chuckle Sandwich episode that came out later after Stabby is gone. But
yeah, shout out to Billy Boy.
That's why it looks clean. That's why these people look, oh my God, he was just, walking into a hotel. It's like, okay, but what was his job? What did he do? What was the results of it?
It's great. Very succinct. And expertly put. That is something that should not exist in a healthy society. But we are not living in a healthy society. And the very fact that people are also celebrating this vigilante justice means that there is very deep-seated and valid resentment that people feel towards these institutions. Understandably. That's it. But yeah, backpack belonging to CEO shooting suspect is found.
In the shooting death of the head of one of the nation's.
Have you met anyone IRL who has a good faith critique and not a hater? Yes. The only two people that had good faith critiques, both were around sex work. Both were women, and both IRL were not a hater, but had good faith critiques, and both of them had not disagreements necessarily, but like didn't fully understand what my opinion was around sex work. That's it. I think that's like probably the most. That's probably like the biggest point of contention. Usually is sex work related. This POS is ruining the LeBron dunk compilation, man. What are you talking about? Where can we see your Oxford? Where can we see your Oxford speech? It's going to be on the Oxford Union website, like on a YouTube page, but we haven't. But it hasn't come out yet. It's going to come out in like a week, probably.
Nation's largest health insurers. ABC's Morgan Norwood is here with the latest. Morgan, good morning.
Good morning to you, Whit. Yes, police say the suspect behind that brazen ambush of CEO Brian Thompson earlier this week likely took a bus out of the city, but he left behind a critical piece of evidence, his backpack. And as investigators comb through it for clues, the FBI is joining what's now a nationwide search and offering a $50,000 reward. This morning, the frantic search for the killer behind the assassination-style murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson now turning into a nationwide manhunt. According to sources, investigators believe the suspect escaped New York City, last seen at 6:59 a.m. on Wednesday, riding a bike out of Central Park after the shooting. Police say the suspect hopped into a taxi, headed to a bus station, and made his getaway. Friday, NYPD officers combing Central Park doing a...
I think there's something... I mean, I can't help but love this story because it's like, it's literally everything that I've talked about, like for years, all of it coming together. You have the understandable resentment and anger that massive swaths of the American population feel towards healthcare and towards executives in general that are involved in healthcare. Like the resentment that they feel is palpable. That's number one. So the reception of this story has been genuinely different than the way that the media is covering it. That's number one. Number two, police incompetence. Something that I talk about all the time is police incompetence. The very fact that this multiple billion-dollar, one of the largest standing militaries on the planet force, the NYPD, is so woefully incompetent. And it's not necessarily a bad thing in this circumstance, but it is a bad thing when there are real crimes happening and they're tasked with solving them and they fail to solve them. But like, it is so publicly in display that one of the most effective, supposedly, one of the largest, most effective police departments on the planet that have a submarine, okay? Drones, submarines, an office in Tel Aviv. Like, these guys are so woefully incompetent when they're tasked with finding one singular criminal, okay, supposedly criminal. It's a loaded word, right? That walked up in broad daylight and domed a healthcare CEO and calmly walked away, got on a bike and went into Central Park to lower his 5-star rating down to 0 stars instantly. Central Park is the real life version of spray and pay, okay? That's it. You go in with 5 stars in the Central Park, you come out 0 stars. Okay? Straight up. It's crazy. So, well, I've already talked about a bunch of different things revolving this story, the reception, and how diametrically opposed the mainstream reception or the mainstream coverage of this is in comparison to like what the average moms and dads in the Midwest, like how they feel about it. And it's very interesting. It took him 3 days to find the backpack that he dropped, okay? And for the record, the backpack is like a classic. I feel like the backpack that he used was like a classic everyday carry backpack too. What is the design? It's like a very famous backpack, no? I forget what it's called. Oh yeah, Peak Design. Yeah, it's a everyday backpack from Peak Design. And from what I understand, this is like something that people really love this backpack, okay? By his look, the backpack is, oh my God, the combination in size color is unavailable. Wait, The 30-liter gray is unavailable. It's sold out. It's sold out. The 30-liter everyday backpack from Peak Design is sold out. Wow, that's guerrilla marketing right there, folks. So, that's really interesting. But so basically, it's reselling on eBay for $4K. The jacket is also getting sold out online. Some places also hiking up the prices like 10x. Anyway, that's insane that people watch that and we're like, oh, dude, I love how breathable his windbreaker is. I personally loved the way that he could move in that, the way that he could move in his windbreaker, and how many things he could put in his everyday carry backpack. It's like pretty solid by his look. But yeah, the range of motion. But okay, going back to the earlier point that I was making though, is that like it is pretty funny to see how much the NYPD has dropped the ball on this. It's also kind of interesting how hard they are trying to find him, right? Like there is never this level of involvement for any random person getting murdered in broad daylight. If it was a random person getting murdered in broad daylight, nobody would give a shit. It would not be this big of a deal. So I guess when it's like someone in an actual position of power, when they get popped, it's like, whoa, all hands on deck. This is red alert, red alert. We have to do everything we can. This is the one time where we have to work, and they still cannot meet. They still cannot meet the standard necessary. The only law that matters is don't make cops look stupid in public. Yeah. Keeps you cool under pressure. The backpack. I think it's more about the media attention. No, it's not just because of the media attention. The media attention is also interesting, but it's because of the circumstances in which this act unfolded. It's obviously the motive of it was obvious. It's a person that was like seemingly had gripes with the way that healthcare works in this country, and it's a perfect story for many different reasons. But I think no matter what, like when a wealthy person is assassinated, yes, cops are going to take that very seriously, as opposed to like a random person getting killed. It is also kind of wild that it took him, like I said, 3 days to find the backpack that he just dropped.
Grid search by drone and on foot, eventually leading them to the suspect's backpack. Now, detectives sifting through it for clues.
That image, that picture of him, and that's going to be blasted all over the country, and the phone calls are going to be coming in. Someone knows this guy from somewhere.
Police say they believe they now have a clearer timeline of the suspect's steps before the murder, telling ABC News they think the suspect arrived in New York City November 24th, 10 days before the shooting, on a Greyhound bus, boarding somewhere between Atlanta and Washington, D.C. Investigators using facial recognition technology on the only clear images of who they believe to be the suspect, captured during a flirtatious exchange with the hostel clerk who asked him to smile to check his ID.
This is straightforwardly a perfect story. Okay? Like even the very fact that he was like rizzing up the reception person. Now, I don't even know if this person is the real person. This is just what the NYPD is claiming is the real person. We don't even know. And I'm not even like joking when I say that, because I know I've been joking quite a bit about the story where I'm like, oh, that's not him. It could be anybody, you know? And before people say completely different jacket, nobody owns one jacket, chat. Calm down. They identified the wrong guy. Innocent man wrongly identified as Brian Thompson, shooter, fearing for his life. I mean, wait, what? No, dude, this is a Daily Mail article about Joey Manorino, who is like a random right-wing Twitter troll who's... It's a bullshit article, chat. Don't get duped, okay? That's not... It's Joey Manorino. He's like the classic right-wing dipshit on Twitter.
Which sources say was fake. Authorities also turning to DNA, pulled from items left near the murder scene, including a cell...
Whoa! Hey! Calm down. That's a very different gun. That's a very different gun. That's not... That could be anybody. That could be anybody. It looks like... I wasn't here. I wasn't I was in the UK. Stop. I was in the UK when this happened. Okay. Totally different gun also. No suppressor. 50K easy.
Cell phone and a smudged fingerprint from a water bottle they say the suspect bought at a Starbucks minutes before the shooting. This video showing the suspect tossing an item in the garbage.
He was methodical and disciplined. I will give this individual that. But everybody makes mistakes, and you got to find those mistakes.
As the search intensifies, police working to determine a motive. Police believe the gunman is a disgruntled ex-employee of United Healthcare or an angry client.
Today, value-based care is the centerpiece of our growth strategy. And
now other corporations.
I think one of the craziest parts about this is that like this dude is still like small fry. Okay. He's not even the top dog. Like the United Healthcare structure, like there's a United Healthcare group. Okay. This guy is the CEO of one of the many different tentacles under the United Healthcare group. So like he's a low level CEO. He's still not a good guy, okay? His actions are not great, right? His actions were not great. But it is interesting to think that like there are still, less accessible people that are out there. I heard that some pharmacy techs were saying yesterday no claims were being denied, where usually is like 30 to 40% getting instantly denied. Yeah, it's a really interesting situation, isn't it? I mean, we saw Blue Cross Blue Shield Anthem reverse their decision like overnight to no longer offer coverage to anesthesia over a certain period of time. Like if you go under with anesthesia for if you go over a predetermined time frame, if you're taking anesthesia for a longer than a predetermined time frame, like they will not cover it anymore. They said that they weren't going to do that. And then they very quickly reversed that decision. I wonder what happened. And then Kathy Hochul was basically taking credit for it.
And insurance companies on high alert, reassessing security for their senior executives. And investigators are looking into the possibility that the gunman used what's known as a veterinary gun, typically used on farms and ranches. But now that the suspect may have skipped town, they're really leaning on the public for help. Those photos that we've shown are the clearest ones yet, and they are hoping someone out there can recognize him with.
And Morgan, other companies are now taking notice and taking...
He was the CEO of United Healthcare, which is the insurance division that makes up 3/4 of the UHG's revenue.
Action when it comes to security now.
Yeah, this has really shaken up corporate America. We have several companies, insurance companies alike, scrubbing bios of their top executives from their website. Just this morning, we're learning that Centene, it's another major insurer, announced that it's not going to do its in-person investors meeting here in New York City. Instead, they're going to move it virtually. All of this to protect their employees and executives. So again, we've got heightened alert, not just in corporate America, but among these insurance companies.
This ripple effect across the country. Morgan, thank you.
Yeah, a time frame that doctors don't determine either. The insurance would determine it. But that's just how it is in America. That's my point. That's what's so frustrating about it. That is what's so frustrating about this process. And not only that, but also they used AI. United Healthcare started using AI to deny claims, and it skyrocketed the number of denials that they were engaging in. And for the record, even the deny, depose, defend book that everyone is pointing to, like that book itself is not exactly a great book either. Like that's a pro healthcare insurance book, but it's so bad. Healthcare in this country is so bad that they even got capitalists who are pro healthcare insurance that are criticizing it. Okay. United CEO Andrew Whitty gave an address to the company today, leaked to me, telling employees we guard against unnecessary care and to tune out the critical noise.
Has been disturbed by the amount of negative and in many cases vitriolic media and commentary that has been produced over the last few days, particularly in the social media environment. And I want to reassure you of a few things. Firstly, we are going to continue to make sure that we put patients, consumers, and members first, as we always have done. The mission of this company is truly to make sure that we help the system improve by helping the experience for individuals get better and better. There was nobody who did more to try and advance that mission than Brian Thompson. And there are very few people in the history of the US healthcare industry who had a bigger positive effect on American healthcare than Brian. And we are going to make sure that we not only acknowledge and honor that legacy of Brian, but we will continue it. Our role is a critical role, and we make sure that care is safe, appropriate, and is delivered when people need it. And we guard against the pressures that exist for unsafe care or for unnecessary care to be delivered in a way which makes the whole system too complex and ultimately unsustainable. So we're going to continue to make that case. We will continue to do the work we do. And I have never been more proud of this company and our colleagues and what this company does on behalf of people in need across the country. I encourage you to tune out that critical noise.
Yeah, they're basically changing. They're basically like hiding the board of executives and their names and stuff like that. People have been trying to get their Wikipedia pages deleted. Okay, and it's really interesting that they're this worried. I mean, I guess it's not that crazy to be afraid in this time, but legally, isn't it all public? It's all public information. Yeah, but they could potentially change the laws. I mean, these are very wealthy people. These are very, very wealthy people. These are the people who have a lot of motion. These are the people who can change laws and rules to benefit them and offer themselves privacy. You have to understand, every day in this country, we are a uniquely violent nation, okay? We have a lot of guns in this country. We have an arsenal of weapons readily available for all. And every single day, there is another mass shooting that takes place. And it is so commonplace. This kind of violence is so commonplace in this country that it doesn't even meet the standard of like regular news coverage. This, on the other hand, has made news coverage. And the reason for why it has made news coverage is because this person was acting out the desires, I think, and the resentment that many Americans feel. Okay? I think that's what it is. That's why a lot of people are terrified. Because in the aftermath of the shooting, people were like, oh man, you really can't even be safe on these streets. The shooter is the shooter is still at large. And I was like, I'm not a healthcare CEO. What do you mean? I don't think this guy is interested in killing other people, you know, or at least random people. I'm not afraid, you know. I am more afraid of random cops. Straight up. Got a push notification to exercise caution because the United Healthcare shooter is still at large. I personally do not feel like I am on the shooter's radar because I am not the CEO of a highly divisive multi-billion-dollar insurance company. Yeah. Warning me about a guy who's out there killing billionaires, like warning a dog about phishing scams. This is like the Chappelle bit about the LAPD offering protection to him because he was mentioned in Dorner's manifesto. I am not the one who needs protection. Yeah, exactly. So I think this is unique. The commentary that I made, the commentary that I had in the aftermath of the Trump shooting, the first one, is quite similar to this instance. Because in America, in the United States of America, normally when people experience some kind of anger or are having like a mental health episode or something, they often will go and kill the least protected, most marginalized targets. They just go to their school, right? And then they shoot up like a bunch of children or their teachers or something. It's rarely ever directed at someone in a position of power. And that is the norm. And as long as that is the norm, we will never get any changes on gun laws. We will never get any changes that actually protect the average Americans. We're actually used to the average American being slaughtered, butchered, senselessly. But this was a directional act of violence. And I think that's the reason why a lot of people in positions of power are fearful. And I think that's the reason why a lot of people are looking at the media coverage over it and going, I don't feel this way. But one thing that has been quite interesting, is seeing conservatives also exhibiting the same anger that you normally would hear from leftists online, right? Like the reception of this story has been quite interesting. Americans from all different walks of life, from all different kinds of backgrounds, different political ideologies that have all been over directly by the privatized for-profit healthcare structure in this country, also carry the same resentment that the shooter had. And that's precisely the reason why, while right-wingers and mainstream media, both liberals and conservative alike, are trying to maintain this civility aesthetic to say, people are celebrating this, like this is crazy. Normal conservatives, on the other hand, are like, of course people are celebrating this. The fuck are you talking about? Look, people are naturally going to celebrate. This is on r/conservative. This man's death is an allegory for the failure of privatized healthcare as a whole. We can all relate. Prescriptions we can't afford. People we know who have been turned down. Healthcare or treatment due to insurance reasons. I'm a Republican and I'm not going to defend the failure of privatized healthcare. It's an absolute tragedy that people who don't have access to healthcare. I know that sounds like a lib talking point, but this is America. Healthcare should be just as great as the rest of our country. Complicit for over 7 million deaths, 1/3 claim denial rate, UHC being investigated for using algorithms that automatically deny claims. UHC has some of the highest healthcare premiums and costs. All the while, he was a CEO and making over $10 million a year. Also, he was being investigated for fraud, money laundering. This man did not have clean hands. I'm not justifying murder, just stating facts. And in America, healthcare costs are still higher than many countries around the world while providing subpar service compared to said countries. This act of violence, okay, in and of itself, is ripping through the social fabric, right? Because this is vigilante justice, all right? And that's in almost every single circumstance. I wouldn't say unacceptable in every single circumstance, but like that is something that should not exist in a healthy society. But we are not living in a healthy society. And the very fact that people are also celebrating this vigilante justice means that there is like very deep-seated and valid resentment that people feel towards these institutions, understandably. That's it. That's it. And it's kind of crazy because, like, this is unique for the conservatives. And the reason why it's unique for the conservatives is because conservatives love vigilante justice. Their own version of vigilante justice is oftentimes directed at appropriate targets, those without any power whatsoever. Conservatives have celebrated Kyle Rittenhouse. Conservatives have celebrated that old guy that looks like Santa Claus that killed those climate protesters that were blocking traffic. Conservatives celebrated Daniel Perry, who killed in broad daylight in a crowded subway car a black homeless person who was exhibiting a mental health episode. He choked him to death. Conservatives celebrated Daniel Penny. Did I say Perry? Sorry. Daniel Penny, and still do. So this is unique for a lot of conservatives, I would say. Because normally, this is a person in a position of power. This is a person that is at the top of a reputable institution. Healthcare is important. Normally, you don't hear this kind of sentiment being expressed by conservatives, except as right-wingers try to polarize the subject and hit it from the angles that they're used to try to get their fan base to agree with them, to see this in the way that they see it. Right-wing commentators and mainstream media are failing to get people to be upset at the shooter because I think their personal experience with healthcare is so bad that they are aware of the inconsistency with what a wealthy political commentator like Ben Shapiro is saying. This video, by the way, apparently is sitting at 21,000 dislikes, and how they personally feel. I work in a factory in a deep red state. My coworkers all voted for Trump and wear his merch. They were laughing at this incident. It's not just the left. Ben, you're a millionaire. You're on a true blue-collar conservative. You're a rich guy that tries to appeal to working-class Republicans. You don't understand what poor people go through. Why do you pick on the left? This is bipartisan. You're out of touch. Ben, this issue is like a 99% versus the 1%. Your audience is more likely working class conservatives. We get denied health insurance claims and get screwed because we aren't rich like you. Remind me when you said we don't need to retire at 65. I'm glad the comments are giving Ben a reality check. Ben Shapiro's the CEO of his own company, so it makes sense he might see a little of himself as the victim. It ain't just the left. Ben tried to do this as a shocking targeted attack, and the left celebrates. As an independent content creator on the right, obviously, his job is to get people in his audience to say, killing a CEO is inappropriate. Of course. The norms, the civility. You can't kill a person in a position of power. Are you kidding me? The fuck? That's not allowed, right? And I'm not even saying that you can do that, okay? I'm not saying that at all, because I am a humanist, okay? I don't believe in the death penalty. Ben Shapiro does. I don't. I don't believe in capital punishment. My solutions are, in my opinion, a lot better than whatever the fuck these guys are saying. I personally am a firm and committed believer in universal health care. If we had universal health care, this kind of resentment would not exist. It's the same principle behind Me Too. Me Too movement was a movement that absolutely swung in the direction of justice, vigilante justice, because the institutions were not doing anything about mass harassment, sexual assaults in the workplace, right? And then as vigilante movements, as is the case with most vigilante movements, it went far. It went too far, and then the pendulum swung back, right? And it's really interesting that Ben, Tim Pool, Matt Walsh have all tried to... Oh, it's at 8.5K dislikes. Sorry, it's not at 19K. Thank you, Little Bear, for showing me how many dislikes it is. The dislikes are still outweighing the likes on the video. But they are trying to spin it, okay? They are trying to spin it as hard as they can. They're trying to spin it as aggressively as they can. Matt Walsh's initial reaction was, oh, it's because they killed a white guy. And the left is celebrating it because it's a white guy. Yeah, here it is. The left is outright praising the first-degree murder of a health insurance CEO because he's a white male. If he was the CEO of the same company but was a black woman, you would not be seeing any of the gloating and celebration. I hope everyone understands this basic point. There are two videos, dog. One has 20K dislikes. The other one, oh, wait, it does. The evil revolutionary left cheers murder. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. He made two videos on this. It is at 21,000 dislikes. Wow. So Matt Walsh immediately went in, and I noticed this because that other federal agent, what's his face? The Navy intelligence, former Navy intelligence guy, Jack Posobiec, was like, huh, this guy's not a real hitman, right? Like, they were trying to find a way to still criticize the person that shot the CEO, but like do it in a way where they could rally their own base. But their own base was like, no, we like this. We like this a lot. And all this does is make them look like they are out of touch charlatans that are directly trying to make divisive commentary on this matter. The left is outright praising the first-degree murder of a health insurance CEO because he's a white male. If he was the CEO of the same company, but it was a black woman, blah, blah, blah. Most people were like, no, yeah, this is the replies to Brian, the CEO, okay? Brian Thompson, the CEO's LinkedIn post from a year ago. Brian Thompson, this seems like a laudable mission, but United Healthcare Group is failing my mother by not providing her basic care to get better and get back to her life. I think a lot of people realize that there is no right-wing identitarian politics in a moment like this, because it's such a clear-cut example of, right and wrong. I saw this. Yeah, I just realized that your entire business model requires us normal folk hate each other. I would say that healthcare is one of the most important issues in this country, one of the most glaringly obvious historic wrongs in this country that continues. And that is precisely the reason why even on LinkedIn, you got other CEOs being like, yo, you suck, dog. You are doing a great job cutting your costs. Not having a single anesthesiologist and network in the entire state of Montana is a great policy to save you money. I'm telling you, man, healthcare and home ownership, like healthcare and housing prices, are the two key things that everyone gets over by, every single person. If a party was tackling that, they would be running the table permanently. They would have a permanent democratic popular regime. They would have a popular broad mandate. Education is very bad too, but I'm saying like in terms of like the top priorities, I think it's healthcare and housing. People are very, very, very angry, understandably, about the situation that is unfolding, about their own material realities. And these guys have gone on for far too long, very clearly cutting across that class consciousness by saying, don't worry about that. Don't worry about healthcare. Look at how these libtards, they hate white men. They hate you because you're white. All they do is they care about trans people. That's all they care about. And I think this kind of divisive narrative does not work in a situation where, like I said, it's a glaringly obvious problem with very real resentment. This proves you right on the take of the Walton family being persecuted and the egg prices going down. Yeah. Remember on Pod Save America, I said, if Kamala Harris came out and said, I am going to arrest the Walton family, and that is how we're going to claw back these egg prices, Americans would be 100% on board. Okay? She doesn't need to go that far. But you have to understand, like people don't care what the solutions are as long as there is a solution to those problems. Do you see what I'm saying? And it's clear. If someone was like, I'm going to arrest every healthcare CEO and we are going to institute some kind of like normal, good healthcare that every other country has, every other comparable nation state has on this planet, people will be like, yeah, no, that's it. That's my shit. I love that. That's assuming the median American knows who the Waltons are. No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're misunderstanding the point. I'm using the most extreme example I can use, something that like the Democratic Party is never going to do, but I'm using the most extreme example, something that normally Americans should be fearful of because of a century of Red Scare propaganda. And even then, I think they would still be on board. They would be like, okay, no, I see it. This is not the like solution. Okay. I'm not saying that the solution is like going out and instituting vigilante justice against like random CEOs. The solution is legislative change. But I think that there can't be this much pressure without a pressure valve, okay? You cannot have this much pressure building up, this much resentment building up, and consistently move people's attention away from the real vectors of pressure, real vectors of resentment. And this is a moment where very clearly someone did take vigilante action, right? And people were like, yeah, I don't care about this. This person has like killed my grandmother. I don't give a shit. You cannot hurt tens of millions of Americans in this systematized form of violence, in the words of Engels, this social murder, okay? And then expect people to also lap it up and care about the institutions. This is the same thing that I talked about with Donald Trump winning the election now twice. In 2016, he won because people were like, I'm angry at these institutions. The establishment. I don't give a shit. Let's blow it up. And that's precisely what happened again. This time around, it happened once more and people just don't understand it. Donald Trump's like, yeah, I'm going to fix your housing prices. How am I going to do that? By deporting 20 million immigrants. I'm going to fix the egg prices. How? Deporting 20 million immigrants. It doesn't even have to make sense for a lot of people. They're just like, okay, I trust this guy. He sees the anger that I feel and that's his solution. I'm willing to, take a bet. Every post on r/conservative is basically saying open corruption from leadership, unaffordable healthcare, wars and revolutions breaking out worldwide. We really might be hitting a critical point in history. Double the industry standard on claims denials. Eat the rich will start somewhere. Frankly, it's inevitable. You got Republicans talking about eat the rich, man. That's crazy. The entire Republican ideology revolves around defending the rich, and it's failing. It's because all of the divisive ways in which people have been sedated into,
folks, the reason we can
not recognizing who the real villains in society are failing as well. Okay? Where is it? Where is the other video that people were responding to? Did he delete it? Scroll up, second row. Oh, the evil revolutionary left cheers
folks, we have
murder.
updates in the search.
Yeah. L-Take, I'm glad the comment section noticed. The CEO is actually a criminal. I just realized your entire business model requires us normal folk to hate each other. I don't know why you're trying to keep pushing this as a left issue. It's across the board. Yep, that's it. It's not working. It's not working for the right, the populist right, the so-called populism of the right. It's only the populist right-wing sentiment is only effective if there's no motion on the left. This is why I say if the Democratic Party actually got their shit straight and were truly fighting to fix some of these problems that Americans are facing, the Republicans would not be able to effectively cut out this like anti-trans shit, this anti-immigrant shit. It just wouldn't work because everyone would be like, okay, well, this guy wants to make my healthcare free. I don't give a I don't care about trans people. I don't care. Yeah, they're weird. They're gross. Who gives a shit? Is the normal attitude that most right-wingers have. They're like, yeah, okay. Is that gonna put more money in my pocket? Is that gonna put food on my table if every single trans person is no longer allowed to compete? All 40 trans people in the entire state, in the entire United States of America, won't be able to compete in high school swim meets? Is that gonna give you more money? Is that gonna make healthcare affordable? No. Make no mistake. I think the average American still has a lot of resentment, and would still talk about like mass deportations if their Uber Eats order was cold. Okay, make no mistake, that still very much exists. But this is something that they feel. This is something that they experience, and it's very obvious that it's such a significant problem for them that they're looking at a situation like broad daylight assassination and going, nah, that's actually sick. And we don't even know the actual shooter's motives yet. Like, we don't know for sure what the motives are, right? I've had 2 doctors retire in the past 4 to 5 years because they claimed they were tired of spending the majority of their day arguing with insurance companies about how to care for their patients. One said apparently their accounting degree trumps my medical degree. Everything is denied by default. And hope to frustrate the doctor impatient enough to concede. I don't condone the murder either, but I'm not surprised it happened. I'm dealing with insurance right now and have multiple doctors say, I need surgery, and the insurance company still refuses to approve it. Yeah. It's up, man. It's up.
The widening manhunt for the gunman who killed United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. This morning, New York City police say they recovered what they believe is the shooter's backpack in Central Park. That's where the gunman fled after shooting Thompson in front of a hotel in Midtown Manhattan early Wednesday morning. While the backpack may serve as a valuable clue, the search is now expanding well beyond New York City and now includes the FBI and more than 80 police departments nationwide. Allie Bauman has been following the story and joins us now. Allie, good morning.
Good morning, Dana and Michelle. Investigators now believe the gunman left New York on a bus shortly after the shooting. NYPD sources say they have more than 200 images of the person they want to question, but they have not named a suspect or determined a motive. Meanwhile, the shooting and public reaction to it has left some healthcare and business executives rattled.
New video obtained by CBS News appears to show the individual who police are calling a person of interest stopping to bend toward a pile of trash on West 55th Street. This video was taken just a few minutes after surveillance footage at a nearby Starbucks shows a hooded and masked man using cash to buy a drink in a power bar. Less than a half hour later, United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was shot and killed just a few blocks away. Police say the gunman was then seen riding a bike into Central Park before he exits on the Upper West Side without a backpack, and he ditches the bike.
We have him in a taxi cab, and the taxi cab takes him up to 178th Street and Broadway, which, as we know, is a Port Authority bus center. Those buses are interstate buses. That's why we believe he may have left New York City.
Sources tell CBS News the gunman may have boarded a bus that was leaving for Atlanta. On Friday, investigators combed Central Park and found what they believe is the shooter's backpack. And they focused on the Manhattan hostel where they think he stayed and where a surveillance camera captured this image. It's the person they're looking for with his mask down.
There's lots of time left. This is by no...
Again, sorry to spam, but I wanted to add my parents are conservative Christian and they're loving this. My mom has cancer. She definitely feels vindicated. She literally just texted me to say she didn't know if she and my dad would be watching the Daily Wire anymore, lol. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is a glaringly obvious pressure point for a lot of Americans. They don't give a shit. They don't care. They don't care that, like, this is a system-breaking act. Does that make sense? Do you guys understand? I wouldn't say this is like a real class awakening, but at least on this issue, people recognize the harm. They see it. They experience it. They recognize it. They know who's responsible for it. My company, Mayo Clinic, has a literal division of people whose job it is to argue with insurance companies on behalf of doctors because they don't have enough time to argue every single diagnosis or procedure that their patients need. Yeah. All that stuff makes healthcare more expensive in this country, for the record. All of that stuff makes healthcare more expensive, more costly, and shittier overall. Anyway, and the police are desperate. Apparently, NYPD sources say the artificial intelligence is going to play a big role in nailing the idea of the gunman who killed the United Health CEO. His mask, to point out, didn't totally cover his face. Bone structure was showing through the rest of it. And AI will come up with a pretty clear match, they believe. I think it's very funny that they are using the bunk-ass artificial intelligence. The irony of using AI to capture an assassin who killed the CEO that instituted an AI model with a 90% error rate is fabulous. This is low-key, yet another instance of the enshittification of everything. The profit motives, creating worse outcomes overall. And it's a institution that's tasked with like finding this criminal, right? And they're going to fail. It's a failure. The AI system is fundamentally broken. It's only good and working as intended when you are using it to deny insurance claims. It's supposed to be bad. It works as intended with the Lavender program, Israel's targeting program. It works as intended when you're just using that as a plausible deniability to be like, oh, well, our Lavender AI targeting system found all of these people to be Hamas terrorists. AI doesn't work when you are actually trying to hyper target and find a specific individual. It's supposed to be a mechanism that you use to say, oh, yeah, to use when you don't actually have to, solve the issue.
No means in any way cold, this trail. This is a hot trail.
Meanwhile, the shooting has reignited national anger with the healthcare industry. Investigators say the words deny, delay, and depose were etched into bullet casings found at the scene, words often used to criticize insurance companies' tactics in rejecting patients' claims.
We're fighting with the insurance company over her dialysis to keep her alive.
In the days after the shooting, social media lit.
Yeah, the story very quickly turned into like the broad public reception and the anger that they feel towards this guy who just got murked and the entire insurance industry. You can't over tens of millions of Americans at the behest of the profit motive for years and years, and then expect people not to respond like this in a moment where there is some semblance of vigilante justice at play. Okay? This requires systematic overhaul. Okay? This requires legitimate change. That's it. And these guys, these institutions, mainstream media, right-wing Republicans, people who maintain the aesthetic posture of civility, people who are desperately trying to frame this as a partisan issue, those people are woefully inequipped. They're underprepared. I don't think they were expecting this groundswell of positive affirmations for a person that did a crime in broad daylight. Americans are very crime-brained. They literally will be like, oh, you stole a Snickers bar from Target? Like, that's unacceptable. You should get a death penalty. Like, that's the attitude that people normally have. So in a country like that, all of a sudden, Americans are coming out of the woodwork, regardless of political ideology, turning around and saying, like, no, this was good. That's how severe the pain is for every American person.
Up with Americans sharing their frustration with insurance providers. A survey taken last year found 12% of claims were denied, up 20% from 2020. While a 2023 survey found nearly 60% of insured adults experienced some issue with their coverage in the previous year.
What's Jenks' attitude on this? Well, I'll tell you, I don't know about Jenks, but Anna Kasparian also hit the classic, like, I can't believe the left is celebrating murder, and then changed her tune real quick. Originally she was like, originally the first day when it came out, I remember reading a tweet from her. When it first happened, I remember reading a tweet from her that was like something that even Michael from Pennsylvania was yelling about, I think, right? Am I crazy? she has basically decided, you know, oh, she said this. I mean, this is pretty much the same reaction leftists like him have when a working class woman is stabbed to death at a bus stop by a repeat offender. They want roaming in the streets. But she very quickly changed it. Or are we just going to devolve into vigilante justice? Plus, it's useless, counterproductive. That brings no change to healthcare. But then today I saw her. Yeah, first she said, this is how the left is on random working class women being stabbed, which is crazy. I don't think anybody has that kind of attitude, this indifference. Okay. Then she said, responding to someone that said, are you okay with for-profit healthcare? She said, I still have the same views on healthcare. I want single payer. You can hate and condemn our healthcare system or United Healthcare in particular, and also condemn murder. Are we just going to devolve into vigilante justice? If that's what people want, I'd be careful. I thought that was the kind of culture we didn't like. I guess it's okay when you find it righteous, but what comes with severe societal consequences that are worth considering? Plus, it's just useless, counterproductive, really. This brings about no change to healthcare. I get it if you don't feel empathy, but maybe don't overtly be a dick about it. Political positions never win when they're attached to unlikable people. And right now, the left is unlikable. And then she responded to Ben, live your life in such a way that you aren't a socialist leech on the ass of society, reveling in the murder of people who work for companies you don't like. Her attitude is different now. It's not just socialists that feel this way. It's felt across the political spectrum, which might mean you're misidentifying who the leeches are. So it seems like she's changing her rhetoric a little bit. Nobody is buying the media, what the media is saying about this event. Yeah. No, that is what I'm covering right now. Here, this is the. We still do not. Yeah, we'll look at the broad reception of the assassin as well. But
now, in the wake of the shooting, some business leaders are looking to increase corporate security. United Healthcare, the company Thompson worked for, removed photos and biographical information of executives from its website. Another health insurance company.
The persona that this individual has taken on. And it has been remarkable, unsettling to watch the public response to what has happened here, and just the kind of caustic reaction to a father, to a human being.
A part of the social media response. I mean, I think, you know, outside of social media, maybe everyone sort of just sees this as a cold-blooded murder. Look, if your tweet starts with assassination is bad, but you might want to rethink that tweet, right? I mean,
I don't think people are rethinking those tweets. I think you guys are the people who should be rethinking the way you're covering this if you want to maintain any sort of institutional legitimacy and any sort of broad credibility. That's it. You know what I'm saying? That's it. It's like that much is clear to me. It's like this is one of those cases where people are just like, I don't give a f. One must examine why people feel that way. You don't have to go out of your way. You don't have to go out of your way to be like, murder is awesome. This is sick. Like, you don't have to say that, right? But I think this requires an in-depth examination as to why people feel this way. And I think it requires an in-depth examination as to why many people whose entire job is to basically say all the harm that you're experiencing under this awful processed, serialized form of murder at the behest of the profit motive is actually good, and there's no alternative. Like all of those people that say things like that on these institutional, all of the people that say like this is completely, all the people that are directly at odds with the way that people feel about it should maybe take a cold hard look at why they are so obviously on the opposing side of like the broadest subsects of American society. I said this immediately after the shooter shot the healthcare CEO. I'm wondering what a poll would look like. I'm wondering what kind of broad popular support this shooter would get right now if they actually polled it honestly, in an honest way. I feel like he would get overwhelming majority support.
Not know why the CEO of United Healthcare was murdered on Wednesday here on the streets of New York, but some of us have been really surprised by the reaction online. Many have shared their very deep frustration with the health insurance industry.
I have never seen Americans so united on something as I have over the last 24 hours in the comment sections on these news articles about the United Healthcare CEO.
If you think that I didn't need anesthesia to have surgery, you're insane.
I'm having a hard time being empathetic to the situation whatsoever, because this is a billion-dollar company, okay, that denied.
United Healthcare's profit for the last year was $37 billion. Pure profit, $37 billion. 37 with a B. Okay? It's crazy.
Denies access to people every single day.
And we're fighting with the insurance company over her dialysis to keep her alive.
Having said that, I think that there is something really instructive in seeing how almost gleeful people are about this horrible event. And the truth of the matter is what it tells me is something that we all already know, that Americans have just had it. We have had it.
She speaks for a lot of people there, but this really isn't about this tragedy. The videos of the doctors talking about their frustrations with insurers are from before the shooting.
I had billed $12.
Like, look at this. United Healthcare forecast on December 3rd. Profit largely in line with estimates. Forecast adjusted profit for 2025 largely in line with Wall Street estimates. The company sees adjusted profit for the year between 29 shares of the company fell 1%. United Healthcare, akin to its peers, see a demand and surge for healthcare services under the government-backed Medicare plans. This is them talking about privatizing certain aspects of Medicare. We talked about this extensively. Their stock went up, by the way, after the CEO got killed, which is crazy. For 2025, the company sees a revenue between $450 billion and $455 billion, compared with the estimates of $431 billion. The company expects cash flows from operations to range from $32 billion to $33 billion. The stock is down 10%. Oh, it is? I thought it went up after. In the immediate aftermath, I thought it went up. Last tweet on this, but the idea that health insurance providers are greedy and squeezing customers to juice their profits is ridiculous, dangerous rhetoric. UNH's profit margins are 6%. Premiums alone don't even cover the cost of medical and operating costs. Then it shouldn't exist. If it's not profitable at all, then let's just not exist it. Let's just literally end it. Like, what are we doing here? Oh man, this is some sort of, am I supposed to assume that for-profit healthcare insurance companies are actually operating at the behest of the population? It's a fake mediator industry that doesn't need to exist. It doesn't exist in so many other places. I hate this idea. Yeah, by the way, that 6% profit margin is $33 billion, which is what's crazy. And yes, the stocks did go up immediately after he got shot. The real reason United Healthcare stock prices spiked after its CEO's murder. They eliminated a redundancy. That's probably why. Civil war is inevitable. Elon Musk, it's not base to kill a CEO. Yeah. Civil war is inevitable and great if it's actually Americans fighting against Americans on, otherwise inconsequential things to those in positions of power. I don't know if Elon actually tweeted that second tweet, by the way. But I do know that him and every other CEO right now is probably shitting in their diapers. I don't think the second tweet is real, for the record. It's not base to kill a CEO. I doubt that he would say that. He knows. He probably recognizes how much motion this has right now. Yeah, I saw him bring his little human shield, his little child to a public appearance. Anyway, what is this? Dear caregivers, you may be aware, I work for a smaller regional health insurance company in the West, and they're losing their shit here too, law. They got armed security guards, but only the building where the executives are, where before they only had tasers, and they're asking employees to report suspicious things more intensely. It's beautiful to see the fear. You may be aware of the national news regarding the passing of United Healthcare CEO. See, this is the issue with vigilante justice, though, okay? The issue with vigilante justice is that, it can very quickly turn into unnecessary death and murders of random people that work at private healthcare companies that are just low-level employees. That's the problem, which is why I still think that the best possible solution in this circumstance is to change the outcome, is to eliminate this fake mediator industry that is unimaginably costly to the American taxpayer. What? Please read my chat logs, please. I'm the girl at Oxford that asked you about sex work. Thank you for being so respectful. Okay. You don't have to spam it. Matt Walsh defended the guy who killed a homeless man while simultaneously condemning people celebrating the CEO's assassination. Couldn't be any more on the nose. Exactly. Because a lot of these Republican commentators, as opposed to like the actual normal like working class Republicans, they don't mind when it's like, they don't mind when a powerless individual is killed. Some of the most marginalized people in society, they celebrate that shit. But when it's an actually powerful person that is killed, then all hell breaks loose. They're like, oh, this is a complete collapse of the systems. Oh, because they're tasked with defending these people. That's the point. I've never felt more reaffirmed in how correct I am when I said if Democrats actually pick these issues that people feel real, genuine harm around and tackled them, they would be broadly popular. That's it. This is an opportunity for the Democrats. If all you care about is electoral politics, okay, this is it. There is no better indication of how angry people are than Americans who literally operate by the Hammurabi Code normally going, nah, this vigilante assassination was good. Think about how much Americans actually love, punishing criminals. And this is a instance where they are not interested in punishing a criminal who did the worst crime you could do. It's just an assassination in broad daylight. Politicians are so unimaginably disconnected from their constituents and their interests. And not only that, but also so is the media. And this is yet another instance where all of these institutions are like trying to present themselves as civility understanders, norm understanders, institution defenders.
And change for a patient's allergy injection. And they had done an audit and said that they weren't going to cover that bill of $12 and change. I am a doctor and I have no idea why they're able to deny this.
Does anyone else feel like they're having everything denied and need to appeal lately? I mean, I'm talking about joint replacements for a patient with bone-on-bone arthritis needing to get appealed for no reason. Like, what do we do? How can we make this end? I just feel like I'm in this cycle, spending more time dealing with insurance companies than with patients.
Insurance is the largest roadblock to just attaining proper treatment, access to healthcare. And it's just like we're just bleeding money left and right in this healthcare industry. And who is it benefiting? Not benefiting me as a doctor.
The guy's going to get away with the cops seem lost. I mean, ironically enough, a part of the reason why the cops seem lost is because every aspect of American society, including policing, is also crippled by the same profit motive that undermines every institution, because they're using like artificial intelligence and shit. I mean, cops also are just really bad at their jobs in general, and this is yet another instance of them being really bad at their jobs and being bad at their jobs in broad fucking daylight.
It's not benefiting the patient. Who is it actually benefiting?
Wow, here to help us understand why so many people are so very angry is CBS News medical contributor Dr. Celine Gounder. She's editor-at-large for public health at KFF Health News. Really glad to have you here, especially on this particular day. Listen, we can all agree that the system is broken. We all agree on that, but it seems that people are having a hard time separating the broken system from the person. The fact that so many people are gleeful is the word that this has happened to this man just sort of stuns me. How did we get here?
Look, vigilante justice is not okay.
Yeah.
We do have a country of law and order where there are systems to address these issues, which we can talk about more. But look.
But if you don't want, it's simple, okay? If you don't want the Me Too movement to like randomly get out of control and start yelling at like people for having like a bad date or whatever, then the systems can't fail victims of sexual assault, okay? And the same goes for this. If you don't want people to release the pressure that they feel, if you don't want vigilante justice, and I don't want vigilante justice, because there is obviously vigilante justice is uncontrolled. Okay, it turns into some of the most damaging aspects of the Cultural Revolution. You know what I mean? It's decentralized. it's primarily focused on revenge. Okay, and it can be its starting point can be an adequate point of anger. Okay, a real point of anger, but it never ends in that situation. It never ends with only the appropriate victims, or I mean the appropriate targets. Okay, so if you don't want vigilante justice, you have to fix the problems. And I think that a lot of people, a lot of these institutions are so woefully incompetent and are so used to not fixing these issues that it doesn't matter. Yep, Hassan, just remember he's the CEO of his own company. Yeah. I mean, look, I am the CEO of my own company. I'm not. But listen, if I get murked, it's going to be a psychopath, neo-Nazi, very likely, or like a Destiny fan, all right? And I'm going to get murked because of the things I speak on that many of you agree with. It is what it is. If it happens, it happens. Nothing I can do about it. Having said that, okay, I'm not in here to defend the honor and protection of CEOs. I'm not saying that at all. I just want people to have healthcare, man. That's it. The CEO of his billionaire father's corporate empire? Yeah, I know. My billionaire father. So funny that they claim that my dad is one of the richest people on the planet. Like, my haters are so stupid.
To quote Al Sharpton, the rent is too damn high. Healthcare costs are too damn high. And what we see in this country is that the number one cause of bankruptcy is healthcare-related expenses. According to KFF polling, after groceries, transportation, and rent, healthcare costs are the number one cost of concern to families in this country.
Didn't you say healthcare is what radicalized you in college? Yeah.
And so we've gotten to a point where healthcare is so inaccessible and unaffordable, people are justified in their...
By the way, the rent is too damn high is not Al Sharpton. That's so funny that she said that.
Yeah, you shouldn't go broke trying to live. So the insurance industry can do something about this, can't they?
There are things that can be done. So under President Obama, there was the Affordable Care Act, which helped to expand health insurance. So you had Medicaid, you had the marketplace, then you also have subsidies to make it more affordable to purchase plans on the marketplace. Those were made even more generous during the pandemic. And then those more generous subsidies were extended under the Inflation Reduction Act under President Biden. But we also have other challenges in terms of why are healthcare costs rising. So, you have efforts to extend coverage and make more people have healthcare be available, but prices are going up.
So we're the only country in the developed world that has this struggle, that has this challenge of people seeing the cost of healthcare rising and insurance premiums also rising. There's a recent KFF poll that found a quarter of U.S. adults.
Interesting. Every single person that's sitting on the seat when Bernie Sanders was saying these exact same words portrayed him as a radical, okay? Portrayed him as a threat. One must ask the question, why? Now they see it? Interesting. I was in an accident at the gym where my front teeth went through my bottom lip and put a hole right below them. I went to the hospital to get my lip glued while scared because this was during COVID. The attending doctor was a bitch the whole time and so rude, and my mom got a bill for $9,000 for that visit because I didn't have insurance. I spent less than 15 minutes in the hospital. The healthcare system cost U.S. taxpayers $49 trillion over the last 10 years. Without the insurance middlemen, it would cost $32 trillion. That's $17 trillion that could have gone to healthcare instead of lining the pockets of insurance company CEOs. The other side of the story is that mediators in the insurance industry are also responsible for the high prices because their interests do not revolve around lowering the actual costs. Their interests revolve around not paying for the actual costs. Okay? That's the other problem. That is precisely the reason why every other comparable OECD nation that actually mass purchases pharmaceuticals in bulk are capable of lowering the prices of healthcare and pharmaceuticals. In America, it was illegal. Barack Obama was the first president that allowed the VA, which is the only, at the time, it was the only like close to nationalized form of healthcare, to allow bargaining at the purchase point. He still maintained its illegality for every other, like for Medicare and whatnot. Think about that. We are the only country where the government is not allowed to bargain with pharmaceutical corporations at the point of purchase. It's illegal. Think about that. Is he not going to the Streamer Awards? I am, man. I am going. And for the record, it doesn't even make sense. Murder is good. Murder is good. Murder is good. What are you saying, Bjorn AIDS? If I thought murder was good, I would say that this CEO and all healthcare CEOs and the entire healthcare insurance industry is actually perfectly fine. They murder like they murder close to 45,000 Americans every year by refusing to cover their healthcare costs, even after they paid for it. So, no, I don't think it's good. Sock them. Yeah, I don't understand how people that come from countries with socialized medicine will still turn around and go, Yeah. All jokes aside, it's really up to see so many people on here celebrating murder. No one here is the judge of who deserves to live or die. That's the job of the AI algorithm, the insurance company designed to maximize profits on your health. An algorithm with a 90% error rate, by the way. But that's the whole point. You can use AI for shit like that because the entire point is to the entire point is to deny more. That's the whole point. That's where AI thrives. You can't really use AI to like actually target an assassin and find them or anything like that.
Say they've skipped or postponed getting the care they need simply because of the cost. So what needs to change?
Well, we have a very different healthcare system from other countries. We have a very piecemeal healthcare system with our coverage, with the way it's delivered. Many other countries have what we call socialized medicine. By the way, Medicare is socialized medicine. Yeah. And even that socialized medicine is the most expensive.
Sheltered Rosebud is like, are we going to talk about Gaza? I spent literally the past week delivering speeches on Gaza. And the one day where I'm back in LA, immediately Sheltered Rosebud was like, can you please start talking about Gaza again? Yeah, take a week off, okay? I'm just going to keep banning Sheltered Rosebud, I think, over and over again. She's just going to be able to chime in once, get banned for a week, come back, chime in again with the same exact perspective, knowing full well.
In terms of healthcare for the elderly in the world.
You've timed her out for 9 weeks total, by the way. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why she's just like always has to be this way.
There are a lot of different proposals that have been made. So again, going back to the Inflation Reduction Act, negotiating down the price of drugs, giving Medicare the authority to do that. We've already seen one round of price negotiations.
Yeah, chat, you need to stop encouraging her. Like, she thinks she's in the right when you do that.
The incoming administration wants to eliminate the Inflation Reduction Act, at least many of the provisions of that. So whether that will continue, we don't know. We've seen a lot of mergers and acquisitions in the healthcare industry, which means less competition. The Biden administration has really been trying to pursue antitrust suits to block some of these. The Trump administration, the prior administration, tried to make healthcare pricing more.
No, this is not enough, okay? Simply only reducing. This is the same principle behind chucking 2 pennies at a homeless person, okay? Lowering the price of insulin for Medicare only by 2026 is not the broad sweeping change that people are demanding, okay? This kind of incrementalism is not enough. People do not, like, it's great. I'm glad that it's happening, okay? But it's clearly not enough. And it's not even like a why make perfect the enemy of good. Okay? That's what liberalism is all about. Saying, oh, you must not make perfect the enemy of the good. Like, this is a good thing. Yeah, I know. But it's ridiculous when the most consequential, broad sweeping legislative change on this issue has been lowering or limiting the price of insulin to those over the age of 65 to $35 by 2026. Okay? That's crazy. It's like you have a gunshot wound on your chest and they offer you a Band-Aid and they go, well, I covered, I'm covering some of your injuries. Why are you still complaining? You pay for insulin? My friend, Americans pay an insane amount for insulin.
More transparent. That was another way of trying to make things better. It's really going to depend.
Not enough. Yeah.
It's not enough. These are all sort of chipping away at a bigger problem.
So we saw the doctors in those clips talk about how it seems like more and more claims are being denied. Are you seeing that? And for people at home whose claims are denied, what can they do?
I'm definitely seeing more claims being denied. And what we're also seeing now is increasing use of AI by the insurance companies to deny claims. And then you have competing AIs being developed by healthcare systems to fight the health insurance AIs. Me as a doctor, I have to spend a lot of time on the phone with various different companies to try to explain why my patient is in the hospital, needs to be in the hospital. If you are finding your claim.
It's kind of insane. People can mention your name and get 40K views easy.
What the hell was that Oxford Union questions? Like, did the whole Destiny Discord just flood the Oxford Union? I mean,
it was Cambridge.
What the fuck? They didn't ask. Like, I swear there was like 2 questions about Israel Palestine. I swear. I'm flabbergasted, guys. What the fuck was that? I mean, he handles himself very well, but like.
Video will be. Why is Hassan speaking to Oxford Union with the kind of shit he says? I know. One must ask the question why all these other like reputable institutions don't feel the same way that you do. My mother's a conservative cancer survivor, but she got very angry at me when I jokingly complimented the deposer. I guess we are just really lucky to not have any really bad experiences with insurance. I think it's good that my haters were out in broad daylight. Daylight is a pretty solid disinfectant on how hysterical some people come across. I'm telling you, man. Healthcare and home ownership, like healthcare and housing prices, are the 2 key things that everyone gets over by. Every single person. People are very, very, very angry, understandably, about the situation that is unfolding, about their own material realities. You got Republicans talking about eat the rich, man. That's crazy.
Nation's largest health insurers. ABC's Morgan Norwood is here with the latest. Morgan, good morning.
Good morning to you, Whit. Yes, police say the suspect behind that brazen ambush of CEO Brian Thompson earlier this week likely took a bus out of the city, but he left behind a critical piece of evidence, his backpack. And as investigators comb through it for clues, the FBI is joining what's now a nationwide search and offering a $50,000 reward. This morning, the frantic search for the killer behind the assassination-style murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson now turning into a nationwide manhunt. According to sources, investigators believe the suspect escaped New York City, last seen at 6:59 a.m. on Wednesday, riding a bike out of Central Park after the shooting. Police say the suspect hopped into a taxi, headed to a bus station, and made his getaway. Friday, NYPD officers combing Central Park doing a...
I think there's something... I mean, I can't help but love this story because it's like, it's literally everything that I've talked about, like, for years, all of it coming together. You have the understandable resentment and anger that massive swaths of the American population feel towards healthcare and towards executives in general that are involved in healthcare. Like, the resentment that they feel is palpable. That's number one. So the reception of this story has been genuinely different than the way that the media is covering it. That's number one. Number two, police incompetence. Something that I talk about all the time is police incompetence. The very fact that this multiple billion-dollar, one of the largest standing militaries on the planet force, the NYPD, is so woefully incompetent. And it's not necessarily a bad thing in this circumstance, but it is a bad thing when there are real crimes happening and they're tasked with solving them and they fail to solve them. But like, it is so publicly in display that one of the most effective, supposedly, one of the largest, most effective police departments on the planet that have a submarine, okay? Drones, submarines, an office in Tel Aviv. Like, these guys are so woefully incompetent when they're tasked with finding one singular criminal, okay? Supposedly criminal. It's a loaded word, that walked up in broad daylight and domed a healthcare CEO and calmly walked away, got on a bike and went into Central Park to lower his 5-star rating down to 0 stars instantly. Central Park is the real life version of spray and pay. Okay. That's it. You go in with 5 stars in the Central Park, you come out 0 stars. Okay. Straight up. It's crazy.
As the search intensifies, police working to determine a motive. Police believe the gunman is a disgruntled ex-employee of United Healthcare or an angry client.
Today, value-based care is the centerpiece of our growth strategy. And
now, other corporations.
I think one of the craziest parts about this is that, like, this dude is still like small fry. Okay. He's not even the top dog. Like, the United Healthcare structure, like, there's a United Healthcare group. Okay. This guy is the CEO of one of the many different tentacles under the United Healthcare group. So, like, he's a low-level CEO. He's still not a good guy, okay? His actions are not great, right? His actions were not great. It is interesting to think that, like, there are still, less accessible people that are out there. I heard that some pharmacy techs were saying yesterday no claims were being denied, where it usually is like 30 to 40% getting instantly denied. Yeah, it's a really interesting situation, isn't it? I mean, we saw Blue Cross Blue Shield Anthem reverse their decision like overnight to no longer offer coverage to anesthesia over a certain period of time. Like, if you go under with anesthesia for if you go over a predetermined time frame, if you're taking anesthesia for a longer than a predetermined time frame, like, they will not cover it anymore. They said that they weren't going to do that. And then they very quickly reversed that decision. I wonder what happened. And then Kathy Hochul was basically taking credit for it.
And insurance companies on high alert, reassessing security for their senior executives. And investigators are looking into the possibility that the gunman used what's known as a veterinary gun, typically used on farms and ranches. But now that the suspect may have skipped town, they're really leaning on the public for help. Those photos that we've shown are the clearest ones yet, and they are hoping someone out there can recognize him with.
And Morgan, other companies are now taking notice and taking.
He was the CEO of United Healthcare, which is the insurance division that makes up 3/4 of the UHG's revenue. Yeah, a time frame that doctors don't determine either. The insurance would determine it. But that's just how it is in America. That's my point. That's what's so frustrating about it. That is what's so frustrating about this process. And not only that, but also they used AI. United Healthcare started using AI to deny claims, and it skyrocketed the number of denials that they were engaging in. And for the record, even the deny, depose, defend book that everyone is pointing to, like, that book itself is not exactly a great book either. Like, that's a pro healthcare insurance book, but it's so bad. Healthcare in this country is so bad that they even got capitalists who are pro healthcare insurance that are criticizing it. Okay. One thing that has been quite interesting is seeing conservatives also exhibiting the same anger that you normally would hear from leftists online, right? Like, the reception of this story has been quite interesting. Americans from all different walks of life, from all different kinds of backgrounds, different political ideologies, that have all been over directly by the privatized for-profit healthcare structure in this country also carry the same resentment that the shooter had. And that's precisely the reason why, while right-wingers and mainstream media, both liberals and conservative alike, are trying to maintain this civility aesthetic to say, people are celebrating this, like this is crazy. Normal conservatives, on the other hand, are like, of course people are celebrating this. What are you talking about? Look, people are naturally going to celebrate. This is on r/conservative. This man's death is an allegory for the failure of privatized healthcare as a whole. We can all relate. Prescriptions we can't afford. People we know who have been turned down. Healthcare or treatment due to insurance reasons. I'm a Republican and I'm not going to defend the failure of privatized healthcare. It's an absolute tragedy that people who don't have access to healthcare. I know that sounds like a lib talking point, but this is America. Healthcare should be just as great as the rest of our country. Complicit for over 7 million deaths, 1/3 claim denial rate, UHC being investigated for using algorithms that automatically deny claims. UHC has some of the highest healthcare premiums and costs. All the while, he was a CEO and making over $10 million a year. Also, he was being investigated for fraud, money laundering. This man did not have clean hands. I'm not justifying murder, just stating facts. And in America, healthcare costs are still higher than many countries around the world while providing subpar service compared to said countries. This act of violence, okay, in and of itself, is ripping through the social fabric, right? Because this is vigilante justice, all right? And that's in almost every single circumstance. I wouldn't say unacceptable in every single circumstance, but like that is something that should not exist in a healthy society. But we are not living in a healthy society. And the very fact that people are also celebrating this vigilante justice means that there is like very deep-seated and valid resentment that people feel towards these institutions, understandably. And it's kind of crazy because like this is unique for the conservatives. And the reason why it's unique for the conservatives is because conservatives love vigilante justice. Their own version of vigilante justice is oftentimes directed at appropriate targets, those without any power whatsoever. Conservatives have celebrated Kyle Rittenhouse. Conservatives have celebrated that old guy that looks like Santa Claus that killed those climate protesters that were blocking traffic. Conservatives celebrated Daniel Perry, who killed in broad daylight in a crowded subway car a black homeless person who was exhibiting a mental health episode. He choked him to death. Conservatives celebrated Daniel Penny. Did I say Perry? Sorry. Daniel Penny, and still do. This is unique for a lot of conservatives, I would say, because normally this is a person in a position of power. This is a person that is at the top of a reputable institution. Healthcare is important. Normally, you don't hear this kind of sentiment being expressed by conservatives, except as right-wingers try to polarize the subject and hit it from the angles that they're used to try to get their fan base to agree with them, to see this in the way that they see it. Right-wing commentators and mainstream media are failing to get people to be upset at the shooter because I think their personal experience with healthcare is so bad that they are aware of the inconsistency with what a wealthy political commentator like Ben Shapiro is saying. This video, by the way, apparently is sitting at 21,000 dislikes, and how they personally feel. I work in a factory in a deep red state. My coworkers all voted for Trump and wear his merch. They were laughing at this incident. It's not just the left. Ben, you're a millionaire. You're on a true blue-collar conservative. You're a rich guy that tries to appeal to working-class Republicans. You don't understand what poor people go through. Why do you pick on the left? This is bipartisan. You're out of touch. Ben, this issue is like a 99% versus the 1%. Your audience is more likely working-class conservatives. We get denied health insurance claims and get screwed because we aren't rich like you. Remind me when you said we don't need to retire at 65. I'm glad the comments are giving Ben a reality check. Ben Shapiro is the CEO of his own company, so it makes sense he might see a little of himself as the victim. It ain't just the left. Ben tried to do this as a shocking targeted attack, and the left celebrates. As an independent content creator on the right, obviously, his job is to get people in his audience to say, killing a CEO is inappropriate. Of course. The norms, the civility. You can't kill a person in a position of power. Are you kidding me? That's not allowed, right? And I'm not even saying that you can do that, okay? I'm not saying that at all, because I am a humanist, okay? I don't believe in the death penalty. Ben Shapiro does. I don't. I don't believe in capital punishment. My solutions are, in my opinion, a lot better than whatever these guys are saying. I personally am a firm and committed believer in universal health care. If we had universal health care, this kind of resentment would not exist. It's the same principle behind Me Too. Me Too movement was a movement that absolutely swung in the direction of justice, vigilante justice, because the institutions were not doing anything about mass harassment, sexual assaults in the workplace, right? And then as vigilante movements, as is the case with most vigilante movements, it went far. It went too far, and then the pendulum swung back, right? And it's really interesting that Ben, Tim Pool, Matt Walsh have all tried. Oh, it's at 8.5K dislikes. Sorry, it's not at 19K. Thank you, Little Bear, for showing me how many dislikes it is. The dislikes are still outweighing the likes on the video. But they are trying to spin it, okay? They are trying to spin it as hard as they can. They're trying to spin it as aggressively as they can. Matt Walsh's initial reaction was, oh, it's because they killed a white guy. And the left is celebrating it because it's a white guy. Yeah, here it is. The left is outright praising the first-degree murder of a health insurance CEO because he's a white male. If he was the CEO of the same company was a black woman, you would not be seeing any of the gloating and celebration. I hope everyone understands this basic point. There are two videos, dog. One has 20K dislikes. The other one, oh, wait, it does. The evil revolutionary left cheers murder. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. He made two videos on this. It is at 21,000 dislikes. Wow. So Matt Walsh immediately went in, and I noticed this because that other federal agent, what's his face? The Navy intelligence, former Navy intelligence guy, Jack Posobiec, was like, huh, this guy's not a real hitman, right? Like, they were trying to find a way to still criticize the person that shot the CEO, but like do it in a way where they could rally their own base. But their own base was like, no, we like this. We like this a lot. And all this does is make them look like they are out of touch charlatans that are directly trying to make divisive commentary on this matter. The left is outright praising the first degree murder of a health insurance CEO because he's a white male. If he was the CEO of the same company, but it was a black woman, blah, blah, blah. Most people were like, no, yeah, this is the replies to Brian, the CEO, okay? Brian Thompson, the CEO's LinkedIn post from a year ago. Brian Thompson, this seems like a laudable mission, but United Healthcare Group is failing my mother by not providing her basic care to get better and get back to her life. I think a lot of people realize that there is no right-wing identitarian politics in a moment like this, because it's such a clear-cut example of, right and wrong. I saw this. Yeah, I just realized that your entire business model requires us normal folk hate each other. I would say that healthcare is one of the most important issues in this country, one of the most glaringly obvious historic wrongs in this country that continues. And that is precisely the reason why even on LinkedIn, you got other CEOs being like, yo, you suck, dog. You are doing a great job cutting your costs. Not having a single anesthesiologist and network in the entire state of Montana is a great policy to save you money. I'm telling you, man, healthcare and home ownership, like healthcare and housing prices, are the two key things that everyone gets over by, every single person. If a party was tackling that, they would be running the table permanently. They would have a permanent democratic popular regime. They would have a popular broad mandate. Education is very bad too, but I'm saying, like, in terms of like the top priorities, I think it's healthcare and housing. People are very, very, very angry, understandably, about the situation that is unfolding, about their own material realities. And these guys have gone on for far too long, very clearly cutting across that class consciousness by saying, don't worry about that. Don't worry about healthcare. Look at how these libtards, they hate white men. They hate you because you're white. All they do is they care about trans people. That's all they care about. And I think this kind of divisive narrative does not work in a situation where, like I said, it's a glaringly obvious problem with very real resentment. This proves you right on the take of the Walton family being persecuted and the egg prices going down. Yeah, Remember on Pod Save America, I said, if Kamala Harris came out and said, I am going to arrest the Walton family, and that is how we're going to claw back these egg prices, Americans would be 100% on board. Okay? She doesn't need to go that far. But you have to understand, like people don't care what the solutions are as long as there is a solution to those problems. Do you see what I'm saying? And it's clear. If someone was like, I'm going to arrest every healthcare CEO and we are going to institute some kind of like normal, good healthcare that every other country has, every other comparable nation state has on this planet, people will be like, yeah, no, that's it. That's my shit. I love that. That's assuming the median American knows who the Waltons are. No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're misunderstanding the point. I'm using the most extreme example I can use, something that like the Democratic Party is never going to do, but I'm using the most extreme example, something that normally Americans should be fearful of because of a century of Red Scare propaganda. And even then, I think they would still be on board. They would be like, okay, no, I see it. This is not the like solution. Okay. I'm not saying that the solution is like going out and instituting vigilante justice against like random CEOs. The solution is legislative change. But I think that there can't be this much pressure without a pressure valve. Okay. You cannot have this much pressure building up, this much resentment building up, and consistently move people's attention away from the real vectors of pressure, real vectors of resentment. And this is a moment where very clearly someone did take vigilante action, right? And people were like, yeah, I don't care about this. This person has like killed my grandmother. I don't give a shit. You cannot hurt tens of millions of Americans in this systematized form of violence, in the words of Engels, this social murder, okay? And then expect people to also lap it up and care about the institutions. This is the same thing that I talked about with Donald Trump winning the election now twice. In 2016, he won because people were like, I'm angry at these institutions, the establishment. I don't give a shit. Let's blow it up. And that's precisely what happened again. This time around, it happened once more, and people just don't understand it. Donald Trump's like, yeah, we're going to fix your housing prices. How am I going to do that? By deporting 20 million immigrants. I'm going to fix the egg prices. How? Deporting 20 million immigrants. It doesn't even have to make sense for a lot of people. They're just like, okay, I trust this guy. He sees the anger that I feel, and that's his solution. I'm willing to, take a bet. Every post on r/conservative is basically saying open corruption from leadership, unaffordable healthcare, wars and revolutions breaking out worldwide. We really might be hitting a critical point in history. Double the industry standard on claims denials. Eat the rich will start somewhere. Frankly, it's inevitable. You got Republicans talking about eat the rich, man. That's crazy. The entire Republican ideology revolves around defending the rich, and it's failing. It's because all of the divisive ways in which people have been sedated into, folks, the reason we can not recognizing who the real villains in society are failing as well. Where is it? Where is the other video that people were responding to? Did he delete it? Scroll up, second row. Oh, the evil revolutionary left cheers murder.
Updates in the search.
Yeah. L-Take, I'm glad the comment section noticed. The CEO is actually a criminal. I just realized your entire business model requires us normal folk to hate each other. I don't know why you're trying to keep pushing this as a left issue. It's across the board. Yep, that's it. It's not working. It's not working for the right, the populist right, the so-called populism of the right. It's only the populist right-wing sentiment is only effective if there's no motion on the left. This is why I say if the Democratic Party actually got their straight and were truly fighting to fix some of these problems that Americans are facing, the Republicans would not be able to effectively cut out this like anti-trans shit, this anti-immigrant shit. It just wouldn't work because everyone would be like, okay, well, this guy wants to make my healthcare free. I don't give a I don't care about trans people. I don't care. Yeah, they're weird. They're gross. Who gives a shit? Is the normal attitude that most right-wingers have. They're like, yeah, okay. Is that gonna put more money in my pocket? Is that gonna put food on my table if every single trans person is no longer allowed to compete? All 40 trans people in the entire state, in the entire United States of America won't be able to compete in high school swim meets? Is that gonna give you more money? Is that going to make healthcare affordable? No. Make no mistake. I think the average American still has a lot of resentment and, you know, would still talk about like mass deportations if their Uber Eats order was cold. Okay. Make no mistake. That still very much exists. But this is something that they feel. This is something that they experience. And it's very obvious that it's such a significant problem for them that, you know, they're looking at a situation like broad daylight assassination and going, nah, that's actually sick. And we don't even know the actual shooter's motives yet. Like, we don't know for sure what the motives are. I've had 2 doctors retire in the past 4 to 5 years because they claimed they were tired of spending the majority of their day arguing with insurance companies about how to care for their patients. One said apparently their accounting degree trumps my medical degree. Everything is denied by default. And hope to frustrate the doctor impatient enough to concede. I don't condone the murder either, but I'm not surprised it happened. I'm dealing with insurance right now and have multiple doctors say, I need surgery, and the insurance company still refuses to approve it. Yeah, it's fucked up, man. Again, sorry to spam, but I wanted to add my parents are conservative Christian and they're loving this. My mom has cancer. She definitely feels vindicated. She literally just texted me to say she didn't know if she and my dad would be watching the Daily Wire anymore, lol. That's what I'm saying. This is a glaringly obvious pressure point for a lot of Americans. They don't give a shit. They don't care. They don't care that, like, this is a system-breaking act. Does that make sense? Do you guys understand? I wouldn't say this is like a real class awakening, but at least on this issue, people recognize the harm. They see it. They experience it. They recognize it. They know who's responsible for it. My company, Mayo Clinic, has a literal division of people whose job it is to argue with insurance companies on behalf of doctors because they don't have enough time to argue every single diagnosis or procedure that their patients need. Yeah, all that stuff makes healthcare more expensive in this country, for the record. All of that stuff makes healthcare more expensive, more costly, and shittier overall. NYPD sources say the artificial intelligence is going to play a big role in nailing the idea of the gunman who killed the United Health CEO. His mask, to point out, didn't totally cover his face. Bone structure was showing through the rest of it. And AI will come up with a pretty clear match, they believe. I think it's very funny that they are using the bunk-ass artificial intelligence. The irony of using AI to capture an assassin who killed the CEO that instituted an AI model with a 90% error rate is fabulous. This is low-key yet another instance of the enshittification of everything. The profit motives creating worse outcomes overall. And it's a institution that's tasked with, like, finding this criminal, right? And they're going to fail. It's a failure. The AI system is fundamentally broken. It's only good and working as intended when you are using it to deny insurance claims. It's supposed to be bad. It works as intended with the Lavender program, Israel's targeting program. It works as intended when you're just using that as a plausible deniability to be like, oh, well, our Lavender AI targeting system found all of these people to be Hamas terrorists. AI doesn't work when you are actually trying to hyper target and find a specific individual. It's supposed to be a mechanism that you use to say, oh yeah, to use when you don't actually have to, solve the issue.
Meanwhile, the shooting has reignited national anger with the healthcare industry. Investigators say the words deny, delay, and depose were etched into bullet casings found at the scene, words often used to criticize insurance companies' tactics in rejecting patients' claims.
We're fighting with the insurance company over her dialysis to keep her alive.
In the days after the shooting, social media lit.
Yeah, the story very quickly turned into like the broad public reception and the anger that they feel towards this guy who just got murked and the entire insurance industry. You can't over tens of millions of Americans at the behest of the profit motive for years and years, and then expect people not to respond like this in a moment where there is some semblance of vigilante justice at play. Okay? This requires systematic overhaul. Okay? This requires legitimate change. And these guys, these institutions, mainstream media, right-wing Republicans, people who maintain the aesthetic posture of civility, people who are desperately trying to frame this as a partisan issue, those people are woefully inequipped. They're underprepared. I don't think they were expecting this groundswell of positive affirmations for a person that did a crime in broad daylight. Americans are very crime brained. They literally will be like, "Oh, you stole a Snickers bar from Target? Like, that's unacceptable. You should get a death penalty." Like, that's the attitude that people normally have. So in a country like that, all of a sudden, Americans are coming out of the woodwork, regardless of political ideology, turning around and saying, like, no, this was good. That's how severe the pain is for every American person.
It up with Americans sharing their frustration with insurance providers. A survey taken last year found 12% of claims were denied, up 20% from 2020. While a 2023 survey found nearly 60% of insured adults experienced some issue with their coverage in the previous year.
What's Jenks' attitude on this? Well, I'll tell you, I don't know about Jenks, but Anna Kasparian also hit the classic, like, I can't believe the left is celebrating murder, and then changed her tune real quick. Originally she was like, originally the first day when it came out, I remember reading a tweet from her. When it first happened, I remember reading a tweet from her that was like something that even Michael from Pennsylvania was yelling about, I think, right? Am I crazy? She has basically decided, she said this. I mean, this is pretty much the same reaction leftists like him have when a working class woman is stabbed to death at a bus stop by a repeat offender. They want roaming in the streets. But she very quickly changed it. Or are we just going to devolve into vigilante justice? Plus, it's useless, counterproductive. That brings no change to healthcare. But then today I saw her, first she said, this is how the left is on random working class women being stabbed, which is crazy. I don't think anybody has that kind of attitude, this indifference, okay? Then she said, responding to someone that said, are you okay with for-profit healthcare? She said, I still have the same views on healthcare. I want single payer. You can hate and condemn our healthcare system or United Healthcare in particular, and also condemn murder. Are we just going to devolve into vigilante justice? If that's what people want, I'd be careful. I thought that was the kind of culture we didn't like. I guess it's okay when you find it righteous, but what comes with severe societal consequences that are worth considering? Plus, it's just useless, counterproductive, really. This brings about no change to healthcare. I get it if you don't feel empathy, but maybe don't overtly be a dick about it. Political positions never win when they're attached to unlikable people. And right now, the left is unlikable. And then she responded to Ben, live your life in such a way that you aren't a socialist leech on the ass of society, reveling in the murder of people who work for companies you don't like. Her attitude is different now. It's not just socialists that feel this way. It's felt across the political spectrum, which might mean you're misidentifying who the leeches are. So it seems like she's changing her rhetoric a little bit. And I believe Jimmy when he says he didn't understand why people were saying he was racist. Like, I just care about free speech. That was the entry point for him. People telling him like, oh no, this is common sense and this is free speech. And I think that there are a lot of people out there, and people like Jordan Peterson open up the floodgates and move them in the direction of the likes of Tommy Robinson. It's a perfect ideological journey. I want to watch this Jimmy the Giant video about how he escaped the alt-right. And apparently, he actually gives a shout out to Destiny in here somewhere, but I still want to watch it.
It is brought to you by Squarespace. Yes, my brothers, my brodies, my woadies. I'm going to do another one of these little talk to cams. You might have noticed, through some of my videos, I officially joined the woke brigade. It's unfortunate, I didn't really want to, but I'm going to talk how we got here. My political arc has been pretty insane. At one point, I was in a Nico Malama video supporting Trump. That's me. I'll admit it. Blurry boy.
Trump supporters UK. I'm here. Look at my hat. I love Donald Trump.
So today we're going to talk about how I managed to escape the alt-right pipeline.
Up yours, woke moralists. How big is Luton?
It's 200,000 population.
And how many mosques?
45.
There will never be peace on this earth so long as we have this book. It's a violent and cursed book.
Attacks on mosques. Other minority communities singled out. Wanton violence alongside racist rhetoric.
Seems Jimmy the Giant was a real Brexit geezer. What the f*** happened? What the f*** happened, Jimmy? You were on the right side of history, mate. Lad, you were a proper bloke. A proper Brexit geezer. The woke got you, eh?
When I was a young gangster, a YG, I was a little bruh, right? A little bruh. I'm about 13 years old.
And this motherfucker looked like JonTron.
We're invited into school. It was mandatory, we weren't invited. And we had to do a speech. So, you know, my mate goes up and he does the history of Chelsea Football Club. A girl goes up and she does about horse riding. I go up with my little thumb drive, plug it in, 9/11. So I basically proceed to radicalise a classroom of young, impressionable 13-year-olds as to why the American government did 9/11.
Who do you believe was behind 9/11?
Criminal elements of the military-industrial complex, the same ones that staged Gulf of Tonkin, the same ones that staged the mass shootings of Operation Gladio.
Right.
Ooh,
I was in this kind of like early conspiracy theory bubble. But what I want to say is it was interesting, right? Because at that time, being a conspiracy theorist wasn't left and right. It was just anti-establishment. And so whilst I was listening to Alex Jones, I'd also be listening to the Young Turks and listening about Occupy Wall Street. So when I was young, I was just a sort of contrarian hipster. I'm not like a communist, but I'm definitely not a capitalist, and I'm definitely left-wing, and I definitely voted to remain in the EU referendum. And so time goes by, I grow up, and I remember I got, you know, I had a few jobs working like Sainsbury's or B&Q, and that was further fueling my sort of anti-capitalist feelings. But I remember I got one job, and I met this geezer, and he was a proper right-winger.
Capitalism is good because capitalism is freedom. Socialism is bad because socialism is tyranny.
It was like a right-winger in the flesh. I'd never seen one before. I was like, what the hell is this? Capitalism good? Welfare state bad? NHS bad? But you see, although I deeply disagreed with all of his views at the beginning, you gotta remember 13-year-old contrarian Jimmy. He's still in there somewhere. And what he's hearing is contrarian views, you say. Anti-establishment, non-mainstream. Little old hipster Jimmy lapped up this sort of right-wing rhetoric because I realised it was different to everyone else, and that would make me interesting if I believed all these things, right? And like when I say right-wing, it's not, you know, we don't like foreigners. It's stuff like this.
The people who get on welfare lose their human independence and feeling of dignity. They become subject to the dictates and whims of their welfare.
It's really funny because the presentation of this stuff is considered anti-establishment, but it is the most establishment you can get. That's what's hilarious about it. When you have a guy like Milton Friedman being portrayed as an anti-establishment figure, like I'm not, you know, shitting on current Jimmy, right? But I'm saying that like there are a lot of people who probably have had this exact same experience where they think liberalism is woke video games or whatever the right? And it's anti-establishment to be conservative because everything is liberal and woke video games. When this guy is the most established right-winger you can get, like as established as you can get. His worldview is the neoliberal uniparty. Like people, this is it. He is I mean, yeah, he was a Reagan advisor personally. His writings, his academic literature played a formative role in undermining the global South. It does not get more establishment than that. Just like it doesn't get more like your dad's point of view than Ben Shapiro.
Peer supervisor who can tell them whether they can live here or there, whether they may put in a telephone, what they may do with their lives. They're treated like children.
So now I'm at the doors of the alt-right pipeline, right? I pick up my hat with the light, turn the torch on, grab my pickaxe, and I head in. And the first stop is Jordan Peterson.
If I said to you, please, sheep, how would you respond?
The way I have responded to that, because I've had a number of conversations with transgender individuals, is that I use whatever pronoun seems to go along with the persona that they're projecting publicly.
How can you describe the fact that someone who was once a woman and really still is has the breath of come on because she, he, they, their, them had no string vicious fact.
So bear in mind, I didn't go to university. I went and just tried to make good businesses. I did a parkour brand, ran a vegan.
Is he gonna commentate on random videos? Go mauled and cry. He can't keep getting away with it every time. Waiting for Hassan. Painting his nails and playing ads. When will he stop getting bullied by his chat and deaf? His head's so small. Just kidding. He's actually really fucking tall. Waiting for Hassan.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday, News Day, ladies and gentlemen. It's Monday, News Day. It's 51 degrees here and kind of cold, but still relatively sunny in California, Los Angeles, and the greatest place on earth, in the heartland, the industrial heartland of the nation.